Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy possess unknown devil fruit? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Walking down the hallway, the first commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix, frowns, unable to remove this horrible feeling that started when his brother, Thatch, arrived and showed them the devil fruit he acquired during his mission. Adding the fact that Teach has been weird upon seeing the fruit, had resulted in him walking in the middle of the night, heading towards the fourth commander's room. The first commander was only a few feet away when he heard some muffled conversation behind the cracked open door of his brother. The bad feeling grew. Marco immediately runs and opened the door just in time to see his brother, Thatch, back about to be stabbed by Teach. Thatch! Marco screamed, waking the other commanders, some of their crew, and their captain. His shout made Teach miss from giving Thatch a dangerous wound. Instead, the traitor stabbed the fourth commander in the arm, when the said commander turns around towards them with his arm raised and leaving a huge wound that would surely scar, then the traitor wrenched the knife making more blood spurt out. Thatch grunted falling to the floor while grabbing the wounded arm that was bleeding heavily. Teach immediately went on grabbing the devil fruit when the chef, who was holding it when he entered, let go in favor of holding his arm before it could fall to the floor. The traitor then raised the bloody knife in front of him, turning to face the first commander as he did so. You're not supposed to be up and about, Commander. Teach sneered, annoyed that his plan has already been spoiled. What are you doing, Teach? Marco asked, taking a fighting stance at the door, blocking any escapes. The three pirates then heard footsteps running towards them, which made the two of them relax slightly, and while the other one got angry. DMN it. Teach cursed, thinking of ways to escape when he remembers something. Grinning darkly, he waited. Meanwhile, Thatch grabs his blanket and wrapped it around his wound, while keeping his eyes on Teach. What is he planning? The two commanders thought. Marco, however, got distracted when he was called by one of their second commander, Portgas Ace. Marco, what's wrong? What happened? Glancing at the side, Marco made one of his few mistakes, for once he took his eyes off Teach, the traitor immediately charged towards him. Marco! Thatch shouted while the said commander hit the other side of the hallway as the traitor rammed into his body and ran away from them. What the dash? Teach! Ace shouted, pausing upon seeing a member of his division running away from them. The rest of his foster siblings stopped behind him, confused. Thatch! Haruta shouted, which made Ace glance inside the room and his eyes widened upon seeing the fourth commander injured as the 12th division commander run towards him. Meanwhile, Izo helped Marco stand up as their captain walked toward them with anger and concern. What's happened here, my son? He asked, the anger in his voice obvious, but it was being overlapped with his concern towards his injured son, who was being put on the emergency stretcher they input in every room and corner of their ship with the help of the other commanders as well as some nurses, who were scheduled to be awake for the evening and immediately run, when they heard their first mate screaming, towards their location. Thatch winced, his injured arms jostled by accident as he was being helped into the stretcher. I was talking to Teach while holding the devil fruit. It seems that he wanted the devil fruit I brought back because he keeps on asking me what I plan to do with it multiple times even though I've already told him twice that I don't know. I was about to put the fruit back into its chest, but I didn't know that he was going to stab me when my back was turned towards him. Thanks to Marco shouting, I managed to dodge it but... Whitebeard watched his son carefully as the latter gestured to the wound he received, paling due to blood loss. I got a bad feeling ever since Thatch came back from his mission, so I couldn't sleep. I went to check on him but the feeling grew stronger as I got closer to his room. I saw Teach slowly raising his hand with the knife the moment I opened the door, thus I shouted, "You are." But even though he knew I was there and Thatch is already turning around, he still stabbed him and wrenched the knife away to immediately grab the fruit when Thatch let go of it. He was also ready to fight me when we heard you coming and you already know what happens next, you are. Marco explained his side, leaning against Izo as he began to steady his legs. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed at his oldest before turning to Thatch. Rest my son. We will take care of this. He said. Commander smiled before fainting and the other crew members immediately run towards the infirmary without waiting for any orders from their captain with the female nurses telling their brothers to be gentle. I'm fine, you are, Marco grunted, finally moving away from Izo as he fussed over the Phoenix. The other commanders and their captain look at the hallway Teach runs to. Teach tried to kill Thatch for a fruit? Ace asked slowly as a fire began to appear from his shoulders. Nobody answered him for they all know the answer as they all saw their ex-brothers running away from them and there was evidence right in front of them. Wait, Marco stated as he began to fear something. Who's having the watch duty tonight, you are? He finished. The rest look at him. Why are you asking? Izo asked. Because Teach is a traitor, none of our brothers outside might know about this. He manages to injure a commander and he was strong enough to knock me out of his way. If he's this strong, then whoever is on watch duty is in danger if they try to stop Teach, especially when it shows he has no remorse at all, Yua. He ranted and their eyes widen in horror. Ace? Vista slowly asked as he looks at the 2nd Division commander, who was pale as a ghost. It's his turn. We just switched shifts, and if Teach is already outside then. All the present commanders and the captain cursed out loud before running toward the deck. Don't you dare hurt another brother son of mine, Teach. They all thought together as their footsteps are heard inside their ship, but muffled outside. At the deck. A 20 years old, blonde-haired male, narrows his eyes as he watches the ship that appeared out of nowhere in the middle of his shift and was starting to follow them. He had tried searching for any signs whether they are pirates or marines but he didn't see any Jolly Roger or the marine's flag. Not to mention. He thought before glancing at the door leading toward the commander's quarters. There's also that muffled shout. Pretty sure it was Marco who shouted, but what was he shouting of? He glances back at the ship and narrowed his eyes when they seemed to be a bit closer than they were a moment ago. As he took out a baby Denden Mushi, he saw the door for the commander's quarters open followed by a slightly panicking Teach running outside. Then, upon further inspection he saw one fruit in one hand and while the other is holding something but unseen. What's going on? The teen thought, pocketing the Denden Mushi before jumping down and heading towards the black-haired pirate. Hey, Teach. He greeted upon landing and then put a hand in his pocket where he put the Denden Mushi, holding it. Teach flinched and looked at the blonde, smiling forcefully. Commander Sabo. Fancy seeing you here. He stated. Outlook Sabo, the sworn brother of Portgas D. Ace, frowned at what was said. It's the 2nd Division's turn on night watch for this week Teach, you know that. He stated. Teach twitched and discreetly hid the knife and the devil fruit behind him. Unfortunately, Sabo saw him move and his sight immediately focused on the one thing that was still visible, the fruit. Tilting his head to the side, Sabo looks at Teach and looked at him carefully. He knew that fruit, it was the devil fruit that Thatch brought earlier. He knew Thatch said that he will hide the fruit until the latter knew what to do with it and he also knew that the 4th commander brought it into his room, so why is Teach holding to it? Say Teach. Sabo started slowly, unknown to him the ship that he was watching earlier is getting closer to them. Why do you have Thatch's devil fruit? He finished, and the traitor waited for a moment before smirking darkly and charged towards the commander lifting his knife as he goes. Eyes widening, Sabo jumps to the side, avoiding the knife, and began to dodge away as his division member keeps on attacking him. What the dash? Teach. Sabo shouted, as landed a few feet away from the traitor, lifting his hand to grab the pipe that was attached to his back. What are you doing? Can't you see, Commander? Teach smirked darkly, as he lifted his knife in front of him, only then did Sabo see some blood on the handle and Teach's hand. What did you do? The 2nd commander growled out, the traitor merely grins while Sabo snarled before jumping away from where he was standing when he felt someone trying to attack him from behind. Wadash? He stated, and only then did he notice the ship was already sailing beside Moby. Sabo! Ace shouted, slamming the door open, as he and the other commanders and their captain arrived on the main deck panting while they watched as other pirates board their ship, landing between them and the blonde-haired captain. The said blonde looked at his sworn brother before jumping away again when someone attacked him with a sword. Sabo jumps to the barrels before jumping towards the mast and grabs the rope hanging at the wooden platform attached to it and climbed. Ace. What's going on? Sabo shouted, looking down the deck as he stood on the platform, the rope still in his possession. Teach is a traitor. He tried to kill Thatch. Ace shouted, before glaring at their ex-crew member, while his blonde brother snarled. Tried? Teach started, still grinning. Zihahaha. Commanders, did you think that my knife is just a plain knife? At that, Whitebeard growled as he steps forward and stops once he is already in front of his son. You covered your knife with poison? Though it may seem like a question, the way the Yonko spoke, it was clear that it was a statement. Zihahaha. Of course, I put it there to make sure Commander Thatch dies before morning. He then glared at Marco. I never expect you to be awake and spoil what I had planned for, Commander. He growled while Marco smirked, smug that he spoiled the traitor's plan and angry as it seems that Teach had planned this for a long time. I'm not sorry if I spoil your plan, Yua. He stated, knowing that their nurses can save their head chef from any poison that Teach had put in the knife. Ah yes? But I'm not worried, Commander, for I have more than one plan. The traitor then grinned darkly, as they all prepare themselves for any attack that they will receive. Sabo adjusted his grip on his rope, preparing to jump down and twist around the mast to hit the bell. They have to alert their other brothers on the ship for the fray that will surely happen. It was silence for a while. A beat later it was chaos. Teach had made the first move, throwing his knife towards one of the commanders, who avoided it, and his action was followed by the pirates that had boarded the Moby D dash. Sabo jumps down, twists, and swings around the mast, hitting the bell with his feet followed by hitting with his hand. The other commanders give a battle cry and fought back against the pirates who had no right to be on their ship. Blackbeard pirates. Attack with full force. Teach shouted during the whole commotion and received some battle cries as a response. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes as he ordered his commanders to defend their home. As the commanders and their enemy pirates fought one another, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates began to head out of their rooms, armed, and towards the deck to help their commanders fight. Though some of them are confused as they didn't wake up when Marco shouted, the others were there to slightly explain the situation to them. While all they got was, Teach, traitor, Thatch, Marco, and attack or something along those lines, they never had any hesitation in attacking the enemies that attacked their home. As the Whitebeard pirates fought against the Blackbeard pirates, Teach had been slowly moving away from the battle, using it as a distraction. However, Sabo noticed him moving toward the other ship and gritted his teeth. After hitting his enemy with his bow staff, covered in armament hockey, knocking the pirate unconscious, he immediately runs towards Teach. Ace punched a pirate with his fist covered with fire when he saw Sabo running. Glancing in the direction where Sabo is heading, he narrows his eyes as he saw the traitor nearing the gangplank. He punched another pirate that tried to attack him before following after Sabo. Sabo! Ace shouted, gaining the attention of his fellow second commander, but the blonde continues to run as the raven-haired boy followed a few steps behind him. Ace's shout also caught the attention of Blackbeard, who cursed when he saw his two former commanders running towards him. Reaching towards his back, the ex-Whitebeard pirate grabs his gun and started to shoot towards them. Both Sabo and Ace's eyes widened before they dodged the bullets heading towards their way. The traitor immediately ran towards his ship as the two commanders gained their footing, but when they did, Teach had already stepped on the enemy ship. Cursing, the sworn brothers tried to follow after him but were overwhelmed by the traitor's crew as they suddenly focused their attacks on them. Whitebeard was standing in front of the door that leads to the inner deck, killing any pirates that tried to attack him and sneak behind him with intentions to kill his daughters, the nurses, his other sons that were still inside, and his fallen fourth commander. Upon seeing his two commanders surrounded by the enemy pirates, he immediately looked for his first commander, who was already on his way toward the raven-haired and blonde-haired pirates, confident that his sons will be okay. Whitebeard focuses on the pirates around him. Where did Teach find these pirates? The Emperor thought as more and more pirates flowed out of their enemy ship. He was then distracted by blue light, specifically, by blue fire. Turning to the direction where the light is shining, Whitebeard saw Marco in his phoenix rising before it dove down to the middle of the pirates that were surrounding Ace and Sabo. The impact he made knocked the enemy pirates away while his fire gently covered his adopted siblings. Thanks, Marco. Ace and Sabo grinned at him, to which Marco, who immediately shifted to his human form, responded with his own. Whitebeard smirked, before swinging his bicento towards the group of pirates heading towards him. He could have used his hockey, but with his fourth commander unconscious below the deck and his condition unknown, he is not willing to take any chances of possibly making it worse. As Whitebeard defends the door that leads inside their ship, and as his sons and few daughters fought the other pirates, none of them saw Teach smirking darkly as he signed something to one of his own crew, who grinned and immediately charged toward the Ace, Marco, and Sabo. The other Blackbeard pirates, that weren't busy fighting with the commanders or crew members, immediately followed suit. Marco cursed as he was forcefully separated from his brothers as more and more pirates began to fight with him. So focus on the pirates in front of him, he didn't realize that he was backing into one of his crewmates' back, and the moment their backs touch they jump away, startled, with Marco swinging his talons. Luckily, that Whitebeard member jumped far away enough to avoid the unintentional attack. Commander! He shouted in alarm while Marco jerked in shock. Upon seeing a brown-haired male with brown eyes and a piercing in his left ear, he realized it was a member of his division, Izumi. Sheet. Sorry, Izumi. Marco apologized before twirling around and kicking the pirate that tried to attack him from behind. Izumi also turned, slicing the pirate behind him with his sword, before he glances up when he saw a movement from the corner of his eyes. Sheet. Commander Marco. He shouted, catching the said commander's attention. When Marco turned to look at him, the pirate merely pointed towards their enemy ship. Glancing in that direction, Marco's eyes widened when he saw Teach standing behind a cannon, and what's more, is that the cannon was directed toward the direction of his Oyaji. Fury began to fill Marco. First, he attacks Thatch, then Sabo, and then wages a battle between the Whitebeard pirate and his so-called Blackbeard pirates, and now, he's doing a cowardly attack on his captain from behind. No, he won't harm his family any longer. No more. Losing his calmness, Marco transformed into his phoenix and with an angry cry, he flew in the traitor's direction. As Marco did so, intending to slam Teach to the floor and away from the cannon, he didn't notice that he was being followed by Izumi, who was running calmly and smirking darkly, ignored by the enemy pirates. The phoenix released another cry and tried to do what his very intention was, only for him to pass through the traitor's body. What? Marco thought, his phoenix form releasing a confused noise the moment it happens before he slammed to the floor. Marco tried to transform into his human form, but then he felt lifted and weak. He then notices that he was trapped in a net, and not just any ordinary net. A sea stone net. Sheet! He thought and began to struggle while releasing an angry screech. Say ha ha ha. Marco paused, glaring to the side where he saw the traitor and Izumi? What? Marco thought, eyes widening as his heart broke at the thought that there is more than one traitor on the crew. But then, suddenly, Izumi is changing form and the next thing Marco knows, Katarina Devon, devil fruit user of the Inu Inu no Mi model, Kyubi no Kitsune, is standing at the place where Izumi was earlier. Muranfufafu, Devon laughed. That's a nice expression you have, Phoenix. Marco glared, wishing he can shout at them. Unfortunately, seeing as he's trapped and cramped in a sea stone net, he forced himself to stay as a phoenix, even when it hurts him. How the mighty have fallen, Zehahaha. Teach laughs. It's pretty much predictable that you would immediately rush to attack the person that will try to kill your precious Oyaji. He sneered, while Marco screeched at how he sounded, daring to spit out the name they had for their captain. And to think that all we need to do to catch you is to impersonate one of your division members, point out that your captain will be attacked from behind, and have you slammed into our trap, Muranfufafu, Devon stated. Marco screeched in anger before his net was suddenly lifted, letting him see his family fighting the pirates. How the mighty have fallen. Teach repeated, shouting, stepping on the barrels that were near the railings, as he showed the captured commander to the Whitebeards as a price. His words caught all of the pirates' attention, which made them look in his direction. The Whitebeards froze upon seeing their first mate captured, and as the Blackbeard pirates took that as a signal to retreat, the other pirate crew were covered with one emotion, fury. Marco! Commander! They all shouted as they watched the Phoenix struggle to break out. Teach, you bstrd. Ace growled as he walks towards the railing, with Sabo, Whitebeard, and the other commanders beside him. Stay where you are, commanders. Teach warned, leaning to the railings and letting the captured commander hang over the sea. Marco stopped moving when he notices that the traitor was intentionally letting him slip down from his slightly loosened grip every time he struggled. Said traitor grinned darkly at the Phoenix before tightening his grip again and looked at his former crew. Let my son go, Whitebeard growled. Teach pretended to think, as he tapped his chin with his index finger, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Whitebeard's tense, knowing that something bad will happen. Sure. But not without leaving a present. He grinned and the next thing they know is Marco screeching in pain, blood dripping down from the commander's body to the sea, and they then saw as their commander seems to lose his energy and stayed weak in the net. Marco! They shouted, their fury immediately changed to worried, as a Blackbeard pirate steps forward with a crossbow in his hands. The sea stone nails work, Captain. He stated, and then before their eyes, the Whitebeard saw Teach throw Marco in a birdcage barely big enough to fit him and was immediately thrown to the sea. Marco! Commander! Zehahaha. As Marco's phoenix form fall to the sea, gunshots rang around him and when the cage touched the sea everything was black. 5 months later Mariehua. Marco, in his phoenix form, curled his long neck around his body filled with sadness and homesickness. For months he stayed in his phoenix form to hide his true identity from the people who caught him, even going far as to hide the mark he so prides off with his feathers, the Tenryuubito. For some unknown reason, when the cage he was trapped in fell into the sea, he stayed as a phoenix even though he should transform into a human the moment he lost consciousness. It could be because his phoenix knew that it'll be dangerous to turn back into a human or he subconsciously forced himself to stay as a phoenix. Whatever the reason is, he is certain that it's because he's inside a birdcage, so a part of him knew that he needs to stay as a bird to avoid any more injury, which will take a while to heal if it was soaked in the seawater for hours. Marco didn't know how many hours or days since he was separated from his family before waking up, because the moment he did, he found himself in another sea stone birdcage, only this one is slightly bigger than the one Teach trapped him. And the fact that it belongs to a Tenryuubito made everything worse. They even probably knew that he's a devil fruit user, for they didn't bother to remove the sea stone nails that were lodged in his body. They did stop the bleeding and the wound had closed around the nail, but Marco had a feeling that he won't survive for a year if the nail isn't removed as soon as possible. The Tenryuubito had also branded his leg with their brand, something that he can erase if only he wasn't stuck in this cage. The Tenryuubito who imprisoned him had always watched him with glee whenever he was around, which is thrice a day, every day, though he hadn't seen the face of the man for a while now, not that he was complaining. He's lucky that he is not in the room of that greedy Bstrd and that he's in some sort of a rare collection room. The servants here had fed him with bread crumbs, those stale ones, at least twice a day, and water that is changed every once a week. Marco can't wait to leave this place, for he knew that his family is searching for him and they will never give up until they do so. And when they did find him, these Bstrds who captured him will forever regret it. Marineford. At an office in the Marineford, a window is open, letting the sea breeze circulate through the office and slightly disturbing the papers that were put on the table. A 17-year-old girl was leaning at the frame of the open window. Her slightly shaggy and mid-waist long raven-haired, with a hint of silver at the tip, was softly blown by the breeze that went in and out of the room. She had her long-haired bangs covering half of her eyes that showed longing as she watches the sea that surrounded the island. While her eyes showed longing, her face shows a solemn expression as if she had already resigned to her fate. "Captain." A male voice spoke out, while the girl, the one called Captain, turned her head slightly, letting him know that he had her attention. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku had requested your presence for the meeting he will have between him, the admirals, and the vice-admirals." "Oh, did he mention why am I needed?" the girl softly asked. "No, Captain. Only requested your presence." "When will this start?" By then the girl had turned and headed towards the chair that was in front of her, touching the white cape that she hung on the back of the chair, gently, as if fearing that she'll get burned. "The meeting will start in 15 minutes, Captain." A woman voice spoke out. The captain looks up and saw a green-haired 19-years-old male, standing in front of her table with 3 swords strapped to his side. While a few steps behind him is a raven-haired beauty, 28 years old. Both wearing marine uniforms, though the male had a few buttons undone showing a scar that was stitched together, and the woman wearing black slacks instead of pants. "However, the Fleet Admiral requested for you to arrive a few minutes early before any admirals or vice-admirals arrive." The older woman finished. Their captain nodded before lifting her cape and putting it on her shoulder. Written at the back of her cape was a kanji of absolute justice, showing that this girl was no ordinary marine, or a captain as they call her. Straightening her long-sleeve light maroon collared shirt, with an embroidered bleeding rose located on where the majority of her heart should be, 3 top buttons were undone. She then rolled her sleeves and then smoothing the black pencil skirt she was wearing. She walks around her table and lifted her bare feet to where the 3-inch black heel that was put on the floor beside the table. Sighing as she felt her feet suffocate at her shoe wear, or it's also probably her clothes that suffocated her, she inhaled deeply and turned right to look at the mirror hanging on the wall. Once she deemed herself ready and presentable, hair combing her hair as she walks, the captain nodded at her subordinate, no, at her 2 crew members, family, who gave her a small smile. "We'll be here with you in a few hours, Captain San," the older woman said. "Thanks, Robin, Zoro," the captain stated as she waved her hand gently. The captain opens and closes the door of her office, not looking back at the remaining Marines inside the room that were certainly looking at each other with pained and guilty expressions, and began to walk towards the fleet's admiral office, her shoes creating a small click-clack noise. When she arrived at the door that led to Sengoku's office, the captain took a deep breath and knocked while announcing, "Rear Admiral, Monkey D. Luffy, of Base G06, is here as requested, sir." Enter. TBC Chapter Text. Chapter 2. Enter. Inhaling another deep breath and it exhaling slowly, Monkey D. Luffy, granddaughter of Monkey D. Garp, daughter of Monkey D. Dragon, sworn sibling of Portgas D. Ace and Outlook Sabo, daughter figure of Akagami Shanks, and the youngest Rear Admiral to be ever known, entered the office with a dreadful feeling she always had when entering the meeting room. Luffy closes the door behind her and then walks towards the table that was placed in the center of the room, where the Fleet Admiral is sat, reading some reports. Sitting down at the chair on his left, Luffy grabs the pen that was already placed in front of the seat and began to twirl it around her hand as she waited for her superior to talk, and talk he did. "How's your time here in the Marineford?" he asked. "Stuffy," she answered as she watches the pen's movement. Sengoku looks up from his report upon hearing her answer and took notice of the clothes she is wearing. When he saw an embroidered bleeding rose on her shirt he sighed. You and your crew only visit this place 3 times a year ever since you've been assigned to G6, though it was a condition to do so when you agreed to lead the base. You could at least pretend that you missed or be happy in this place," he stated. The Rear Admiral glanced at him with a neutral expression. "And we are also forced to stay here for at least 3 weeks minimum, so I don't see the point of missing this place. Besides, did I agree to become a Marine willingly?" she asked. Sengoku sighed in defeat, making her hum. "Right, and only Vice Admirals are allowed to lead a base in the New World, and yet here I am, a Rear Admiral with a base inside the New World. A base that forced on me by the world government, by him. You still want me to pretend to be happy?" "No, and for that I am sorry," he muttered. It broke his heart whenever he talks to Luffy. She was a sweet girl when she first met her, reminding him of his Rosinante. And now, she is nothing but an empty shell, only to live when she and her chosen crew is away from the headquarters, probably if she's with them as well. Of course, he had no one to blame for the change but himself, the Marines, and the world government alone. Maybe it was a good decision for her to be transferred to G6, as no one will watch over her there. Not even a surveillance Dendenmushi is installed in there as ordered by a Tenryuubito. It didn't matter if it made some Marines, aka Akainu, suspicious. Add with the fact that the base was located in the New World, where Marines with ranks lower than Vice Admirals aren't allowed, and a few islands away from G5. Additionally, a base that can only be found using an eternal log poses as New World log pose is pretty much useless when searching for the base, as they won't be directed to the island, no matter how many log pose is used, and even with or without intention to look for the said island, the results are 0. How the Marines or the world government found it, Sengoku will never know, and he very much appreciated it to be that way, as he knew he won't like it. There's also the fact that only a few people had the eternal log pose for that island: himself, the Rear Admiral and her crew, the elders, and the Tenryuubito, who had ordered of no surveillance Dendenmushi installed in the base. "Senny," Luffy drawled out, said Marine hummed as he fixed his paper. "What is it that you want to talk to me about?" Sengoku cleared his throat before putting his papers to the side and leaned his elbows to the table, intertwining his fingers together, and looked at her. "He requested for you to visit him when you leave for your base tomorrow. Your crew, however, is to stay on the ship," he stated. Luffy, for the first time since she arrived in the office, looked at him in the eyes and smirked darkly, eyes dull. "By request, you mean ordered, Sengoku," she said. The Fleet Admiral merely sighed in defeat. Luffy looked at the Fleet Admiral's expression, before looking at the table. "Fine. We will visit Mariewa." Sengoku looks at the youngest Rear Admiral and opens his mouth. "I won't accept it," Luffy suddenly stated, making the man close his mouth. "No matter what you say or persuade me, I won't accept the position of the Vice Admiral. You are worthy of it," he mumbled, annoyed that she rejected the offered position again. "You and I both know that that's a lie," Luffy said, looking at the sea through the window that was behind her superior. "I want to be free from here, Senny. I want to fulfill my promise to him, and I want to fulfill my dream," she added, her voice weakening as she spoke. "But you know that's not possible. You know why you're here and not following your dream," he mumbled back, his heart breaking at the heartbroken expression the Marine gave to him. "Yes. And I won't go after my dream if it means making everyone I care for safe." She showed him a sad smile as her eyes linger on the sea before looking away and back at him, straightening in her seat as she did so. "Besides, those who knew about him will think that I got the position of Vice Admiral due to his interest in me." She grinned darkly. Sengoku, not for the first time of his life when it comes to this side of Luffy, shivered. Watch your back when you're there," he mumbled, straightening in his seat and donning on a neutral expression as he senses some of the admirals and vice admirals nearing the office, while his hand staying on their current position. Luffy merely hummed as she put the pen, that she kept on playing around her hand during the whole conversation, down and stretched her arms above her head before slouching slightly at the chair and grabbed the few reports that will be a part of their meeting. A minute later the door opens, revealing Admiral Akiji, who sighed sleepily and entered the room while letting the door close behind him. He walks towards the table, then sat down beside Luffy, who seemed to be reading the paper, lifted his feet to the table, crossing one foot over the other, and covered his eyes with his sleep mask. Luffy smirked at his actions, not even looking at him, while Sengoku closed his eyes. "Good morning, Sensei," Luffy mumbled, receiving a hum of acknowledgement from said Sensei. After a while, the door opens again and entered Admiral Kizaru, followed by Vice Admiral Tsuru, who raised an eyebrow upon seeing Akiji sitting beside his student. While Kizaru hummed and headed to a vacant seat on the opposite side of the table, the Vice Admiral went to Akiji and stands beside him, crossing her arms over her chest. "Mind giving up that seat? I want a seat beside someone who had some sense during this meeting," she stated, narrowing her eyes at the Admiral. First come, first serve. Akiji merely mumbled. Luffy looks up from the paper she was reading and look at her sensei, then at the Vice Admiral, then back again. After a while, Luffy went back to the report and stated. Sensei is still half asleep, Vice Admiral Tsuru. You should just sit beside him to avoid any more brain damage during this meeting. She suggested, flipping a page of the report. The Vice Admiral sighed and sat beside Akiji, knowing that Luffy is correct. A half-asleep Akiji is a lot stubborn than the lazy one. Why must you two always fight on who will sit beside Rear Admiral Luffy? Sengoku asked, frowning. His only response was a deadpan stare from the Luffy and Tsuru. Kuzan even lifted one side of his mask just to give him the same look. Sengoku sweat drops but didn't remove his stare from them. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru hummed out as he looks at his colleagues and superior. Is it because she is saying during a meeting that those two want to always sit beside her? The Admiral drawled. Tsuru and Kuzan nodded at his statement in agreement, while Sengoku finally removes his gaze from them, sighing exasperatedly. Rubbing his forehead with his index and thumb finger, the Fleet Admiral grumbled. Luffy giggled softly and Tsuru smirked while the lazy Admiral snores, leaving his eyes mask in the same position as it was before. Why is Garp's granddaughter a sane one? He thought to himself, before remembering the first time Luffy came to the Marineford and the chaos she created, which made him frown. I take that back. It's not like you're any different, Fleet Admiral, Tsuru stated, which made him look at her with narrowed eyes. When our dear Luffy finally joins us in our meetings, you always had her sit beside you and even had a decent conversation or plan while the rest screams at one another. She commented, though none of them noticed that when she was speaking Luffy's grip on the report she's holding had tightened. I am not yours. Luffy thought, tuning out their conversation. I am not yours nor am I one of you. I will do anything as long as you stay away from them. Luffy. The others are arriving. She mumbled immediately before she could dwell on her thoughts. Her statement made Sengoku and Tsuru stop from having a calm argument, for Borsalino to hum in slight disappointment as his amusement was stopped. As for Kazan, he simply sits up straight and lifted the sleep mask from both of eyes and let them rest on his forehead. All of them, excluding Luffy, look at the door that opens not a moment later. All of the Vice Admirals began to enter and the last to enter was Sakazuki, who frowned upon seeing Luffy, before scoffing and headed to the seat beside Borsalino. This made him take the seat across Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was smirking at Luffy, who in turn ignored her grandfather, who entered the room with the other Vice Admirals and took the seat across her. Garp, who pouted as he was ignored by his granddaughter again, then began to eat the rice cracker that he keeps hidden in his cape all the while sulking. Now that everyone's here, Sengoku started, only to be cut off by the Akainu who said, Fleet Admiral. We have someone unnecessary for this meeting. He growled, glaring at Luffy, who merely looked at him from the corner of her eyes, smirking, though no emotion is seen, not even amusement. It was as if she was smiling just to PSS him off, and it seems to be working as veins began to pop on his face. I disagree, Tsuru stated when a moment of silence had passed after the Admiral's statement, meanwhile shuffling over the reports that are found in front of her. Our youngest Rear Admiral here had already contributed a lot of things during our previous meeting, so why shouldn't we include her in this meeting? Akainu growled, as much as he hates for the girl to be present in the meeting, the great officer staff of the Marine is right. The brat did contribute plenty of things during the meetings which annoyed him to no end. Sengoku smirked behind his intertwined hands, not even bothering to answer back at the Red Dog's statement. He then glances at Luffy from the corner of his eyes, then at Garp, who is now glaring at Akainu, then back at the Rear Admiral, before closing his eyes with a soft scoff. I still find it hard how Garp and Luffy are related at all. He thought. He then opens his eyes and cleared his throat. As I was saying, since everyone is here we'll proceed to our meeting. He continued. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates are still searching for their first commander. Luffy read out loud, gaining the attention of everyone present in the room. Landing and searching on every island they encountered but leaving the civilian untouched, Marines injured, and sometimes restocking on the islands without Marine bases before continuing onward. She then put the papers she was reading, to which the Fleet Admiral took it as a sign to continue. That report is the main discussion for this meeting. We all know that their first commander disappeared sometime the previous months during a fight they have with a traitor of their crew, Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. Where the traitor is now, we do not know. Our intelligence had no information about his location, and Whitebeard is getting restless the longer they search for their missing commander. Then we need to act. Akainu, the ever-hating pirate, growled. They are disturbing every island and going as far as infiltrating our bases in the New Worlds just to search for a dead man. We should punish, no, hunt them for this. At every word that came out from Akainu's mouth, His superiors and colleagues look at him as if he was crazy, which is probably true as they all knew how strong the Emperor is and he's suggesting to go after them, well excluding Luffy, who was humming spoke up once he's done. While they did those things you speak of, Akainu growled at her and all of the attention went to the Rear Admiral. Whitebeard and his crew didn't harm the civilians in the islands as the report had stated, the infiltrated bases still had their files. Offices of the Marines that are rank lower than the captain are untouched, while the captain's offices were searched into, as well as the cells. The injuries the Marines had sustained is due to them trying to stop the pirates from entering or escaping the base. At this, Luffy, who was looking at the table the whole time, looks at Sengoku. It seems that they have one purpose, and that is to find their missing commander. She then leaned on the back of her chair, crossing her legs over the other as her arms are wrapped in her midsection. I don't see the reason why we need to hunt them. While some civilians are wary of this, the world government is not saying anything that we should conduct something with regards to their behavior. They are also doing us a favor with regards to the other pirate crew. She is correct. Vice Admiral Dalmatian agreed. Ever since they started searching for their commander, every pirate that has attacked them are almost annihilated. What do you suggest we do then? Vice Admiral Cancer asked while lighting up the cigar he had in his mouth. Leave them be, Luffy stated, completely calm, as the people inside the room waited for her to finish her statement, excluding Akainu who was about to very much object on her statement, stopping when Sengoku glared at him. Tell our fleets to continue monitoring the Whitebeards from a certain distance and avoid any interaction with them while on the sea. Starting now, our bases are to prepare and relocate any confidential files they have into a different room that looks like an office of the lower-ranking Marines and create that as a temporary office of the captain until the Whitebeard is done with their business on the island. Also, tell the commanders or the captains and their underlings that while their bravery on charging the Whitebeard's head-on is noble, they should lessen it as it would likely annoy the pirates and their captain, which in return would result for their bases to be complete wreckage. This plan is to continue until they find their commander. Marco the Phoenix is dead though. It was stated in the reports that he fell to the sea during the fight. A devil fruit user won't survive the moment they touch the sea. Borsalino drawled out. But if the Phoenix is dead, then they should have the body already or they should never have bothered to search for him. Luffy pointed. They have a fishman on their crew, they should already have found the body at the very bottom of the ocean the moment the fight finished or when they started their search. Seeing the body is not found, then it made Whitebeard think that his commander is still alive. A devil fruit user surviving after falling into the sea. Cancer trailed off while Dalmatian finished. How could that be possible? Even if we sailed or study the sea for years, it still has its mysteries, Tsuru stated. Then we will do what the Rear Admiral suggested? Sengoku asked, raising an eyebrow. A few seconds passed before they were the noise of agreement or acknowledgement. Akainu not being one of them, but he was already outvoted, thus he remained quiet. Sengoku nodded at their answer and looked at the Rear Admiral, who is seen with her eyes closed. Bwahahaha. That's my granddaughter. Garp laughed as he eats the rice cracker he has. Sengoku looked up at the ceiling as his friend laughs, asking for strength from Oda, before looking at the other high-ranking officers present in the room. Right? He cleared his throat. Let's proceed with a different matter. A few hours later. Luffy sighed as she entered her office and closes the door behind her. She then headed towards her table as she took her cape off and hung it on the back of her chair before turning it slightly and sitting down with a thump. She remained in that position for a while, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically, before turning to look at the window she was leaning at earlier. She watched the sea, the seagulls that are flying by once in a while, the marine vessels that are leaving the headquarters and the people that walked around the street before turning her chair to look back at her table. She glanced at the door, before reaching towards a displayed clamshell, opening it and taking the key that was inside, before reaching towards the bottom drawer and at the same time the door open, entering a marine. The marine is a slightly thin man, with short, scruffy hair and beard. He also had a slight mustache with dark circles under his black eyes, wearing a white-collared button-up long-sleeve shirt with the sleeves rolled up, the marine symbol at the back of the shirt and dark shoes and pants. Rolling a cart and a towel drape on one of his arms, he kicked the door shut and continued to walk towards the table of the Rear Admiral, who sat up straight as she took few papers from the drawer she was unlocking. Unbothered by the marine that just entered her office, Luffy looks at the papers she had. It was bounty papers of her brothers, Portgas D. Ace and Outlook Sabo. She then shuffled the papers and came up with the bounty of the captain of the red-haired pirates and Monkey D. Dragon. The marine glances at the bounty as he places a plate of snacks onto the table, before looking at the Rear Admiral, who shuffled the papers again and looked back at the pictures of her brothers. "You okay, Captain?" the marine asked as he took the teapot and poured tea into a teacup. I'm fine, Luffy mumbled, while he stayed silent. Do we have an update of the status of the Whitebeards? She asked. Nothing, Captain. No crew member has left the Moby D to search for the traitor on their own nor to search for their first commander without Whitebeard's permission. The first commander location is still unknown. He answered as he put some sugar on her tea, stirring it when 2 scoops were in. And the traitor? Robin-san is still searching on his whereabouts. He then put the cup in front of Luffy, who reached for it and took a sip, never taking her eyes off from the papers. Only when did the flavor of the tea touch her tongue did she close her eyes and began to savor the aroma emitting from it. It's perfect, she stated, opening her eyes and looked at the Marine. Thank you for the tea, Jin. You're welcome, Captain. I'm glad you liked it. Jin, former combat commander of the Krieg pirates, smiled. Sanji-san will probably beat me up if I didn't serve you tea and food according to your standards and by extension, his. He added, mumbling, making Luffy giggled. I'm pretty sure Sanji won't do that, Luffy stated. Besides, you're not a sous chef of our base but a combat officer. I know. But in here in Marineford, and if Sanji-san is not around, I'm the personal chef of our crew until we return. Jin bowed, his expression turning dark as he remembers the reason for this. Luffy sighed, before putting her teacup down and reached towards Jin, who reaches out and grabs her hand. The male marveled at the soft, yet slightly calloused hand of the Rear Admiral, before looking at her and noticed that she was giving him a soft look, tightening her grip in his hand. I'm fine, Luffy stated. Nothing bad will happen to me as long as I know you guys are always there to guard my back. She finished, making the former pirate blush slightly at the trust his captain gave, unlike his previous captain. Oh? Did we miss tea time? A soft voice asked, making them look at the door, letting go of each other's hands while doing so, where they saw Robin and Zoro entering with the latter being the last one and locking the door right after. No, you're just in time. Luffy smiled genuinely, making her crew relax their tense muscles. They hate going to the Marineford because every time they did, their captain, their Rear Admiral, would be emotionless, smiling yes but with emotion no, unless they are in close quarters, which is rare as she is always either in a meeting, training, or other Marines coming in and out of her office. And every time there is no emotion seen on Luffy's facial expression, they are tense for they don't know what she is thinking. Well, 3 members of their crew could, this is including Zoro, but there are still times they don't know what's in her mind, nor do they trust the Marines that aren't loyal to their captain. And if the older crew members didn't trust those Marines that aren't serving under the Rear Admiral before, then they won't start now nor will they do so in the future. The 4 Marines chatted softly as they ate the snacks Jin baked. They were, now, seated at a window on the other side from the mirror Luffy looked at before the meeting. A round table in front of them as a variety of snacks are placed in the center, tea in front of the ladies, while the men had coffee. Jin was seated at the left side of Luffy, who they made sure to be seated in front of the window so that she can see the sea, Robin occupying the seat on Jin's left, leaving Zoro to occupy the empty seat between Luffy and Robin. By the way, where did the 2 of you come from? Jin asked as he poured another cup of tea for Luffy, refilling Robin's right after. At the harbor, making sure we have enough supplies for our journey on the way back to the base, Robin answered. Her answer, however, made Luffy froze, which immediately caught their attention. Captain? Zoro asked, watching as their captain unfreeze herself and said. I have received orders to visit Mariehua before we can return to the base. Silence. What? The next day, Marineford Harbor, 10 a.m. Zoro watched as a few loyal members of their crew, who joined them in coming back in the main headquarters, loaded more supplies in addition to the one they inputted yesterday to their ship. While Luffy is a Rear Admiral, she requested nothing more but a standard marine ship that was adjusted by their shipwright to survive the journey between Paradise and New World, as well as any pirate attacks, which work well for him and the others, as it was easy to sail with something simple and it helps avoid from getting any more attention from pirates that they will encounter, that or they will underestimate them. Their marine crew always enjoyed the shock expression of the pirates that boarded them the moment they realized they lost. He then saw some of the Marines, that was stationed in the base, tried to talk to his crew, scowling, and scoffing when they received no response. Captain Zoro. One of the Marines saluted, standing a few steps behind the green-haired Marine. What is it? He asked, still looking at around the harbor as the Marine lowered his hand. We have a few more boxes to load but we are clear to leave within 3 to 5 minutes. 10 minutes if the Rear Admiral doesn't arrive within the first given time frame. The Marine stated. Zoro glanced at him. Got it. Set course to Mariehua. He said. Of course, this had shocked the Marine. Mariehua? He chalked out. I thought we will be heading back home immediately. Unfortunately, the fleet admiral had given the Rear Admiral orders to visit the Mariewa, and we can't disobey it or else it's the Rear Admiral who will suffer, Zoro said, looking back around the harbor and then saw their true captain walking towards where their ship is docked, with Robin and Jin few steps behind her, Marines standing in attention and saluting as Luffy passed by. Yes sir, the Marine stated, hands turning to fists, slightly trembling, which made Zoro raise an eyebrow, and as much as he wants to question the Marine, he ignored it. He had faith that they won't be betrayed by this crew, for they were handpicked by Luffy, who everyone knew was a good judge of character, amazing even. They all knew that upon meeting the Rear Admiral for the first time it would seem that she looked deep into the soul, into the core of that person, and after that, she would decide whether they're good or bad in her terms. Luffy was never wrong when it comes to that, and it won't fail them now. The swordsman went back to look at his captain, waving the Marine away, who saluted once more and headed towards the navigator's office. Said captain was already walking up the gangplank, which made Zoro move away from the railing he was standing near and headed towards Luffy, saluting when she stepped on board the ship. Luffy merely nodded at him, making him lower his hand before she heads towards the bow of the ship. Robin and Jin stayed with Zoro, who began to order the Marines around them to set sail. Did anything happen? Zoro asks after giving the orders. Vice Admiral Garp tried to talk to the Rear Admiral again, telling her to accept the position as Vice Admiral. Jin stated, making Zoro frown, and said, "She'll be more tied if she took that position. Doesn't matter if we manage to do more things than her current position allowed." "I think that's why she didn't accept it," Robin remarked. Minutes later they were sailing away from the port, every Marine personnel standing in attention behind Luffy, who wore a blank expression before she blinked and turned to look at them. She inhaled before opening her mouth and said, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku received an order from one of the 5 elders, and that is for us to visit the Mariewa, and unlike the previous orders we receive, this one is different on your side." While the Marines were silent, Luffy and crew noticed them tightening their fist. Some had anger in their eyes, but like what Zoro did, they all ignore them. "While we are docked at their port, you are not required to step foot on their island, and, this is my order, we'll be leaving the next day." "What about on your side, Rear Admiral?" one of the Marine asked. This Marine had brown, slightly shaggy, hair with brown eyes and a lanky body, wearing the standard Marine uniform. "Always the perceivable one, aren't you, Rin?" she praised, looking at the Marine, smiling, before answering his question as the Marine blushed, while his fellow Marines teased him. "I'll be visiting the grandson of the elder, who requested it to his grandfather, who gave the order to the Fleet Admiral. I'll catch up with you when you left the harbor, so expect me to be on board the next day, probably by late afternoon or evening." It was then that they all started to protest as they realized that their Rear Admiral will be staying there for 2 days, and Luffy let them before clearing her throat. "While I appreciate your reaction of not letting me stay on the island more than you guys," she smirked at them, which made a few blushes in embarrassment, while the rest were quite the opposite, looking at Luffy as if daring her to try and making them blush. She giggled happily at their reactions, which made Jin, Robin, and Zoro smile. "I'll still be staying much longer than you are if you try to wait for me. In simple terms, if you stay there for more than 1 day, I'll be staying on the island at the same time frame as you with an extra day." "What?" they, excluding those who were present in Luffy's office the other day, exclaimed. "Since when?" "Since from the beginning, you idiots," Zoro answered, moving to stand beside Luffy, who smirked at him, pointing his thumb at his captain. He added, "Every time we leave the island, she'll stay there for a day before using Jeppo and arriving here on the ship in the afternoon or during the night. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that?" He narrowed his eyes at them, which made them rub the back of their necks sheepishly. "We thought she was doing paperworks or in a mission without us," one of them answered, the others agreeing by nodding at his statement. "We've been doing this routine for the past year and you all think she's doing some paperworks or in a solo mission?" Zoro asked, looking at them with hooded eyes, and saw them nod in agreement. He then gave them a dark grin, a very, very dark grin. "Prepare for training when we arrive back at the base." They all gulped in fear before scrambling over one another as if running away from their Marine captain will lessen their training. Unfortunately for them, it won't work. Zoro sighed as he watches the crew run away, while Luffy smiled. "I stand correct, Zoro," she stated, as she turned around and looked back at the sea. "They do leave whenever you stand beside me." "They don't." Zoro disagreed while Robin and Jin walked towards them. "Unfortunately, Captain is correct, Zoro." Jin grinned. "They seem to take it as a dismissal whenever you walk and stand beside the captain, excluding the times that you're standing beside her when she starts the meeting." Robin giggled in agreement while Zoro growled as Luffy chuckled. "Rear Admiral. One Marine called out, making the four of them turn and look at him. Only then did they notice that there were still 5 Marines left. Upon recognizing their faces, they all realized that these Marines were the first ones Luffy recruited during the time she was given the rank of a Marine captain and continued to climb in the ranks, the people who were with their captain from the very beginning, the ones before Zoro, and the others, met Luffy. And these Marines are the most trustworthy and loyal members of their Marine crew, so loyal that Zoro and his bands of mischief friends knew that they will abandon their post just to ensure their Rear Admiral is safe, and they will count on them when that time comes, or if they are busy to fight their enemies to protect or watch the Rear Admiral's back. Those Marines are you, Peter, Hannah, Mina, and Gray. You, the very first member to join Luffy's Marine crew, a 23-years-old male with black hair and eyes, slightly muscled body with a height of 5 feet 6 inches, slightly tanned skin, currently ranked as lieutenant commander of their base. No one knew why he started to serve under Luffy, considering she was very young when she held the title captain and he was already a major by then. No one but the lieutenant commander and the Rear Admiral herself. Peter, a 22-years-old male with an army-cut brown hair and black eyes, with a body like Jin, and light brown skin, was the next one after you. He joined the Marine right after finding out Luffy became a captain, or he joined before her promotion, and was then recruited by the said captain after 2 months in her position. It was rumored that he was a SLV that was rescued from a SLV traitor ship that, unfortunately, caused a scene on the cruise ship that Luffy was on. The rumor said that Luffy was a lieutenant at that time, and was on the cruise ship because she was permitted to have fun. The SLV traitors tried to go on board, causing a panic among the civilians. Long story short, Luffy had beaten the SLV traitors, called the Marines, saved the people that were caged in the ship, praised by the people that were present during that time, reported to the headquarters, and was then given a position of commander shortly after. Though some say the rumors are false, or there are no SLV brand found on Peter's body during communal baths when he was a recruit, so no one trusts this rumor. After Luffy had recruited you, she had met Peter a month after, and everyone swore there was a stare-down happening between them when they saw each other. She smiled at him before moving on her way. The next thing anyone knew is that Peter is serving under Captain Monkey D. Luffy, so some of those rumors might be true. Then there's Hannah and Mina, fraternal twin sisters, aged 19 years old. Hannah is the oldest twin, with a height of 5 feet 5 inches, slim body, has light brown skin, black shoulder-length hair with highlights at the tips. Mina is the youngest twin, 3 inches short from Hannah, brown skin, brown shoulder-length hair that is sometimes tied when on a battle. Unlike the first two mentioned Marines, Hannah and Mina were directly recruited and taken under by Luffy when she first met them. The two were one of the survivors of an island in the Grand Line that was attacked by pirates who met their end under the fists of the female captain. While the rest of the inhabitants of the island rebuilt their life after the attack, the twins had begged the young captain to take them in. Luffy didn't want to take them at first and thus had left the island with you and Peter, sailing with only their standard marine ship and leaving the other Marines to handle the aftermath and report to the fleet admiral. During their travel to head back to the Marineford, you and Peter had found out that the twins hide in their ship, becoming a stowaway. One thing leads to another, and they were training under Luffy for a week before officially joining Luffy's crew, who was given a promotion of Commodore after saving their island. Last, but not least, Gray, a 21-years-old male, with dark blue hair and dark blue eyes, pale skin, and slightly muscled body. He came from North Blue and had joined the Marines for personal reasons. No one knew about Gray, he talks to no one, didn't try to make friends with his fellow Marines, he was also an a-hole and rude. When he meets Luffy, he insulted and demanded her to leave, for this was no playground for spoiled princess like her. He didn't know that she was a Commodore by then, for she just returned from another vacation and was wearing civilian clothing. Unfortunately for Gray, plenty of Marines had heard him and had seen what happened, and while the Commodore was indifferent, for she merely tilts her head and walks around him, the Marines were fearing for their lives and avoid Gray like a plague. The following days after that, Gray was subjected to pranks, chores, and torture training by Luffy's crew and Garp. The Marines who had seen what happened to Gray wince in pity and knew that they couldn't survive if they were in his place, while Luffy decided to talk to the man after 3 weeks of surviving the pain given to him. After a long night talk, and 3 days of continued torture, Gray is suddenly serving Commodore Monkey D. Luffy. No one knew if it was blackmail or a deal, but Gray was very loyal to Luffy, so no one questioned it. Garp, however, was derived from seeing his granddaughter and Luffy's marine crew were under toilet duty for a month, excluding Gray, who was tasked to follow the Commodore as the crew serves their punishment. And 3 months after meeting Gray, they all earned the epithet of Vendetta Marina. Oh? It seems that there are a few who stayed behind. Robin commented, smiling at them teasingly, which made them sheepishly rub the back of their neck before they look at the person they look up to, while said person tilts her head to the side. Zoro then realizes that it was Gray who had to inform him earlier of their possible departure time from the harbor. "What is it, you?" Luffy asked, knowing that you, being the first member that she recruited, acted as a leader for them and the one to always ask questions. Answers or follow-up questions, however, came from either of them. "Do you have to step on the island alone? Will you be okay?" Hannah asked instead, making the former criminals and Rear Admiral look at her, who was confused about why they were asking that. Seeing that, Hannah added, "We're worried about you." "Worried?" Luffy clarified, receiving a nod from the 5 Marines. "Why? While we are dumb enough to not notice that you weren't doing any paperwork or mission after we leave the Mariewa, we always notice that whenever we saw you, you're pale, shivering and sometimes weak enough to fell asleep either collapsing on the floor or leaning against something when in our presence or theirs." Mina reasoned out, nodding at the direction of Zoro and the others. Inwardly, Jin, Robin, and Zoro smiled in relief and delight. Glad that at least they noticed something's wrong with Luffy, who merely watched them blankly before her expression turned soft in gratitude. "Thanks," she merely stated before turning around and looked back at the sea. This made the 5 Marines nearly protest as she didn't answer their question, but their attention went to Jin, who was waving at them and pointed to the direction to a door that leads inside the ship and into the galley. They looked at one another, before looking at the back of their Rear Admiral, who had Zoro standing beside her, and then followed after Jin with Robin a tow. Zoro, who had to watch them leave from the corner of his eyes, smirked, before looking at his captain, whose eyes are glazed as she looks at the ocean. The green-haired swordsman looks at her for a while longer before turning around, sliding down, and leaned at the railing. Luffy glanced at Zoro from the corner of her eyes when she notices him moving and watched as he let his swords lean on his shoulder, his arms around them, sitting crossed-legged, closed his eyes, and slowly watch as his breath even out. She smiled before focusing back on the sea once more, wishing to spread her wings, wishing for her freedom, wishing to fulfill her promise, wishing to be the Pirate King. At the galley of G6 ship. "You need to relax, Lieutenant Commander-san," Robin stated, using her devil fruit in assisting with Jin on serving the Vendetta Marina some tea and biscuits to calm themselves. Jin nodded in agreement, while the 5 Marines sighed before grabbing the teacups that were put in front of them. She and the 5 Marines have seated down on the only table in their galley, choosing the ones that are near the kitchen. Their galley isn't that big, they only need 2 long tables inside to have all of their Marine crew, that are on board their ship, seated, and have their mealtime together. And even then, they still have extra space to add another set or 2 of chairs and tables for their whole Marine crew base to fit inside. "How can you be calm, Robin?" You asked, making Robin, who was about to grab a piece of cookies from the plate in front of her, and Jin, who has finished placing plates of snacks at the middle spot in front of them and was about to sit down beside Robin, paused. Robin immediately glanced at the Vendetta Marina. What she saw in their faces made her postpone her plan to start eating. Jin, after a moment of pause, sat down, bracing himself to at least calm their fellow Marines. Everyone in G6 had always hated being called by their ranks, especially the Rear Admiral, as she said that she wants to treat everyone equally. Calling a person by rank would put a difference between them. And thus, they always call each other by their name, or give them names like a certain swordsman and chef would call one another, and when they do call each other by rank it always happens in front of the other people who aren't part of their crew. Sometimes, even when no one that isn't a member of their crew is present, they slipped up with the rank calling and would immediately be reminded by that person to call them by their name, especially Luffy and you. Zoro would, however, ignore whoever call him captain if they in their base. For you to not reprimand Robin means this bothered them deeper than they like. "We are not calm actually," Jin admitted, looking at the table where he laid his fingers down, intertwined with one another. His admission made the Vendetta's group look up, with a shock expression. "You're not?" Peter asked, making Robin and Jin shake their head. "All of us, your operation team leader, are worried about the Luffy as well," Robin answered. "Whenever we went to Mariewa, we always worry about Luffy. Luffy, the one who recruited us, who are criminals, into her crew, all alone in a place where the ones that are controlling the Marines behind the scene are crawling at. We don't even know what is happening there or what they are doing to her, especially the grandson of the elder." Jin furrowed his eyebrows while the other Marines had angry scowls in their faces. No one bothered hiding their hate for the world government, for it was a well-known fact within the Marines that the G6 Marines hated them, but Sengoku didn't bother to have them change their ways as long as they don't show their hate in front of the nobles, especially to the Tenryuubito. The G6 Marines are good at accomplishing on the orders that were given to them. It'll be a huge loss on their part should they disband them, and as long as they stay away from the legal auctions in Sabaody then everything is fine. Unknown to the Fleet Admiral, there are few changes in Sabaody that anyone with the rank of commander and higher, this is excluding Luffy, didn't know about, and as long as the Marines with a lower ranking than those watching what they are saying, then the G6 Marines are safe. For all we know, they could be silently torturing her and touching her against. Okay, we don't need your dark humor right now, Robin. Jin interrupted, rubbing the bridge of his nose, while Robin giggled when she saw the pale expression of the Marines in front of her. But we're not denying that possibility. He immediately added after seeing them relaxed slightly. Oi! The 5 Marines yelled, making them both chuckled. The best thing to help Luffy is to be there when she left the Mariewa and assist her in every way we can, and follow the orders she gives us. Jin said after calming down. Robin nodded at what he said. You was thinking hard before looking at Gray, who was the vice of the group. Gray meets his eyes and they give each other a nod before looking at their operation team leader and smiled. Fine, we will be there for Luffy. They stated, knowing that the remaining Marines in their group would agree. Great, be sure to tell the others, Robin ordered, which made them nod. With that, they then began to eat the snacks that are present in front of them. The next day, Red Port in Red Line. Luffy sighed as she saw the Red Port, to which she needs to ride a gondolas where it will lead her to Mariewa. Do they need to build the capital further beyond the sea level? Zoro asked. Luffy merely smiled, not even bothering to answer his question. When they arrived at the port, Luffy lost her smile when she notices that guards are waiting for them to dock. A day here, right? Zoro asked as their marine crew stands behind him and Luffy, saluting. A day, or unless I said otherwise. She mumbled, before jumping down and landing in front of the guards, who saluted. Rear Admiral. They all said. Luffy merely glanced at them before they started to sweat and lower their hands. Your crew may pass through the red line when they leave the harbor. Oh? She hums as they always travel through Fishman Island just to get to the New World, due to, yes, ma'am. Though the Elder's grandson requested for you to use the ship that he had provided for you on the side of the red line. That? I'll talk with the Elder's grandson on the matter of his request. While I like to accept his request, it's a hassle to transfer our supplies and things from one ship to another. She answered, before walking forward with the guards saluting as they make a path for her. Her Marines watched her go, while she felt Robin's ear that is hiding underneath her marine cape disappear. When Luffy passed the last guard in line, they lowered their hand, closed the path they created and followed after her. It didn't take them to arrive at the area where the gondolas are at. They immediately head to the gondola with a number 2 displayed under the word World Government and went inside. A moment later, the gondola began to head up as Luffy headed towards the area where she can see the sea through the window. Once she arrived at her desired spot with the guards a few feet behind her, she put her hand in the pocket of her cape and then pulled out a 4 cm black velvet choker, a gold-threaded symbol of the Tenryuubito and lining stitched to it, a short lobster clasp chain on one end and a short chain on the other. Using one hand, Luffy swept her hair over her left shoulder, then grabs both ends of the choker, before putting it around her neck and locking it with practice eased. She then swept her hair back to their original position, shaking her hair softly as if to arrange her hair without combing it, and sighed quietly. Luffy glanced at her back from the corner of her eyes when she heard someone or some people gulp loudly, or loud enough to be heard by her sensitive ears, before looking down to the glass floor that she was standing at and watched as the port grow smaller through it. Men gulping around her sometimes confuses her, for she thought she sometimes knew what they were thinking, but most of the time she thought wrong, so she didn't let this bother her. Meanwhile, the guards behind her look at Luffy's back with greed and lust in their eyes. Every movement she created was very SNSL in their eyes, making them hot and bothered all the time. Although they could not have her, they are lucky enough to be in her presence and watched her movements, unlike their fellow guards who are envious with them for not being graced by the famous Angel of Mariewa. It was a very much well-known knowledge that the Rear Admiral was favored by the elders, Kong, Marines, nobles, and even by the Tenryuubito, for not only was she the granddaughter of the Garp the Fist, hero of the Marines, but also because she's beautiful and graceful, quite different from the clumsy and rowdy 13, turning 14, years old female teen that joined the Marines years ago, and they have Admiral Kazan, and occasionally Vice Admiral Tsuru, for the change, and the results made her earn the epithet Angel amongst the people living in Mariewa. If there was a vote on who is the most beautiful woman in the whole Grand Line, Luffy would come out as first and Boa Hancock as second, and that is because the latter's attitude is unsavory, while the former's attitude is what they always fancy for. Her voluptuous body, her innocent side, and aura only add to their desire. Other than her beauty and gracefulness, the Marines appreciate how the Rear Admiral and her crew did their orders and how they made a few islands trust them again, which is sort of untrue as they only trust the G6 Marines and only the G6, the elders, Kong, and the Tenryubito appreciate how the Rear Admiral lessens their troubles by taking care the runaway or disobeying slaves by herself. This is done either by killing, saving, the slaves or by dragging them to the G6 ships and teaching them manners, by leading them to the G6 ship and taking care of them and lead them back to their base, which eventually leads to killing them, making them stay. A few Tenryubito and nobles were annoyed by this, as this lessened their slaves, especially the women and children, and this also lessened their fun. They, however, also appreciate it, as this means there are fewer bodies to dispose of, especially when Luffy took the slaves that are already on the verge of death. It helps that she follows their order, no matter how reluctant she and her crew are, down to the T. It was also known that among the listed group of people that favored Luffy, the third elder, and his family came out on top, especially the third elder's Tenryubito grandson. He favored Luffy so much that he gave her the G6 base without any surveillance in the New World, even though she is merely a Rear Admiral and no one has the eternal log pose for the except for him, the Rear Admiral herself and her crew, the elders, and then lastly, the Fleet Admiral. He also allowed her to have a crew of her choice without needing the approval of the Fleet Admiral, free access through the Red Line and a ship that she can use when they pass through the Red Line, slaves, guards for her beck and call, supplies of first-class food and skis that ready to be loaded in her ship when docking on the Red Port, limitless supplies of SNSL dresses and shoes, accessories, and anything the Rear Admiral wants. There's even a rumor that the grandson would willingly order a buster call or buy an island should the Rear Admiral wished for it, which is, if true, not happening ever, and that he is willing to cover his clean hand with a commoner's blood should someone ever spoke derogatorily about her. And for the Tenryubitos, this is an action that the elder's grandson wants to marry the Rear Admiral and own her for himself, and considering that he always requests, demands, a visit from her occasionally that is always granted, strengthen this rumor, and the inhabitants of Mariehua finds this very much acceptable. It didn't matter to them if the Rear Admiral will be married to the Tenryubito either by force or willingly, for the beauty of the Rear Admiral should only belong to the world government, to the Tenryubito and only to them. And this rumored marriages is something that the Marines, especially the Rear Admiral and her crew, didn't know of, for this kind of thing was only between them. A few minutes later, Luffy then turned around and headed towards the exit of the gondola, the guards making a path as she went through them. When they stopped and the door opened, Luffy was already there waiting and immediately head out. She then continues to walk down the main street which leads to the domain of the gods. The Tenryubito, both men and women, old and young, watched her walk, admiring her beauty, while a few slaves glance at her from the corner of their eyes, before looking down at the ground. None of the audience notice her glazed expression or her sudden scrutiny that will appear once in a while. Though after walking for a few minutes, she paused and then looked at the slaves that were standing submissively on her right, with a slight tilt of her head. The Tenryubito, who owned the slaves, shivers, and steps forwards wanting to be graced with a chance to speak to the beauty that will belong to them within a year or so. Other Tenryubito steps forwards as well, sometimes pulling the chains of their slaves. They, of course, ignored her dull eyes, as they are still pretty for them. "Is there something that interested you, Rear Admiral?" he asked. Luffy glanced at him with an emotionless smirk. "Having a hard time with these slaves, I supposed." She said the slaves in question were 4 beat-up women, with more bruises on their skin, showing signs of resisting their master. The Tenryubito nodded, not bothering to deny that he was merely abusing them for fun and that they weren't even resisting him. The slaves in question were looking at Luffy, not knowing whether she'll save them or give them a worse experience. "I can take them off your hand, and train them myself," she then offered, making the women tremble in fear, while the other slaves look at them with pity in their eyes. The Tenryubitos, who she is speaking with and had heard her declaration, sighed lustfully and wants nothing more to touch the angel that graced them. Of course," he mumbled, taking a few steps towards Luffy, who merely smirks at him, was internally glaring at all of their actions, and though she is slightly confused on it, she, however, knew that it was due to her. "You can take as many slaves as you can. I can always get something in the auctions." It was then that she began to receive many requests, orders, to take their slaves from the Tenryubitos just to have her talk to them. Luffy slightly narrowed her eyes at how they casually throw the lives of the people, but she didn't say anything and merely focused on the Tenryubito in front of her. "Then, I'll be taking them off your hands." She then gestured for the chains, reaching out her hand. The Tenryubito shivered in delight, and reached out his hand that was holding the chains of the slaves, to touch her. But before he could do so, his hand was grabbed by one of the guards that were with the Rear Admiral. "I apologize," he stated, bowing his head slightly. But please remember that the third elder had released a declaration that no other Tenryuubito shall touch the Rear Admiral other than his family since her last visit. The Tenryuubitos then gasps in shock as if they just remembered this, and the one Luffy was talking with merely sighed in disappointment for not being able to touch her. He still gave the chains to the guard, who pulled the women towards them and looked at the Rear Admiral. Unsurprisingly, the Tenryuubito is happy enough that he was able to talk and stand only a few feet away from her. Luffy, who didn't know about this declaration, merely smiled with a mental reminder to ask him about this, before looking at the guard, who was holding the chains of the now silently crying women. "Please give them and this to my crew," she said, pulling out a red card from the back pocket of her skirt, to which the guard accepted, holding the corner of the corner and pulling it away from the marine. "And don't damage them any further, I want to have that pleasure," she purred as she looks at her acquired slaves, making the people, who desired her, blush heavily. Luffy then turned and left, letting the guard standing there for a few seconds longer before snapping out of it and immediately head back to the gondola, trying his best to avoid damaging the goodies any longer. As Luffy continued to walk away from the Tenryuubitos, who was watching them leave, her eyes were then glazed, and it remained so until she snapped out of it and immediately looked at the mansion standing on her left upon hearing the words that were whispered to her ever since she left the Marineford grew louder. "There. Saved him." The guards look at one another wondering why she paused only to look at the mansion. Before their attention went back to front upon seeing another group of guards heading towards, with a Tenryuubito leading them. Upon recognizing who the Tenryuubito is, they immediately bowed, and Luffy removes her eyes from the mansion and then look at the man that had joined them. "Luffy, my angel," the Tenryuubito called out sweetly, making Luffy smile again without emotion, while internally cringing and glaring at the man in front of him. "I heard that you have already stepped foot here and decided to meet you midway." "I apologize," Luffy bowed her head, glaring at the ground once her face was covered. "For making you meet me here, but I was interested in a few slaves I passed by and I decided to train them to be a better SLV for your people," she finished, removing the glare on her face when her face was tilted up by the Tenryuubito. "Don't apologize," he murmured, rubbing her lips with his thumb, shuddering in delight when he did so. "I did tell you that you can acquire any slaves that you want. You don't need to return them to their master, they're yours now," he finished, before forcing himself to remove his hand from Luffy's face so that she could speak. "Well then, thank you." She bowed, but unlike her first bow, she immediately lifts her head. Saint Rokudo. Saint Rokudo is the grandson of the third elder, the very person who favored Luffy out of all his family. Rokudo's appearance is different from the other Tenryuubito, having green eyes and shoulder-length blonde hair. He wears a long-sleeved white shirt with a long dark green robe and a green cloak with an emerald-like as a lock. Thick gold ribbons found the collar of his shirt, instead of the usual full-body robes, and the oxygen tank connected bubble around their heads. He also wears leather knee-high boots to finish his appearance. Luffy doesn't know how he caught his attention or how she made him favor her, but while it was useful at most times, she wants to use it as less as possible, hoping to lessen whatever it is he's always thinking. "Something on your mind?" he asked, looking at the mansion that she was looking at earlier. Luffy followed his gaze, before looking back at him. "Wondering why there's no one inside, as you always make sure that everyone living in Mariehua is always present whenever I'm here," she bluntly said, making him laugh and steps towards her. Reaching one hand out, Rokudo grabs a lock of hair from her shoulder and began to sniff it. Luffy left him be as she crossed her arms around her midsection, hiding her clenched fist so clenched tightly that her nails almost broke her skin. The saint then sighed in happiness, taking a step back, letting the hair slide down from his hand, to which he brought near his nose and gestured the house using the other hand. "Saint Jason is away on a vacation. He sailed away 4 or 5 days ago. Unfortunately, the information of you visiting wasn't spread out until the day before yesterday. He brought all of his servants and slaves, left his collections behind, and won't be coming back for another month." He liked his fingers, looking at Luffy from the corner of his eyes. "No slaves left? Didn't he have rare collections as well? Who would take care of it?" she asked. He answered with a hum, before moving to her left side and put an arm around her, bring her body closer to his. "None," he confirmed, slightly breathless. "And yes, he did have them, but he gave orders to the guards to care of it. Such rare collections aren't allowed to fade away." Receiving the answers and not wanting his touch any longer, Luffy moved away from him and continues to walk ahead, shocking the Tenryuubito and the guards at her cold attitude, watching her back as she walks away. "Too bad, I would like to have some of his slaves," she admitted. The Tenryuubito then laughs and followed after her. "I like it when you're so feisty, my dear Rear Admiral," he stated. Luffy remained silent, still hearing the whispered words and vowing the whisperer that she will She will save that person, just as she saved those women. Oh, and I reject your request of using the ship. You've provided for me and my crew that you've placed on the other side of the red line. She then commented, making the man laugh again, highly amused. Rejecting it again? He questioned, though receiving no answer from her. And that is fine, she can reject his request for how long as she like, because within next year, the Rear Admiral will be his and no one else can ever. No one, not the Marines, the other Tenryuubitos who coveted her crew and especially, not the pirates, no one. TBC. Chapter 3. Moby D. Hey! A voice called out, kicking softly the body that was laying down at the side chair of Whitebeard, who watched them with slight amusement. Wake up. You've been sleeping for 3 hours. The voice finished. Leave me alone. The body ummed out before turning around and showed his tattooed back to the person disturbing his sleep. Sulking around won't let the ship head faster to the next island, Ace. At that, Portgasdeet Ace, one of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, looks up from the floor and glared at his assailant. Shut it, Sabo. He growled, earning an eye roll from Outlook Sabo, the sworn brother of Ace, and also a commander of the 2nd Division. And I'm not sulking. He added, finally sitting up. His statement earned a deadpan expression from his blonde brother and a laugh from Whitebeard. You are, son. Whitebeard grinned, making Ace to pout slightly. Oyaji. He whined, earning another laugh from his father and a snicker from Sabo. Come on, flame brain. Time for lunch. Sabo stated, however, the raven-haired commander didn't move away from his position. Ace. Whitebeard started, making his sons look at him. Marco is fine. He is still alive. Said pirate didn't look exactly convinced and neither was his brother, but the blonde-haired pirate hides it better than the raven-haired pirate. How do you know that, Oyaji? Ace asked. We don't have Marco's Viver card, which I will require for all of you to get one and give a piece to me. Whitebeard cut in, grumbling, regretting the fact that he nor his other sons didn't have Marco's Viver card. In fact, only Whitebeard has a Viver card amongst them and the pieces of the paper were already given to all of his children and allies. Sabo and Ace looked at one another before reaching in their pockets and, reluctantly, gave him a torn piece of their Viver card. This, of course, made Whitebeard blink in astonishment before scowling. You brats have one? He asked, making the brothers shrug, no excuse given to the captain on why they showed it to him. Because in truth, the two of them already have their Viver card, they had it during the times they were still co-captains of the Spade Pirates. Both sworn brothers had each other's piece and they have at least a sized of their paper left to which they plan to give to their light. And it wasn't like they didn't want to give their captain a piece, it's just that they plan to get a different one on an island that can create it. And that one will be torn and given to their captain and crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, but ever since their captain found out about not everyone has their own paper of life, he's been sulking. No, I'm not. You are, Oyaji. And will always grumble every time it's been mentioned. Last night, the sworn brother had come into an agreement to tear a piece from that sized paper and give it to their captain to calm him down or at least stop him from grumbling more. They won't be taking any more piece from it though, Oyaji's piece will be the last one to be torn off. But it's for Light. I want her to get a big one. Ace, we still have a bigger piece left. Light can have it, but we are giving a piece to Oyaji. How about we give Light the new one? I thought we agreed that a huge part of our first Viver card will be given to Light. To represent that they will always come first no matter what. We did. So, we will tear a piece of this paper that's big enough for Oyaji, and the rest will be for Light. Fine. Grumbles. Are you giving your other brother and sisters a piece too? We plan to, Oyaji. Just need to get a new one. Sabo stated. Well, at least I have a piece from you too. Gururarara. The captain laughs, not bothering to ask why they need to get a new one. The two commanders merely give him a wave for his comment, pouting slightly. We also don't know which island is holding him, Ace continued his ranting, making his sworn brother to sigh, exasperated, while Whitebeard let him be as he puts the pieces of Viver card in his pocket. We've been looking for him for 5 months, 5. By then, Sabo had noticed Thatch waving and walking towards them. The months that had passed had been a blessing and a curse to them. The blessing is that Thatch was able to fully heal from the poison that Teach had put in his knife, while their allies and Shanks were informed and fully aware of the traitorous action the traitor had committed. They were asked to protect their islands, informing the villagers to alert them if the BSTRD decided to step foot on their place. And should they ever encounter the traitor, they are to run or avoid him, but if they were attacked then they need to fight back. Whitebeard would have preferred his crew or allies to never fight to Teach as he's uncomfortable with the information they have about the devil fruit he's so obsessed about. Though it's not only him, everyone is uncomfortable with what they learn about the Yami Yami no Mi. According to the book the BSTRD had left, the fruit allows the user to create, control, and transform into darkness at will. It also controls gravity, absorbs things or people, even a devil fruit user's devil fruit ability, and the most frightening is that it can nullify a devil fruit's ability with a single touch of its user, and as long that contact remains then the fruit is nullified. With that information, Whitebeard and his allies at least had a plan on how to counter his attacks or defeat him enough to escape or truly kill him. Training for hand-to-hand combat 3 or 4 times a week was implemented, especially for those devil fruit users who rely on their devil ability too much. Ace coughs. Seastone bracelet is used and required during the training, which is an additional benefit for resistance, maybe. The curse is that they never managed to find their missing commander or even got a lead on his whereabouts. The islands and marine bases they land on are useless as they have no information about Marco, nor did the Marines hold him hostage. Because if they do have Marco then they should gloat it all over the world and would most likely declare war against them. They also don't know his condition, which made them worry even more. If only the BSTRD's crew didn't fire gunshots at them, specifically at Namor, who had tried to jump overboard to at least save his brother, then they would have Marco by their side. And then the fact that they had no information or movement from Teach worries them more. This could mean he had Marco or is planning to attack or ambush them any day. To lessen their troubles, Whitebeard orders his crew and allies to ignore the traitor for now and let him worry about the BSTRD. Instead, they should focus on searching for their 1st Division commander but remain alert and prepared. Then. No, Ace, that is not a permission to leave the ship to search for Marco, or going after Blackbeard, alone. Pouts, but, Oyaji. No. A pipe, covered with armament hockey, in the head. Ow. Sabo. Glares and growls. No, ACE. Sighs, fine. Axie. I said fine. However, it seems that Ace still had plenty of troubles as he suddenly shouted for the whole crew, or those who are present at the deck at least, to hear and gain their attention, especially Sabo, who immediately whipped his head to look at him. It's also surprising the blonde didn't twist or crack his neck with how fast he did it. There's also the fact that there is no information about the crybaby. Months have passed and there should be news of island collapsing, defeats of strong or well-known pirates, or exaggerated events that only that crybaby can create. Not knowing is killing me. He then rubs his hair in frustration as he growled the last statement, before flopping down to the floor, out of breath, and seemingly done with everything. Crybaby? Thatch asked, looking at Ace, as did everyone in the crew. Who's that? What are you talking about, Ace? Sabo cut in. At that, Ace blinked, before sitting up and looks at Sabo, giving him, "Are you shitting me right now?" expression. To which the blonde replied with a raised eyebrow and a, "No, I'm not, look." What the F dash, Sabo? He screamed, standing up, and went head-to-head with his blonde brother. Have you forgotten that the crybaby turned 17, 7 months ago? That means the crybaby should be sailing right now, but there is no news or sign of havoc that only that crybaby can create. Sabo's, "oh, sheet," expression made Ace snarl and grits his teeth, before punching Sabo in the face. Are you kidding me? You're the nicer brother and you've forgotten that one important detail? The Raven screamed, while the rest of their crew only took a couple of steps back and let them fight with one another, as this would give them an easier knowledge of what they are talking about. Their captain merely raises an eyebrow, took a sip from his tankard and snickers with amusement. Well, sorry for being a responsible division commander. Sabo screamed back, punching Ace back in the face using the armament hockey. UBSTRD. I'm also a responsible division commander, but I haven't neglected my duties as the older brother amongst us, nor have I forgotten about the crybaby. A kick aimed to the side. And by this point, the crew members, who were inside the ship and heard Ace screaming, had decided to head to the deck. It wasn't long before all of the crew members is present on the location of the bickering brothers, and their attention towards them. All of the commanders, excluding Marco for obvious reasons, are even present and were standing beside Whitebeard's chair, or sitting in the small amphitheater in their deck, watching with amused and or confused smiles looks. How could you have forgotten about that? I have a lot of things in my mind. Besides, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Said kick was blocked before a kick was thrown back as well, which was then answered with a punch, and before they know it the sworn brother were having a fistfight with one another. I thought that was what you're thinking about. Whenever you had a blank expression, you always look towards the east. And that makes it looks like I'm thinking about the crybaby? Yes. Because I did the same, damn it. A punch in the face where he was hit earlier and Sabo is down to the floor, making Ace to immediately straddle his body. Lifting the blonde-haired pirate with the collar of his clothes, Ace screamed in his face. I thought the crybaby is the most important person to both of us. More important than Oyaji. That she's our light, sometimes even literally. And here you are, not even worried about H. Shut up. Sabo screamed back, not even fighting against Ace's hold on his clothes. The latter paused and waited for him to gather his thoughts. I'm worried, okay? I always have ever since we left the island. Because you're right. The crybaby is the most important to us. And then we left, we have no idea what kind of reaction the geezer had. He probably unleashed it on her. All the crew watched as Sabo trembled and Ace letting him go but not even standing up from his position, though they were shocked at the confession that there's a person who is more important than their Oyaji, and from the looks of it, that crybaby is a girl. And I'm sorry if I seem to have forgotten about that, Ace, but I'm always worried, and now, the worry is 10 times worse as I seem to have forgotten about it. As if I've forgotten. Tears slowly began to slide from his eyes, which shocked their audience even more as the two brothers never cried, ever. I'm sorry, Ace. I failed again. Ace sighed, before standing up and offering his hand to Sabo, which was accepted and helped him stand. You idiot. He scolded softly, before hugging his younger brother to calm him down. The young Ace before would have never done this, but years spent with their light had made him soft and care for his siblings more, especially towards her. This also made him an expert in calming his sworn siblings down, though when it comes to other people, he SCKS. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't think or act like that. The crew smiled softly and suddenly felt that they were intruding something seeing this scene. But the moment didn't last long as the brothers separated and looks at one another. So, 7 months and there is no news about the crybaby? Sabo confirmed, making Ace to shake his head in agreement. They look at each other with a worried expression. What could that possibly mean? Sabo mumbled. I'm also thinking that Geezer may have a hand on this, seeing as she's not the most discreet person there is. Ace added. Sabo sighed and ruffled his hair. Do we have any way to contact Makino or Dandan? Sabo asked, making his older brother look at him with "you've forgotten about that too" expression. We agreed to never contact them, remember? To avoid our enemies from knowing about them and or attack Fuchsia. Right, Sheet. Makino and Dandan will kill us if they saw us again. Focus, Sabo. Ace stated, making Sabo nod. Right, the crybaby. Sabo looks at Ace. Ace. I'm worried. You and me, both. He snorted, before hearing someone clearing their throat. Looking at the direction the noise is coming from, both brothers blush slightly upon seeing the attention their crew is giving them, that, and the teasing grin and amused smiles are not helping. So, Thatch started, putting his hands on his side waist. This topic would be a perfect chance to know more about their siblings, who never really talk much about themselves, and to lessen their stress about Marco's disappearance. This crybaby you've mentioned, the one who is more important than Pops. He added slowly with a sly grin, making his little brothers redder than before, and his other sibling to snicker while their Pops laughs. The one you mention is your light and a girl, who are they? He finally asked. Ace rubs the back of his neck sheepishly, while Sabo scratches his cheek. They look at one another before shrugging and decided to confess on who that person is. Yeah, that crybaby as well. At this Ace gave a soft smile as he looks at the floor, while Sabo grinned happily. The Whitebeards blink at the sight. Aizo immediately took out his Kamiko Denden Mushi and snap a picture of their expression, multiple times. While their captain straightens from his seat, interest peak as he saw his beloved son's expression. That crybaby. Sabo snicker as if he remembered a wonderful memory. Is our beloved baby sister. They both announced at once, shocking the crew, who froze and looks at them. Their eyes slowly bulging out as their mouth lowers down to the floor. Whitebeard merely blinks multiple times, before laughing hard, which snapped the crew from their shock and shrieked. Baby sister? You had a sister? Haruta screamed, reaching toward Sabo, who was the only 2nd Division commander that bothered to wear proper clothes, grabs his collars, and began to shook him back and forth. You had a sister and you didn't tell us? How dare you hide that, you little brats? Aizo and Haruta shouted together, while the other commanders and crew tried to process this new information. A sister. A combination of Ace and Sabo? Oh, Oda. Whitebeard merely laughed seeing his son's pale complexion once they registered that their reckless, younger brothers had a person who could be a combined version of them. Whitebeard can't also help but wonder about this new, unmentioned, unknown and unofficial daughter. Is she the same with her brothers? Will she join his crew or will she stay with her crew? Will she join forces with the nurses to stop him from drinking or will she join his son's encouragement to continue doing so? What does she look like? He knew that the unknown sister, or as Sabo and Ace call her, crybaby, is in no way blood related to them considering their lineage. And for that sister to be placed above him, he can't wait to meet and know her. Why would you care if we hide the information about having a little sister? Ace asked loudly, looking at Haruta, who keeps on shaking Sabo back and forth, before wincing when Izo steps forward towards him. Because we want to know if we'll be having an unofficial, additional family member, you brats. And you just hide to US that you have a sister? A little sister. A future youngest sister. Ace. Sabo. One that we can spoil with. And you're hiding her from US? Why are you shouting at US? Sabo yelled, while Ace yelped as his ear was pulled by Izo, who had his fingers covered in armament hockey. First of all, only Ace and I can spoil Luffy, she's ours. So, back off. Second, we didn't hide it. You just didn't ask if we have someone that we care more than Oyaji. Third, Luffy won't join the crew because of her dream. This made the two commanders pause, which the sworn brother immediately took the chance to escape and run towards their Oyaji, who was looking at them with amusement and the safest place to hide at in the whole ship. Only? Ours? Are you telling us that if we ask then we will know about her, my sons? Their captain asked. Sabo and Ace, who were both climbing and then sitting down on the armchairs, ignoring the whispered question Izo, and Haruta breathed out, looks at each other before focusing at their captain. Of course. If you had asked if there is someone we care about, we'll mention her to you, but we won't say where she is. Not until she reaches our promised age to set sail from the island. We don't want you kidnapping her, Oyaji. Sabo stated while Ace nodded in agreement, both remembering on how they, joined the crew. Whitebeard grinned, not denying about the kidnapping part, which worries the brothers, before leaning down, while the commander steps closer, Thatch nearer than the others, and the remaining crew followed behind them. What does she look like? He asked, curious as he can't imagine what their sister's image is. Both brothers beamed at him before Sabo took out a folded paper inside his coat and give it to him. Upon unfolding it, Whitebeard realizes that it's a photo, and in the photo were two male teens and one female preteen. The strongest man in the world immediately recognizes his sons and knew exactly that the female was their sister. We took that picture 3 years ago before leaving the island, after our last picnic together, actually. Our sister's name is Monkey D. Luffy, and she will be the Pirate King. Ace boasted, making all of them smirk. Whitebeard glanced at them before looking back at the female. It seems that the three of them were standing in front of a forest, with Luffy standing in the middle, wearing short denim shorts, a colored white flutter sleeve top, with its sleeves drenched in faded yellow color, and a yellow ankle strap sandal. Her shoulder-length raven hair was down, though looking closely, Whitebeard could see the hair had silver tips. Shoulders were up, like she was shrugging, head tilt slightly to the side, her hands were holding a familiar straw hat that was placed in front of her lap. He could see how happy she was in this picture, if the bright and happy smile she had on her face isn't proof enough, then her warm, brown eyes gave away. Upon seeing that face, the captain immediately felt happy, as if the weight on his shoulder suddenly disappeared and that they would find his missing son, no matter what. It's merely a photo, but the happiness of the girl was so contagious that he felt that he will do anything for her and it'll be worth protecting the girl's life and her smile. He then looks at his sons that were standing on either of her sides, both looking at her with warmth and loving expression in their eyes and their mouth hold a small, soft, secret smile that was reserved for the girl only. Their clothes were the same ones they wore when he adopted Ace and Sabo. Sabo had his arms crossed over his chest, one of his hands was holding a pipe. Ace had his arms behind his head, where he could see a glimpse of a picnic basket hanging on it. It truly shows the love the siblings hold for one another and the happiness they had. And upon closer inspection, she resembles Ace a lot while there's a few bits of Sabo here and there. Whitebeard would agree that they're blood siblings if the two brothers hadn't told him who their parents are. Pirate King, eh? Not Queen? He asked glancing at them. Also nah. She says the Queen is still being ruled over by the King, so she'll be the King. Sabo stated, looking at him with a wide smile that was mirrored by his raven-haired brother, who said. And her definition of Pirate King is the person who has the most freedom. She hates being caged. It's one of the reasons she wants to be a pirate. She also said about not wanting to conquer anything, just that she thought that the person with the most freedom in this whole ocean is the Pirate King. That they have more freedom and adventure. Ace then grinned at Sabo, who grinned back at him. Their captain blinked in shock and looked back at the picture before laughing. Gururara. I never expect your sister to be this cute and wise. Whitebeard commented, giving it back to Sabo, who smiled at him. She had her moments. The blonde-haired pirate said, reaching for the picture, but it was immediately stolen by Thatch. Once the 4th Division commander had the picture, their ship brothers immediately gathered around him. Thatch whistled right after. If she's this cute 3 years ago, then imagine how cute, no beautiful she is now. She's a killer of men. Look at that forming voluptuous body. the chief commented, staring intently at the picture, and unknowingly, making the brother twitch with every comment he made. As the chef continues to spoke, he slowly unleashed the most frightful attributes the brothers have, the very reason that most boys on their island didn't go near Luffy, even when they left. Izo and Haruta looked up before tapping the shoulders of Vista and Namor, who were standing beside them, respectively. Once they had their attention, they pointed at the direction where their youngest brothers are, which made the two commanders look up as well. Seeing the faces of Ace and Sabo, the four of them began to back up, gaining the attention of their nakama, who looked at them, then at the direction that they were looking at, before following their action. Whitebeard slowly began to sweat as the temperature around him grew hotter. Soon enough, it was only Thatch who was standing in front of their captain and the 2nd Division commanders. "Hey Ace, Sabo?" Thatch said slowly as he also slowly looked up. "Will you let me date?" He froze upon seeing the expression of the two sworn brothers have. Their face is covered in darkness, leaving their glinting eyes in the view, while Ace's fire seems to spread and grew around him and his blonde brother. Everyone present on the deck gave Thatch a pitying gaze, who finished his question. Like hell we'll let you." The two 2nd Division commanders shouted, screamed, as they leaped from their place and towards to Thatch with their arms raised, who squealed in fear, then lets go of the photo, letting it fall, and runs away. Ace chased after him, while Sabo stopped and softly picks up the photo, folded it, and put it back inside his coat before following after his brothers. "Get back here. Come on Thatch. We won't beat you. I'll be the one to beat you. Ace will just burn your hair." "Not my hair. And that's still beating me up, Sabo. Ace is not included in beating you up. I'm just after your hair, Thatch." "And that's better how?" "Thatch. No." "So," Jozu started, as he watches the brothers runs after their chef. "Those two had a sister complex, a huge one." He finished and they all nodded. "What have Thatch just unleashed to us?" Izo asked them as he wipes the fake tear that falls from his eyes. "What have we unleashed to ourselves?" Namor counters back, making them blanch in the realization that they indeed, though unknowingly, unleashed it. Whitebeard merely laughs. Curiosity really does kill a cat, or in their case, a pirate. "Wait. Ace, Sabo, wait. Wait." Splash. Mariehua. Luffy, who was about to take a sip from the tea that was placed in front of her, paused before putting it down, looks to the side, covers her mouth and nose with her handkerchief she's holding, and then sneezes. Saint Rokudo, who was admiring her, frowned, before smiling brightly again as she went to look back at the tea, putting her handkerchief on the table. "I seem to be allergic to this kind of brewed tea," she stated, peering at the saint through her hair. Rokudo frowned again, before looking at the tea and smelled it. "What is this?" he shouted as he throws the teacup to the floor, breaking them. "This is not Angel's favored tea," he roared, making the servants tremble in fear as they immediately went to fix the mess and get a new batch of tea that the Rear Admiral likes. The Tenryuubito panted heavily, before inhaling and exhaling deeply. He then sat down and looks at Luffy, who was looking through the window, with her elbow leaning on the glass table and her face leaning on her closed fist, ignoring what just happened. "I'll have them brew a new one, my dear." He then breathed out, reaching towards Luffy, who waves a hand, that she isn't leaning on, in front of her, and coincidentally slapping his hand away. "Don't bother, I plan to roam around Mariehua until nighttime anyway," she stated, before looking at him from the corner of her eyes. "I heard something interesting earlier though," she added, straightening and leaning at the back of the chair, while Rokudo glared at the servants, before his attention went to her. "What is it?" he purred, making Luffy to internally cringed, before continuing. "I heard from one of the guards, that the third elder, your grandfather, had released something about no Tenryuubito shall touch me other than you or your family." She then crosses her arms over her stomach and then her legs were crossed over each other. "This was released after my last visit, which is 5 to 6 months ago." Rokudo, who was looking at her legs through the glass table as she spoke, looks up when she was done. "Ah, that's just a precaution, a reminder," he said, making Luffy hummed, interest. "Oh? And what is this reminder for?" she asked, raising her left hand and then used it to slowly unbutton 2 of her shirt's buttons. The noble gulp, suddenly feeling hot and bothered when he saw more of her skin. "It's nothing for you to worry about?" he answered slowly, watching the tempting movement, not willing to tell Luffy that she will be married to him soon and that the declaration of the no-touching rule was the only way for the nobles to know that the Rear Admiral is no longer available for them. As much as he wants to tell Luffy that she'll be his wife, he knew that she will try to at least delay it. Yes, delay, never escape, for she knew that she can't escape from the world government, from him. She knew that no one in the Marines can protect her from him, not even her crew, and the pirates didn't even matter for they knew nothing about her. They always made sure that any information about Luffy isn't written on the paper, her achievements, contributions, and her existence are only known by the people she saved, she worked with and those she met with. The Rear Admiral narrows her eyes, bothered by his answer, so she'll have to ask the slaves she just acquired. Maybe they know something. Should everything get worse, then she will need to ready and get the big guns. It was a miracle that the Celestial Dragons knew nothing of the reason she joined the Marines, nor do they. Both Tenryuubito and Marines knew about her connection with a certain pirate crew and the leader of the revolutionary. To which she preferred to keep it that way, thank you very much. However, the latter one is a bit doubtful considering the type of person her grandfather is and the way Akainu glares and scoff at her, so perhaps they might know about her father. She hummed, before shrugging, and then stood up. Rokudo immediately followed suit and watched as she merely draped her marine cape on her arm. I'll be heading out then, she stated, buttoning the buttons she had undone while walking towards the door. Rokudo watches her lower back as she leaves before following after her. Would you like me to give you a tour? He purred. Luffy looks at him before opening the door and head out. Suit yourself, Saint Rokudo, she stated, making the said person shiver in delight before following after her. When they step out of the mansion and into the street, Rokudo is already walking side by side with Luffy, while the guards are following behind them. Everyone, who saw them pass, tried not to look at Luffy, specifically at her lower back, where the saint hand is laid, slowly rubbing it up and down. Looking at her, it may seem that she's unbothered with the touches when inwardly, she's scowling and imagining of burning his hands. They were passing through the mansion that she stopped at earlier when she stopped again and turned to look at it. What is it, Angel? The blonde-haired Tenryuubito asked, moving his hand towards her hair and sniffed. Can I collect rare collections? She asked back. Rokudo paused, while the guards, who heard her, looked shocked. Ha 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 ha. You're finally requesting something. Sure. I'll have my men to se. No. The female Rear Admiral cut him off. I want collections that are already possessed or bought. She then turned and looked at him with a sly look, gesturing to the mansion they're standing in front of. And St. Jason already has those. Why bother sending your people away when the things I might want is already here? Oh? He breathed out, before looking back at the mansion with jealousy in his eyes, then back at Luffy. Why the sudden interest? He growled, making her look at him straight in the eye. Because I want to have what he has. Maybe I should visit him the next time I came here and ask for his rare collections? She mumbled, putting a hand on her cheek with an innocent and thinking expression, fully knowing that the Tenryuubito will get jealous if she mentioned spending time with someone other than himself. And she was correct, for the saint's eyes lighted with anger before he calms down and smiles at her. Saint Jason, he snarled in his mind while gesturing for one of the guards to open the door. We can take whatever you like. I'll talk to Saint Jason when he comes back from his vacation. Luffy gave him a fake, delighted smile and waited for the door to open. When it did, the guard, who opened the door and coincidentally the one assigned to take care of the rare collection inside the mansion, leads them inside and then went to the direction on where they are located. Luffy chuckled in fake delight before following after him, while the saint stayed in position for a few moments, with his fist clenched before following after her. They continued to walk for a few minutes, though when they're on the third floor of the mansion, Luffy paused for a second before continuing. There are no slaves or servants around, she thought, using her haki to sense if there is anyone other than them inside the building. So, who do I need to There. Save him. Inside. Luffy stops completely, making the saint and the guards walking behind her to stop as well. While the guard leading them continues to walk before stopping upon realizing that the Rear Admiral is no longer following. Looking behind him, the guard saw that she was looking at the door that Saint Jason forbids him to enter, no matter what was inside. It was a door that is located on the west side of the third floor, and 6 doors away from the stairs. Rear Admiral? The one that I'm sensing with haki is inside. They are also the ones the voice wanted for me to save. She thought before looking at the guard with a chilling smile, not that they can distinguish it as such. For them, that smile was angelic. Arrogant BSTRDS. What's inside here? She asked, pointing at the door. I'm not sure, ma'am. Saint Jason said to never enter the room. He answered. Luffy hummed. Can we enter here? She asked the saint. That favored her, watching his expression from the corner of her eyes, speaking softly and sweetly. I felt like what I wanted is inside this room. Well, my instincts felt it. The men with her breathed out heavily. The saint then nodded before gesturing the guard to open, to which they did immediately. When the door opened, they saw a room filled with things that aren't needed to some people but quite rare in the eyes of many collectors. Unfortunately, the things inside are starting to gather some dust. Rokudo frowned, not seeing what is very interesting on the collections, while Luffy had already set her eyes on her price. Save him. That's the one. She thought, walking towards the other side corner of the room, near a window, making Rokudo follow after her while the guards remain at the doorway. A caged bird that doesn't deserve it. A free bird that has tasted freedom and was cut off from it. Reaching her hand out, Luffy grabs the blanket that was covering what seems like a birdcage and rips it off. Her eyes widen at what she saw before it turned into sadness, and then she understands it. He doesn't deserve this. He doesn't deserve to be caged and has his freedom stolen like mine. She bended waist down, putting her hands on her bended knees, and looks at the occupant of the cage. You deserve freedom. Don't worry, I'll save him, voice. I'll save you, Birdie-san. She finished as she made any eye contact with the bird that was inside the cage. A faded, blue-feathered bird. He's losing his will. Wait, no, he's just weak. She thought as she looks deep into the bird's eyes, into his soul, before reaching her hand out and slips through the cage, wincing when her skin slightly brushes against it and immediately realizing that it's a seastone cage. When her hand was near enough to pet the bird, it blinks, surprise, before he snaps his beak towards her hand, though slow and weak. The female marine merely moves her hand up and watches as the bird slumped down before continuing to touch its wings. Her eyes widen when she felt the feathers. Flames? No sparks of flames, but his feathers are real. A devil fruit user or just an unknown bird species? She asked herself, using her ability to check what is wrong with the bird before frowning and removing her hand outside the cage, straightening her body. But it doesn't explain the seastone cage if he's merely a species. So he may be a devil fruit user, a firebird devil fruit user, and since not all of his body is in contact with the seastone, it still gave him the ability to have flaming feathers but only mild and unnoticeable from afar. A seastone is also inside him, it seems. Such a pretty bird. She mumbled, having her arms crossed and hanging limply in her midsection, glancing at the saint that was standing beside her all this time. Do you think I can have it? I don't know, my dear. Mumbled by the saint, reaching his hand out and grabs a lock of her hair and played with it. The things here are not to be touched if Saint Jason said that no one will enter the room. Yet we did. Luffy pointed out, her eyes focused on the bird, who seems to be glaring back, though she is not sure whether it's toward her or towards the man beside her. Probably to the both of them. Ha 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 ha. We did. But I'm pretty sure, I can talk to him about us trespassing in this room. I am a much higher caliber than him. Then, it's possible to have it? Luffy asked, walking slowly around the cage, checking the bird's physical condition. Rokudo had his hands on his side and watched her walk, speaking. I'll talk to him about this. Though, I'm doubtful he'll let you have it. At that, Luffy sighed sadly. That's too bad. This thing doesn't look like it'll last that long, with no new food and water coming in, for days it seems. And Saint Jason will be gone for a month. She mumbled and looked at the blonde-haired noble, stopping at the side of the cage. I guess, I'll visit him when I'll leave Mariehua immediately and talk to him about having this bird. She patted the cage, wincing inwardly at touching something that makes her weak. Her eyes went back to the creature trapped inside it, while the Tenryuubito fumed, jealous. All because of that bird, she'll visit him. That bstrd. Did he knew about this? Rokudo then smiled, albeit forcefully, before immediately grabbing her hand roughly and drag her out the room. Saint Rokudo? Luffy asked, not bothered with the sudden violent reaction, nor was she hurt with how he held his hand. The Tenryuubito and the noble might think they're strong and untouchable, but they are really weak. And this grip was weak than the one Luffy had experienced from her grandfather and sensei. Let's leave this place. It's nearing night time. I'll talk to Saint Jason tomorrow. He sneered, as the guards scrambled and made a path for them. Once their superiors had passed, they closed the path created and followed after them. The guard assigned to the mansion even forgot to close the door in his haste to follow them. But I want to see more, Luffy faked protested. Tomorrow. The saint roared and Luffy spoke no more, mind already thinking on what to do with the caged bird and how to rescue him. Unknown to all of them, excluding Luffy, who had glanced back at the door and seen it, the bird's intelligent eyes had to follow them and their actions before closing his eyes, blocking the world. Saint Rokudo was fuming mad as he leads the way back to his mansion, lets go of the Rear Admiral's hands, who rubs it, and began to think how to gain the attention of the female marine back to him. She seems to be interested in the bird, he'll use that as an advantage, but the problem is Saint Jason, who might not let him have it. It took him a while to reach a decision, and by that time, he's already inside his room, waiting for dinner to be called. And he's pretty sure Luffy is in her room he provided for her. I'll call Saint Jason and ask him to surrender the bird to me. If he denies, then I will just take it by force. He thought, standing in front of his window. I'll just tell Luffy-chan that he didn't allow it, surely she'll be disappointed, but then before she will leave, I will present to her the bird. He grinned darkly and delightfully. That's right, I'll surprise her. Surely, she'll be delighted and might do whatever I wanted. Shivering in delight, the saint remembered Luffy's body and tried to imagine how it feels. He sighed heavily, face flushed. I can't wait for it. At Luffy's room. She hummed, thinking deeply with her body leaning at the side of the windowsill in the room provided for her hand tossing a white-yellow fireball up and letting it land in her palm before repeating the process. I might do just that, she whispered, glancing at the door where she heard some scuffling behind it. How troublesome guards. At St. Jason's rare collection room. Marco moved his head to look at the dark sky, weak and starving. It's been days since he last saw his cager and days since he has received a new set of food and water. He didn't know where they are and he doesn't care as long as they never show his face to him again. He was completely at peace even with a grumbling stomach. That peace, however, was broken when unknown people had entered the room hours ago. Flashback. For days, Marco hadn't heard anything or anyone trying to enter the room. The blanket covering his cage made everything dark. So it was a surprise when he heard the doorknob being twisted. Seconds later, the door is creaking open and then he heard 2 pairs of feet walking around. The 1st Division commander didn't bother to move his head to the direction of where he heard the footsteps, thinking that they're after something else. So it was very startling when the blanket on his cage was ripped off. At first, he thought it was the Tenryuubito wanting to be dramatic, or perhaps it's a servant or someone delivering his food. Seeing a well-endowed hip and chest was not one of them, especially when he knew no one in this place had a body like that. And when that body bent, putting their hands on their knees, Marco saw a white marine cape drape on their arm. He immediately assumed that the Tenryuubito had finally realized whose crew he's a part of and had called their dogs to dispatch the scum in their world. Which is, to be honest, took them quite long enough. The tattoo on his chest is a huge hint, hiding it with feathers won't last forever. Then, he saw her face. It was an angel's face. Well, angel is a bit too much, but he never saw an angel before, so he might be correct. But angel's face or not, the marine is beautiful with big, round, and warm, bright, brown eyes, with sadness and understanding etched on them. Slightly round and rosy cheeks, a half-moon scar under her left eye, which made him curious about how she got it, and a delectable mouth that he suddenly wished to devour. She's a marine, though, so devouring might be impossible, so maybe he'll steal a peck or 2, or more, once he escapes. Perhaps she'll request to be assigned on any marine fleet that will head after his family, just to chase him and seek vengeance for his would-be insolence. He'll have to ask his Oyaji to make sure his siblings don't go after her though, she'll be his prey after all. Heck, if Marco has his strength, then he would stand up and then tilt his head left and right, showing her that he's curious about her, which, like some of the female marines they encounter, will probably make her gloat about her body and proudly say that she captures him because he froze just by seeing the said body. Those marines did believe the word of what was written in the newspaper, as well as the words of their fellow male marines and superiors, and whenever they gloated some of his brothers would merely turn around, drinks, and let the nurses handle them. They're the daughters of Whitebeard, thus, they need to learn to take care of themselves just in case. Their remaining brothers would merely look at the marines, whistles, and catcalling for a few minutes before creating a betting pool on which one of their sisters can defeat more marines because when their sisters attack, it's not only the same gender that they're fighting. It'll be the whole crew, leaving nothing for them but things to raid or steal. The women need to be in their top shape after all, though this only applies to marines. Fighting with pirate crews, both with or without females, are off limits to them and for a very good reason. Though the reason benefits the enemy more than their sisters, because, man, were they cruel. We have badass sisters, you are. He would sometimes compliment, receiving nods of agreements from his fellow commanders and his captain laughs of approval. Additionally, pirates they might be, they are nothing like those that were described in the paper. Their men have their needs, yes, but they learned to control it until they restocked and stayed on an island for a couple of days where they can visit the BRTHLS unless of course, they have their partner on their ship, then everything is fine. He needs to remember to thank Flamenco again for making the room of those couples soundproof. The Phoenix, however, felt like this girl is nothing like those female marines. He'll just wait, and see how this one goes. And then suddenly their eyes met making the 1st Division commander froze. It felt like she was looking deep into his soul and was searching for something. Something that only his eyes, no, his soul can answer. He didn't know what she found for he immediately thought on why is he acting like a hormonal teenager all over again, devouring? Pecking? He's around his late 30s for Oda's sake and then he suddenly wished to have this girl just because he saw her body? Or was it her lips that made him wish? Is it something else? Just what made him act like he wants to own her for himself or at least made him want her joins his family? Focus, Yuwa. He thought, inwardly shaking his head. This is a marine, you can't let your guard down. It was then that he felt a movement coming from the female marine in front of him. Blinking his eyes, Marco saw her hand already breaching the cage and was reaching for his wings. Startled, the phoenix went to peck the hand with his beak only to find out how weak and slow he is. The days of starvation and dehydration finally caught up to him. He's so weak that the marine merely raised her hand out of his reach before continuing onwards as he slumps down. He then waited for the pain that will come, only to felt gentle fingers touching him, so gentle that he almost didn't felt it. It was as if the marine thought that he's easy to break apart with just a small pressure, as if he was fragile. Which is weird, he never heard of a marine being gentle to pirates, not that he knew any marines, other than Garp, personally. So, if this marine is here to capture him, why was she so gentle? Not a second later, when the marine touched him, the 1st Division commander suddenly felt something covering him for a millisecond before it was gone. What that? Something was he didn't know, but he knew it was because of the marine, who was suddenly frowning and then removing her hand outside the cage. He had to hold back a melancholic croon at that. It seems he's touch-starved too. The phoenix noticed that she avoided brushing against the bars, so this marine is probably a devil fruit user. Maybe that something was her devil fruit, Yuwa? He asked himself, blinking and watching the marine, more intrigued about her. But, this feeling of wanting to have her join me and my family, is that because of her devil fruit? If it's because of her devil fruit, then Marco doesn't know what to think. And he won't, as he needs to focus on the conversation the marine is having with a blonde-haired male, to whom he just notices now. I'm tired, Yuwa. Marco thought, blaming his condition for his lack of observation. He then looked at the man, eyeing him up and down. A Tenryuubito? What kind of Tenryuubito that's not wearing a full-body robe? Such a pretty bird. Do you think I can have it? He heard the marine asked, which confuses him. Wasn't she here to take him away and surrender to their headquarters? Yuwa? I don't know, my dear. Suddenly, when the blonde-haired man touched her hair and began to play with it, Marco wanted to rip his arms off. Tear it apart and make him bleed. Make him cry for Mare, sigh. What the F dash? He inwardly shakes his head, wanting to get rid of those dark thoughts. Is this a devil fruit, Yuwa? Is there even a devil fruit that lets people think or want to do something terrible that they don't normally do, Yuwa? Not wanting to think this even more, but still, have the urge to do unspeakable things to the man, Marco settled to glare at him. The things here are not to be touched if St. Jason said that no one will enter the room. And yet, we did. Ha 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 ha. We did. But I'm pretty sure, I can talk to him about us trespassing in this room. I am a much higher caliber than him. What? What kind of Tenryuubito has a higher caliber than their fellow Tenryuubito? The 1st Division commander narrowed his eyes. At least I know the name of who is keeping me here. Still, by the looks of it, they don't know who am I yet. And here I thought, I'll be leaving this place, Yuwa. Then, it's possible to have it? The female marine then began to slowly walk around his cage, but he keeps his eyes on the Tenryuubito. I'll talk to him about this. Though, I'm doubtful he'll let you have it. Marco heard rather than saw the marine sighed sadly, thus he moved his head to look at her and noticed that she was looking at the celestial dragon. That's too bad, this thing doesn't look like it'll last that long, with no new food and water coming in for the last 5 days. I guess I'll visit St. Jason when I'll leave Mariehua immediately and talk to him about having this bird. She sounds like she's used to getting things she wanted, Yuwa. But is there even a marine that can get what they wanted from those higher than them? Especially when that person is a Tenryuubito? Who really is she, Yuwa? As the conversation goes, Marco turns and focused his eyes on the female marine, who was then looking back at him. Who are you? As their eyes meet for a second time, Marco saw her eyes glinting with knowledge as if she's planning something that benefits her alone. Great, the marine I'm interested in probably has a terrible personality, Yuwa. He thought sarcastically, before blinking when the marine's hand grabbed roughly and then was immediately dragged out of the room. Marco, unconsciously, released a soft, barely hearable, surprise, and sad croon, watching as she was dragged away from him and out of the room. Saint Rokudo? That's his name? Let's leave this place. It's nearing night time. I'll talk to St. Jason tomorrow. But I want to see more. Tomorrow. Marco narrowed his eyes at the shout before removing it and watches their actions before he closed them and pretended to sleep. He didn't hear the door creaking close, so he assumed that they probably forgot to lock it in their haste to leave. End of flashback. When Marco woke up, his fake sleep had truly made him fell asleep. It was night time and the moon is nearing its highest peak. This made him think about his encounter with the female marine. She's pretty interesting, and, now that he's thinking clearly, or as clearly as he can with his weakened condition, he realizes that he is not interested in her body. It's her eyes, actions, and the unknown devil fruit that he's interested in. It made him wonder how her eyes, which he meets only a couple of times as she looks for an answer, held two emotions that made her seem more human than her fellow marines. Sadness and understanding. What could she be sad about? What could she possibly understand? And her eyes, though they are bright and warm upon seeing him, he notices that they turn dull whenever she talks to the Tenryuubito, and sometimes, when her eyes are on him, they look half alive. They also seem to be sending him a message. What that message is, he doesn't know, and he pretty much wants to know about it. He also wants to know what she saw in his eyes before she decided to touch him. There's also her action towards him and the Tenryuubito. When she spoke to the man, Saint Rokudo, his mind supplied, she acts like a spoiled girl. The way she speaks towards the noble made him think that the blonde-haired noble gives her what he wanted in an instant, but when he tried to remember the man's action towards her request, he's either simmering with anger or shocks as if the marine never requested something from him before. Now that he thinks about it, Saint Rokudo seems to be obsessed with her, what's with touching and sniffing her hair, and then the way he wants to keep her attention towards him only. He needs to learn more about that Tenryuubito once he's with his family again. Marco then concluded that when the Tenryuubito spoils the woman, she either accepted or rejected it. After all, when she spoke about having him, her hand twitches and her eyebrows slightly furrowed together, a subconscious action of people not use and asking such things. And then there's her action towards him. She seems to be checking him physically, circling the cage slowly, actually caring and looking for wounds, but the said wounds are hidden underneath his wings, thus she won't be able to know about them unless she removes him from the cage and checked him with her gentle hands. Gentle hands that he wished to be touched again. He remembers it clearly, how those fingertips touched his dimming, some flaming, feathers as if to make sure that he's real. How those fingers didn't even bother to create more pressure when touching him, that the first soft touch is enough to let her know that he's real, that he's fragile, though when he can turn back into a human, he'll let her know that he's not fragile. Not now, not ever. He wants to touch those hands with his own, wanting to know if they are gentle if she knew he wasn't fragile or would they be rough. And lastly, there's the devil fruit. He's sure that the marine is a devil fruit user as she seems to avoid any direct contact with the cage when removing her hand inside. Though she did pat it, the avian noticed that she has done it twice before removing the hand and place it beside her. It made him curious about what her devil fruit is because he is sure that she had covered him with something invisible to the eye. It's not hockey, he knew the feeling of hockey. What he felt at that time were warmth and safety. He also felt fire, but it could be his devil fruit reacting to the thing that had covered him during that moment. And, during that moment, he felt fine, energized. Then it was suddenly gone, replaced by the coldness and the pain of having a seastone nails lodge in his body. But he can't add the feelings he felt around her, the sudden possessiveness, as an attribute towards her devil fruit, because no devil fruit can make a person act like that. Well, the possessiveness can be an attribute to Zoans, but a Zoan devil fruit user can't affect a person to be possessive toward them or to someone else. Those attributes belong to them alone as it's a part of them. So, when he will search for information about her devil fruit, and he will find out about the kind of devil fruit she has, maybe, he can find what devil fruit she had if he read the devil fruit encyclopedia that his Oyaji had. He will not add the feelings he had when she's around. You seem to be thinking deeply, Birdie-san. It makes me wonder what's in your mind. A voice suddenly giggled, snapping Marco from his thoughts and immediately look at the door, where he saw a silhouetted person. Though judging from the voice, Marco knew who this person is, for it's the very person in his mind, but he sure hopes it's not them as he is busy gathering information from what he observed. He watched as the person steps closer and then revealing themselves into the moonlight. Marco's eyes widen. It is the female marine, and judging from the looks of it, she's alone. No Saint Rokudo or guard standing outside with her. Just her wearing a simple, light red, PJs, and not even a marine cape is drape on her. Instead, she had a bag sling over her shoulder. Glancing at her feet, he saw that she's barefooted. He then looked at her eyes that are a lot brighter than the one he saw earlier. She kneeled in front of the cage, making him blink in astonishment. A marine kneeling before a pirate is unheard of. Sure, she doesn't know he's a pirate, much less the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeards, but still. Marines also never kneel before an animal, or maybe they did. Marco then heard her giggle once more. He blinked. Her giggle sounded like bells, sweet soft, tinkling bells. By your expression, Birdie-san is a person, a devil fruit user? Or are you just a bird that was caged for too long that you forgot that some people respect the life of everything around them? He heard her asked, smiling with a hint of sadness. Not knowing what to do, Marco blinks for the nth time that night, dumbfounded, before releasing a soft croon. She chuckled softly. Both then? You're a devil fruit user, a bird Zoan, that was caged for too long that you forgot that there are at least some people who care. Clever, you are. Marco thought, not knowing what else to say to a person who had managed to come up with a conclusion like that with just his croon. She could have answered that he's a bird and yet she said he's a devil fruit user. Sure, the cage is a big hint that he ate a devil fruit, but there's a possibility that she might think that the Tenryuubito didn't care about what cage he's in, all that matter is that he's trapped. He didn't know what to think about this girl. Well, at least he knew she's smart, he'll keep it in mind. Birdie-san? The Marine said, making him snap out of his thought. Sorry for talking like you're a thing earlier today. With Saint Rokudo with me, I have to pretend that you are beneath me. She apologized, shocking Marco once again. It even grew when she dips her head down before she went back and looked at him smiling. May I touch you? She asked. The pirate watched her for a few moments, before releasing another croon, making her laugh before she went and reached her hand, palm down, inside the cage, slowly crawling towards him as she did so. Marco watched the hand as it slips through the bars and went near him, leaning back when it was close enough with his beak. He saw the Marine paused and seemingly waited. He then looks at the hand before lowering his head and then softly bump his head with her palm. Upon contact, the Phoenix pauses for a few seconds to see what she would do, but when she did nothing, Marco immediately nuzzled with the palm, eager for human contact. That tickles. He heard the Marine said, giggling. The Marine then crawled even closer and then looked at the lock of the cage with a critical eye, letting the Phoenix do what he wants with her hand, as she knew that when locked up without any human contact can make a person touched starve, and is very eager to receive some, even if it's merely a stranger. She tilts her head to the side as she thought about how to unlock it. Lock-picking? If they didn't check it then I'll be safe. But, they might check it, Glancing at the top part of the cage, Luffy leaned up slightly, looking at the handle found there. Her movement made her hand move slightly away from the nuzzling Phoenix, who squawked in displeasure, before following after the hand just to nuzzled with it again. Luffy glances down at the bird, smiling softly, before tilting her hand down so that he doesn't have to lean his head up, instead he just needs to nuzzle down. She then looks back at the handle, narrowing her eyes before her breath hitched. Hearing her breath hitching slightly, Marco snapped out of his trance. Looking up at her, not even bothering to remove his head in her hand, he's touched starve, you can't blame him. He saw that her eyes were glowing with happiness before they were directed towards him with a huge smile on her face. I think I know how to free you here. Birdie-san. She said, but said bird froze the moment he heard the word free. Free? Marco thought, before screeching and back away from her hand, struggling to stand up. Luffy blink as the Phoenix tries to stood up, though clumsily and seems to be dazed, making happy screeches or something like that. The Rear Admiral is not sure if the bird is happy or if he's shocked that she's going to free him. That was when she saw some dried blood under his wings, which she already knew was caused by seastone from her check earlier. She just didn't know where they are, and she also saw something sort of purple color in his chest area that was covered with some of his feathers. But before she could identify what it was, the Phoenix fell, suddenly having no energy, and went back to make a sad noise. Her heart clenched, before humming softly and reached towards him again. It's not fair, she whispered, her hand laid against the side of his face and gently sliding her thumb on his head up and down, biting her lips as tears dripped down from her eyes as the Phoenix nuzzled against her. It's not fair to have your freedom taken. They don't have the right, even if they view themselves as their god. Marco opens his eyes, not knowing he closed them, and looks at her. His eyes widen at what he saw. Tearing, sad brown eyes were looking at him as if it pains them to see him struggle, and rejoiced at hearing that he'll be free. And beneath them, he also saw pain. Pain. So much pain, as if the person in front of him right now also experienced what he's experiencing right now. But how could she experience this? She's a Marine, unless she's didn't become one willingly. They have no right to take it from you, Luffy whispered, snapping Marco from his thoughts, and somehow those thoughts were buried in the back of his mind. I'll save you from here. I'll free you and we'll heal those wounds you've got. Once you've rested, we'll let you go. I will never let you or anyone else have their freedom taken if I could and had the chance to help them. Not like mine, though. Mine is something I want to do as it's for their sake. Luffy thought, smiling at the bird again, before scooting closer to the cage and remove her hand from the inside. In her haste, her palm slightly brushed against the bars, which made her weaken slightly, falling from her knees and slapping her hands to the floor to break her fall. Marco made a shock and worried croon, before moving closer to the edge of the bar and then extending his long neck to gently pass his head through the bars, just to see the marine slightly weaken before she regains her strength and then sits up. She then opens her bag where Marco saw some bread and a small water canteen. "I got you some bread and water. You need to eat." She mumbled and looked at him. "I can only give you a few bits of a meal for now, but it'll grow and can be as big as your size." Luffy giggled, making him huff. "Sorry to break it to you, Yua. But I'm not this small. I can be as big as my human form, Yua." Marco thought, inwardly grumbling about cages not big enough to at least let him stretch his legs or made him stand. He watched the marine grab the bread before slowly breaking it apart, making a soft excited noise when smelling its fresh aroma. "Shhhh. Don't make too much noise." Luffy shushed, giggling when the bird let out a soft trill. Making sure that no bread crumbs are on the floor and sitting down properly, and by properly, she means by sitting cross-legged, the Rear Admiral lifted her hand, acting as a bowl for the bread crumbs she took apart, and let the bird eat from them, slowly. She whispered, watching the bird peck her hand, and was glad that she's immune to pain. When the crumbs from her hand are gone, she reached into her bag again, took out a small bowl, followed by the canteen. Putting the bowl to the floor, Luffy uncaps the cap of the canteen and poured water on the bowl and carefully lifts it towards the caged creature. Marco immediately drinks from the bowl, and while he should be suspicious about the food, his phoenix had decided for him, and that is to trust this marine, and he had never felt full or hydrated since he was caged until now. Done drinking, he lifted his head and slowly retreated to the cage and watched as the marine drinks from his bowl before putting her things back into her back. "Now then," she said, standing up and bent down to her waist. "I can't free you tonight because I can't leave this place immediately. So please, bear this place a little while longer, Birdie-san," she stated, smiling gently at him. Marco made a soft trill sound, making her smile bigger. She then stood up and headed towards the door, which made him screech for a bit, catching her attention. She stopped and looked at him, where he made a confused noise. "Who are you?" Marco thought. "How do you plan to free me from here?" "You need to pretend that you're weak, Birdie-san," Luffy stated after he finished making any noises. "It won't do us any good if they realize that someone is feeding you, and it started after I came here earlier. Saint Rokudo and the guards, after all, knew that this room isn't to be entered at, and it's meaning of no food for you." She then gives another smile before turning back to the door. This time Marco forced himself to stop making any noise, just in time to catch the softly whispered name. "Luffy, that's my name." And then he was alone. Only this time, Marco had a huge hope of living this place and a huge hope of seeing his family sooner. "I'll be home soon, Oyaji." Luffy's room. Luffy steps inside her room through her close window, her bag missing, locking it once she's inside the premises. She yawned as she gently waved her hand, and slowly her room was covered with a purple mist, disappearing when Luffy is sitting on the bed, with its cover thrown to the other side. She then stood up and went to her private bathroom, where washed her hands, drying it with a towel, and then headed out of the room. Instead of heading towards the bed, she sat down at one of the chairs near the window. Leaning back at the back of the chair, Luffy looked to the side where she can see the moon and grins. "That was fun," she thought. "I can't wait for tomorrow." Giggling quietly, Luffy stayed there until the next day had arrived. The next day, Luffy's room. Since Luffy had no plans on her second and last day, for this visit at least, in Mariehua, she slept when the sun had risen and woke up at 4 p.m. It might be shocking that she skipped breakfast and lunch, intentionally at that. She was used to it, as she tried to always avoid eating the meals being cooked by someone that is not her chef's. If eating is unavoidable, then she would eat less than she normally would, but still enough to satisfy her and enough to survive. So, when she woke up, she prepared herself to see a whining saint that would always appear if she slept too much. Not like he can do anything about it. Tenryuubito he might be. Luffy will not hesitate on punching someone when they tried to wake her up. The saint tried it once, and he was lucky that she stopped her punch from his face, though she had to make up for it and was whipped for her insubordination. Rokudo had never tried it again. However, Luffy had a feeling that he would do it once he had the chance, a chance that would certainly end her fist in his face, punishment be demanded. Not wasting another time, she stood up from her bed and headed to the bathroom, taking a quick bath and immediately finished them. Drying and wrapping her body with a towel, Luffy walks towards the table that was near the door and grabs the clothes that the servant had washed and left there last night. Wearing it quickly and then hanging her cape on her shoulder, Luffy went outside her room. Noticing that there are no guards beside them as they normally should be, Luffy headed to the garden that was only a few halls away from her room, knowing that it's where Rokudo would be and he wants her to be there. As she walks towards her destination, Luffy wonders how Birdie-san is, or if the Tenryuubito she'll be seeing had convinced his fellow Tenryuubito of letting her have the bird. Either way, she had a plan and she will use it to rescue the bird. Good afternoon, Rear Admiral. A voice had stated, making Luffy snap from her thoughts and immediately bowed her head upon seeing the third elder of the Gorosei. Good afternoon, Elder. Luffy greeted, said Elder merely waves his hand. How are things in the new world? He asked. Luffy lifted her head and answered. As much as I want to say that everything is working out great, there are still troublesome pirates attacking villages that aren't under the protection of any pirates, revolutionary or ours. My crew and I are doing our best to lessen this incident. We also tried to gain back the islands who sided with the revolutionary. But injuries? None that are critical or permanent, sir. Our doctors made sure that we're okay and the wounds gained completely healed before letting us leave the infirmary. Good, good. He laughed as he began to continue to walk away. Keep up the good work, Rear Admiral, you'll be awarded soon. At that Luffy frowned, not knowing what kind of award will be given to her, before continuing on her way, missing the greedy and satisfied glint in the elder's eye when he looks back at her. Soon, Rear Admiral, you'll be a part of my family and when that time comes, you will help all of us with our plan for the whole world. He thought, laughing quietly as he headed to his office. Meanwhile, Luffy had finally arrived at the garden, where she can see Rokudo sitting in front of a circular glass table, with teas and biscuits laid out in front of him, at the center of the porch that's a couple of meters away from the door. Sighing quietly, Luffy went and sat down at the chair across the saint, who smiled at her delighted. Good afternoon, Luffy-chan, he greeted out. Luffy merely nodded, not giving away what she's feeling or even have the energy to smile towards him, not right after meeting the third elder. This, of course, didn't bother the saint as he merely watched his secret betrothed, content that she's in his presence. He waited for the Rear Admiral to drink her tea and then eat a few biscuits before telling her a lie. I've talked to Saint Jason. Unfortunately, he didn't want to give us the bird. Luffy peered at him from the corner top of her teacup narrowed eyes, before she relaxed them and puts her cup down. I see. She mumbled, faking a sad expression as her instincts told her that it was a lie. So, plan B, it is. But I'm sure I can still convince him to give it to us. I'll call him again tonight. The saint assured her, which made Luffy look at him blankly. This expression, of course, didn't bother him, it did give him a delighted shiver. I told you yesterday, Saint Rokudo. The bird won't last long, it may be dead already after we left. She stated, disappointment clear in her voice as this would either result for the saint to be annoyed or shimmer in fury. But seeing as he didn't react to her statement, then Luffy knows that the Tenryuubito is confident about whatever plans he had in mind. I'm sure it'll last another day or days. He smiled as he sips his tea. That bird better be alive when we get it tomorrow. I have to give it to my angel as a surprise after all. If that's what you think. Luffy hummed before sipping her tea and stood up. I'll be going to my room now. I need to inform my crew and Fleet Admiral Sengoku that I'll be leaving for Sabaody tomorrow, 7 a.m. Already? The blonde-haired Tenryuubito frowned as she began to walk towards the door. Not even a half hour had passed and you're leaving me alone here? Can't you do your call later? Apologize, but no. She flat out denied. I have to get the reports from my crew. Marine procedure and all. She waved her hand and let him shake there in fury. DMN, Marine Procedures. 2 hours later, Luffy's room. So, the coding will be finished by tomorrow afternoon? Luffy asked, looking at the Denden Mushi she was talking with. Yes, Captain San. If we have arrived around morning today, instead of noon then it might have been finished already. Shishishishi. Luffy laughed, smiling gently at the Denden Mushi. The wind is already in your favor earlier, Robin. Don't ask for more from them. Robin laughed. Of course, Captain San. She agreed. We'll be seeing you tomorrow then? Tomorrow afternoon or early morning the next day, Luffy confirmed and then waited for Robin's answer before putting down the receiver of the Denden Mushi. She then sighed and sat down at the chair position behind her, suddenly feeling tired. Rubbing her forehead, Luffy looks at the Denden Mushi, sighing again as she recalled her conversation with Sengoku. Wanting to feel refreshed, she decided to at least took a warm bath, and thus, she headed to the wardrobe that's in her room and looked at the clothes she had. It was only when she opened them, did she remembered what type of clothes were in store for her. They were all dressed that either had slits on the side of the skirt or backless dresses. Inhaling deeply, Luffy began to throw the very expensive dresses that she didn't want to wear to the floor behind her, with a mind to just chuck the clothes back if she found a decent enough clothing. Just when she was reaching the few last dresses, she finally saw a light blue, off-shoulder, A-line appliqué dress. Its sleeves had laces sewed to around them, the BRST area forming the top shape of a heart, a 2-inch width belt tied around the waist area. Luffy frowned slightly, looking at the remaining dress, before sighing and merely put the one she's holding to the bed. The dress on the floors were carelessly put on the wardrobe and then closing it. She then grabs her towels and head to the bathroom, opening and closing it behind her. Luffy then turns on the shower and began to strips. Once she's in her birthday suit, the Rear Admiral stepped underneath the cascading water and slowly sighed in relief, as warm, nearly hot, water runs down to her shoulder. Leaning her forehead at the tiled wall and watched the waters head down to the drain beneath her feet, she began to think through her plan of rescuing the bird tonight. She had already mentioned to Robin, through a cryptic message that only G6 Marines can understand, that other than the slave she had acquired the other day, she's also bringing something else. They just need to be prepared when she arrives. And while Luffy is no doctor or surgeon, she knew that wounds inflicted by the sea stones always receive infection the longer it stays there. She'll have to request a special course from her chefs. With a plan already forming in mind with at least 89% of success, Luffy lifts her head and lets the water runs down her face before shaking it away. She stayed there for a few minutes before turning the shower off and slowly left the place when she felt sluggish, immediately drying, and then wrapping herself with the towel. Luffy then went to wear her undergarments that she decided to bring before heading out of the bathroom and headed immediately towards the bed where she left the dress. After 15 minutes of making herself presentable, with her hair tied in a loose ponytail and laid over her shoulder, the Rear Admiral headed towards the door. "I need food," she thought, opening the door, and paused when she saw Rokuto standing in front of her door, who was about to knock. Luffy raised an eyebrow before closing the door and leans against it, waiting for the blonde-haired noble to speak. She then noticed that the said man and the guards behind him and beside her were looking at her, specifically at her chest where she knew the dress was pushing her BRST up. She loudly cleared her throat, snapping the horny men's attention towards her face. "Ah, right, dinner is ready, Luffy-chan. Would you care to join me?" the noble asked, reaching his hands towards her. Luffy looks at it before moving away from the door and walks towards the dining room. "Ahahaha. I would take that as a yes." He sneered and then followed after her. Luffy merely glances at him when they were walking side by side and glared inwardly when he laid his hand on her back. Successfully acting like she's not bothered with how the noble grips tighten around her waist, almost possessively, she clasps her gloved hands together and laid it on the front of her waist, looking like a well-raised noble. Servants and guard working around bowed their heads when they passed by, though they do occasionally glance up at Luffy, who simply ignored them. Upon arriving at the door that leads to the dining room, Luffy braced herself, knowing that she will be eating alone with the noble that's with her, and prepared for a long, long dinner time. Creaks. Time for dinner, Luffy-chan. An hour before midnight, with Marco. Marco was awake the whole day, waiting for the Marine, Luffy, to get him out of his prison, but as the night creeps closer, his hope began to slowly diminish. Soon it was night time and nearing midnight, and the Marine hasn't appeared yet. The first mate of the Whitebeard pirates didn't know what to think of this. For all he knew, the Marine was caught in the act and is being punished by the Tenryuubitos, which made him feel worse as she was merely trying to help him. It could be that she was lying and is probably telling her fellow Marines about a bird who was stupid to believe her, or, and his hoping that this one is the truth, she could be bidding her time on when to act. He hopes it's the latter. Birdie-san, shishishishi. Marco blinked and then looks away from the dark sky he was looking at the whole time, to look at the direction where the voice came from. He squawked in shock, fright, upon seeing a face very close to his cage. "Sure." Luffy shushed him, putting a finger in front of her lips, though laughing inwardly at his shock and surprise expression. Though when the bird did glare at her in disdain, she knew she failed in hiding her delight and thus she giggled quietly. Sorry, she whispered. Marco huffed and looks away from her, before snapping his head back at her when he heard her giggled again. This time, her gloved hand was covering her mouth, and that was when Marco registered the dress she's wearing. What the? Did the Tenryuubito had a celebration and she was invited? Is that why she's late, Yua? He thought. Luffy noticed his expression, glanced down at her dress, and slightly glared at it. "It took me a while to leave the place I'm staying at and I have no time to change," she stated, before grabbing the handle on top of his cage and began to twist it, or at least tried to, the screws rusty. This is the only time Luffy is grateful for the gloves that the saint gave to her, as it keeps her unaffected when she touched the sea stone cage. Marco watched as she scowled, struggling to at least made the handle twist slight. "So rusty," he heard her grunted. Marco waited for her to tell what plan she had, but she didn't say anything else after her grunt. So, he focused his attention on the floor where he saw a box, a few feet away from his cage. Marco stretched his swan neck up, trying to see what's inside it, but he can't anything beyond something huge and blue. He narrowed his eyes, before looking back at the marine when he heard her made a triumphing noise. He then watched as she bit her lips before it turns into a smile. "I got it off," she said, holding the handle with one hand, while her other is holding the upper piece of the cage. He then watched as she slowly took a bar from the top, then gently being lowered, where it remains hanging. That was when Marco saw some hinge on each bar. "It might not be that obvious, but this cage is connected by this handle and its top," Luffy explained, when all of the bars were lowered and the top of the cage is laid on the floor. Of course, not all people knew it. All cage is assembled when being brought. "I just knew about this because I saw this kind of cages plenty of times." Marco gives a soft trill when she lifted him and is being cradled like a baby. This is the easiest way to open the cage other than lock picking. It does take a while to open if the handles are rusty, shishishi. She giggled and then lowered him down, before reaching inside the box and took out a blue-yellow feathered boa, that was then laid down to the floor. The pirate blinked in confusion when she suddenly reached for him and placed him inside the box. He then watched as she placed the boa inside, which was then covered with something purple. Was that flame? Or mist, blinking when he suddenly saw himself. Him. Marco. But he's here, and then the marine is reassembling the cage again. Soon enough the marine is already sitting at the floor beside the box, looking weak, but happy. Marco glanced at her and then at himself that's inside the cage, not knowing how or what she did as the thing inside the cage looks exactly like him, though he notices that there's no movement from it, not even from the chest. "It's not breathing, you are," he concluded, looking at Luffy when he heard her clothes rustling. Luffy stood up, stretching her arms above her head before leaning down and picks up the box. The first mate looked at her, waiting for her to speak up and tell him the plan, but the moment his eyes meet hers, he froze. Her warm brown eyes had turned into cold, slitted blue eyes, and like the first time they made eye contact, Marco felt like she was looking into his soul again, only this time he felt her gaze was predatory. She was no longer looking into his soul searching for answers. Her blue eyes had found what they were looking for, and now they were looking at him as if he was something, a prey, to be hunted of. For the first time in his life, Marco felt fear. His phoenix had no longer feel like a predator that hunts and kills. He suddenly felt like he was the prey with no chance of escaping, and this marine made him feel it. Nervous on what his feeling, Marco shakily stood up inside the back and took a step back, though he will later think how useless that would be, seeing that the box isn't that big enough for him to walk on. They both stared at each other for more than a few seconds, before Marco felt her right hand move away from its position beneath the box. He tensed, keeping his eyes on Luffy, while his wings slowly spread out. His action made the side of Luffy's mouth to tilt up. "You're too agitated, Birdie-san," she whispered, and then her right arm is already swinging overhead Marco's, who stopped moving when her arm passed. How can she move so fast? He thought. No. Why didn't I felt her move or saw her next action? You are. He screamed in his mind. Marco's sure that when Luffy moved her hand beneath the box, he focused his observation haki on it, while he watched her face. While his observation haki is no match for Charlotte Katakuri, he is still the best user in the crew and amongst their alliance. For her arm to move without him noticing. He needs to reevaluate what he thought about this girl. Hearing a hum, Marco looked up again and noticed that the girl's eyes had turned sharper. Her right arm had repeated its action, and this time Marco saw that his body was then surrounded with a transparent blue mist. What? Releasing a confused croon, Marco felt his body slowly relaxing as well as his mind, slowly forgetting why he was so nervous and agitated with the marine. And as seconds passed by, he felt his phoenix body fell. He was so relaxed that he didn't notice the Rear Admiral closing the flaps of the box but leaving it open for fresh air. He was so relaxed and calm that he didn't notice he fell asleep, and his mind immediately conjured an image of him being reunited with his family, with his brothers and sisters, and with his pops. Luffy watched the bird through the opening of the flaps fall asleep, her blue eyes turning brown, frowning in confusion, before sighing, and decided to train more once she arrived in the base. With the Zoan user asleep and having no more business in the room, Luffy walks towards the door. The boa inside the cage changed into its original form with a spark once, before turning back into the creature she had in the box. Once out of the room, Luffy turned to look back inside. Her eyes had returned to its slitted and blue eyes version as an orange-colored thing with a spark of red on the tip swiftly swings behind her, and the room was suddenly covered with a transparent red mist before it was gone, and her eyes returning to normal for the last time that night. She then turned, walked down the hallway, and leaving the door open as it was earlier, disappearing within the darkness, and no one knew what she just did or what had happened in the room. No one but her and Marco. TBC. An hour before sunrise. San. Up, Dai-san, wake up. Birdie-san. Marco stirred, his eyebrows furrowed at the noise that was followed with a giggle. Birdie-san, wake up. So annoying, you are. He thought, releasing an annoyed croon. Shishishi. You really need to wake up now, Birdie-san. Marco frowned before opening his eyes slowly when the noise was accompanied by gentle touch in his head. Wah! He thought as he tried to register the black blurry image in front of him. Finally awake, Birdie-san? Luffy giggled, seeing the bird opening its eyes slightly. She was seated at a chair that was placed in front of a small round table, which is placed in front of a window, and the box that she used to place the rescued bird was placed on top of it, with the flaps open. Luffy waited, giggling, as Birdie-san slowly lifted his head above the flap and looked at her, then at the room dazedly. After a while, his gaze went back to her, blinking slowly. Birdie-san needs to wake up properly. She whispered as she lifted the bird from the box and put him in her lap. Marco blinked as he tried to gather his thoughts, from what happened last night up to how he ended in the lap of the Marine. He felt the Marine pat his head again, and then one hand patted his chest, more specifically at where his mark is located. No. He thought, immediately pecking the hand, albeit softly, not wanting for the Marine to mess his feathers that he had arranged to cover his Oyaji symbol, and then saw it. Not now, when I have the chance to be free, you are. He continued pecking at the hand. He was so focused on removing the hand that he didn't notice the reaction of the Marine. It took a while, but then the 1st Division commander had realized that his savior's hand isn't moving anymore nor twitching in pain. Marco paused, his beak still poke on the Marine's hand, and look up from the corner of his eyes, which widened a bit when he saw the female Marine merely smiling at him in understanding. I noticed something on your chest when I was watching you, Luffy stated. And I also notice how you took care of hiding that thing, so don't worry about me messing it. Unless you want to, I won't move the feathers away, and I will pretend that I didn't even see it. Additionally, I will help you hide it until my doctors will allow you to leave our base. She finished, not even bothering to remove her hand away. Are you serious, you are? Marco thought to himself, before moving away from her hand to twist his neck to look at him. He then released a soft confused croon, making her giggled. What kind of Marine are you? We're leaving this place today, Luffy stated, as she continued to pat the bird's chest, arranging the feathers and hiding that purple thing she noticed as promised. Though she had an inkling feeling on what it is and who this bird is, the chances of her handing him over to the Marines are zero, even if it was a direct order. Besides, Birdie-san is not a bad guy and, should she be correct of course, he's protecting them. So, we might be able to remove the sea stone's nails from your body 3 or 5 days from now, depends on the sea and wind. She stated as her hand, that was patting the avian's head earlier before the pecking attack, went to the area where the nail is, flinching together with the phoenix when she touched the sea stone nails that are surrounded with a slight tender skin. I could remove the nails, but I rather have someone with experience to remove it for you so that we can avoid any complications, Luffy added, finally removing her hands from the bird and laid one on the windowsill beside her as she turned to look outside, while the other hung limply at the side. Add with the fact that you're surrounded with sea stones before, it might take you a while to leave our base. But I think staying with us is better than this place, nay Birdie-san. She smiled, turning her face at her companion, tilting her head to the side. Yeah. I prefer Marines, as long as they don't imprison me and impel down, rather than the Tenryuubito, you are. Marco thought, blinking and trying to embed the smiling face of his savior, surrounded in darkness with only a few torch lights to brighten the place, in his mind. I also prefer to know how will you get me out of this place or how you're even here. Marco narrowed his eyes trying to tell the Marine what he wants via facial expression. Said Marine hummed as she took in his face. Shishishi. Luffy laughed quietly and then patted Marco's head again. Be patient, Birdie-san. We can't rush escaping from this place nor can we rush on removing the sea stones. She said, looking back outside. Not what I want to know, you are. Marco thought, sulking inwardly before deciding to settle down the very, very, comfy lap of the Marine. Tucking his wings and then wrap his neck around his body, before laying his head on top of it, Marco watched and waited with Luffy for the sun to rise. Unknown to Marco, when he tried to make himself comfortable, Luffy had her eyes closed, listening carefully for the voices that she and a few selected others can hear. Leave. Leave. Save. Save. Leave. Patience. She thought, humming quietly. Patience. When she heard nothing more, Luffy opened her eyes revealing warm blue eyes and a flash of white appearing behind her head. Luffy and Marco watched as the first ray of sunrise began to appear from the horizon. By then Luffy had less than 2 hours to prepare for her departure. With that in mind, she picked up the dozing first mate of the Whitebeard pirate from her lap, before standing up and place him on the chair she just evacuated and moved away. Marco shakes his head awake when he was laid down at the chair, and went to watch the Marine, who was humming a bit loudly than earlier. That was when he noticed that Luffy was still wearing the clothes she wore when she rescued him. From the corner of his eyes, Marco saw more sun rays appearing before his attention went back to the Marine when he heard some clothes rustling. What he saw made him squawking in shock. Upon hearing the noise made by the other occupant of the room, Luffy paused from removing the dress from her shoulder, and turned to look at Marco, who had one of his wings to cover his slightly blushing face, blinking in confusion. What the hell, you are? This is not the first time I saw a naked woman, Marco thought, before the image of Luffy stripping her dress and revealing her slightly pale body and laced undergarments. Sheet! He cursed. Marco knew without a doubt that should he be in his human form, he would be drooling, not that he would admit it, blushing heavily, or watch with a blank face, not even bothering to hide his face. His eyes would shamelessly watch the Marine strip if she decided to do it in front of him, probably even lick his lip. After all, it's been decades since he last spent a night with the opposite gender. Being the first mate of a huge crew truly take a lot of your time. Shaking his head, Marco lowered his wing after a couple of minutes and slowly looked at the Marine, releasing a loud trill when she was merely inches away from his face, crouching. Are you planning to kill by a heart attack, YOI? Marco screamed in his mind, though he pretty much wants to scream it at the Marine, who seems to enjoy in shocking him or, at least, make him lost his composure. How did you even move without me noticing or feeling you with my HAKI? Shishishishi. Luffy giggled, as she watched the bird calm down and glared at her. Sorry. You're not even sincere with your sorry, you are. Marco deadpanned, and by the snickering noise he heard the Marine had made, his face showed exactly what he thought. You are. He then laid his head back down to his body, with the intentions of giving Luffy the cold shoulder, which seems to be impossible as the moment she began to move, his eyes went back to her, and fortunately for Marco, the Rear Admiral is already dressed in a reddish pencil skirt with a slit on her left leg, said slit ended in her mid-thigh, and a yellow, long-sleeve, button-down, collared shirt. The sleeves were rolled up to the Rear Admiral's elbow, and a few buttons on the top were undone, showing a bit of her cleavage, and on the left side of her BRST is an embroidered pink rose, with bubbles, surrounding it. Said Marine though had already stood up, deciding to leave him alone, and began to look for her cape, which she found laid down on the bed. Luffy was about to put her cape over her shoulder when suddenly there was knocking on the door, making her look at it while the rescued pirate froze. Sheet! Marco thought, then looked at the Marine, who was already looking at him, giving him a small smile before moving towards the door. Are you opening the door when I'm out in the open, you are? Won't you be found out? He thought, but then the door was opened revealing a male servant, and a guard. The former was carrying a tray while the latter had his back turned on them. Your breakfast, Rear Admiral. The servant said, reaching out the tray while looking at the ground. Marco, who didn't move even a muscle when the door opened, snapped his head, releasing a not-so-quiet trill, to look at the Marine who freed him from his cage. Our Rear Admiral? He thought before realizing that he moved and even created a noise. Swallowing, Marco risked glancing at the door from the corner of his eyes, hoping he hasn't been found out and foil his chance to be free, but neither outsiders made any movement or noise of acknowledgement that he was heard, which is weird, because normally people would look at anything that will make any noise or movements even if it's for a second, but they seem to only focus on the Marine only. I thought I will be having breakfast with Saint Rokudo. Luffy asked, looking at the tray with disdain. Saint Rokudo has left a few minutes ago, saying he had a business to attend to. The servant said. Business? During this hour? I apologize, Rear Admiral. But that what he said to us. Luffy looked at them before hesitatingly grabs the tray. Do you need assistance in packing, my lady? No need, I only bought one set of clothing with me. I can handle things from here. She said, before slamming the door in their faces, not even bothering to wait for their answers before heading towards Marco, more specifically, at the table beside him. She harshly put the tray down while throwing the box to the side, shocking the Phoenix, even more so when she screamed in frustration and going as far as slamming her hands beside the tray. This made the Phoenix to jump slightly and croon softly, never expecting the Marine to react like this. Does this have to do with her thinking of having breakfast with the Saint? Marco thought, watching as the Marine stopped screaming and began to pant heavily before crumpling down. He croons again, standing up from his spot and took a step forward, all the while stretching his neck towards her and leaning his head to the side. That was when he saw her eyes, that had held warmth earlier, shrouded in fear and defeat. I thought I'll be safe, Luffy thought, ignoring the confused noise and look the bird is giving her. I should have heeded, they said instead of lingering. What's wrong, Yua? Marco knew that Luffy couldn't understand him, but he tried and even dared to nudge the currently fragile marine, who decided to inhale deeply. He moves his head away and took a step back when she stood up before they both looked at the food, though the avian devil fruit user had to stretch his neck again just to see it. He found nothing weird on the food, it was just a tea, poached eggs, bacon, sausages, and toasted bread. Marco did saw something black sprinkled on top of the food. Ground pepper perhaps? And the tea had a purplish color swirling around. Hearing the Rear Admiral inhaling deeply, Marco turned back his attention towards her and noticed that she was picking up and putting the box to the bed. Once that was done, his female companion had gone towards him, reaching out and gently lifted him, whispering. You need to be quiet, Birdie-san. It won't do us good if you made any noises and then they'll find out that you're here. Especially when I'll lose focus. Marco frowned, looking at her with confusion. I already made noise earlier and they didn't seem to realize that I'm here. Marco mentally told her. But what do you mean when you lose focus, Yua? He released a soft trill when he was laid down inside the box, trying to understand or hinting to her to at least explain what's going on. Shoo! Please don't make any more noise, Birdie-san, please? Luffy pleaded, giving the bird her best puppy eyes. It didn't take long for her temporary companion to agree, as he looked away from her, making her smile and gave him a half loaf of bread, the only one remaining from the batch that she had stolen from the kitchen last night, to which she had eaten a few before and after rescuing the bird. She then put a small bowl of fresh water inside the box, looking at each side to ensure it's steady and won't spill when Birdie-san will drink from it, before sitting down beside the box and looked at the mythical fruit user. Eat, Birdie-san, Luffy said, looking gently at Marco, who continued to watch her before he looked at the bread and hesitantly pecked at it. Luffy sighed softly in relief when the avian had decided to eat more with gusto, but still slow to avoid any sickness that will surely happen should he eat too fast. Seeing that Birdie-san was having fun with his breakfast, Luffy looked back at her own meal with all the hatred she could muster despite the fear and defeated emotions she felt. She closed her eyes, before standing up and then proceeded to her wardrobe and pulled out one of the dresses that she won't feel awful when destroyed, and seeing that it was a black, backless dress with a slit on the side and the front is a stitched symbol of the Tenryuubito, from the chest area down to the waist. Seeing that, Luffy didn't hesitate to wear it over the clothes she's already wearing and then proceeded to sit back at the spot she vacated. Marco was nearly done eating when she sat back down beside his box. He didn't look up immediately, wanting to finish his meal in case they will leave without any warning. It was only when he was drinking his water, his bread finished, and in his stomach, did he look up, which is a mistake. Marco snorted into his water, seeing the female marine suddenly wearing a dress with the symbol of the Tenryuubito over her first clothes. What the heck, Yua? The first mate of the Whitebeard pirates screamed inwardly, shaking his head and tried to gather his mind on what the symbol means with its attached to a dress. When nothing comes into mind, Marco turned his narrowed eyes towards the marine, trying to understand what her role or who is she towards the celestial dragons. Said marine, merely giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. You need to be careful when drinking, Birdie-san. Luffy teased, but said Birdie glared, even more, making her sigh. Her once jolly aura dispersing, which was noticed by Marco, who blinked, before looking seriously at him. I need you to trust me on this, she stated, as she reached to the side and then dragged a sheer blanket towards her. Whatever happens, whatever you hear or feel. She raised the flaps on each side of the box and used the blanket to cover it over the top. Don't make any noise. Don't even react. What are you doing, Yua? Marco released a loud trill, flapping his wings, stopping the marine from covering the box completely, as he didn't want to be blind or didn't see things clearly with a marine, even if said marine is helping him. You promised. Luffy said harshly, which made the bird pause, shocked at her tone. You promised to never make any noise. So trust me on this, covering this box is for your own good. Marco slowly lowered his wings, realizing that he did promise that, but he was more shocked that she had scolded him rather harshly. She was always gentle with him, so it was shocking that she was like this so suddenly. The marine didn't even wait longer, for she already covered his box with the blanket. While he can still see the room, it was semi-transparent, the only clear one he can see are the silhouettes. He tried to remain calm, and trust the marine, who stood up and headed towards where her breakfast is located. Marco followed Luffy, making sure to move softly, and then pecked at the side of the box that was blocking the view in front of him. Stopping once he created a hole big enough for him to see. Even though the blanket is not making him see more clearly, the Phoenix Devil Fruit user can make out the silhouette of the marine eating the breakfast given to her. Once she had covered the box with the blanket, Luffy closed her eyes, inwardly apologizing to the avian she rescued for how she treated him just now, though she promised herself to still apologize to him later when they're safe. She opened her eyes before standing up, finally deciding to be done with it so that she and the one she rescued can leave this accursed place. Sitting down and then reaching out a pair of trembling hands towards the fork and knife, Luffy began to cut her meals in huge pieces, stabbing a cut piece of egg, bacon, sausages, and bread with her fork and then putting them in her mouth at once. The angel chewed swiftly and then swallowed. Despite not being chewed properly, she then immediately let go of the utensils and covered her mouth, trembling heavily when her mind registered that she tasted something that certainly should not be included in any meal, slamming her one hand to the table when she suddenly felt weaken on the inside. Sheet! She thought as she felt immense pain inside her. Whatever it was that's added in her meal, other than the thing that she knew was in her meal, had brought her a lot of pain, more so than the ones she felt and had before. After a while, she stopped trembling and lowered her hand, waiting for a few more minutes to calm down before continuing to eat. This time making sure no more meals are left on the plate, wanting to experience the pain twice or, if possible, once only, DMN the consequences. Once swallowing, Luffy put a closed fist hand in front of her mouth as if to stop herself from coughing what's in her mouth and then drinking her tea at once when she no longer felt puking her meal out. Luffy slammed the teacup down and panted heavily through her nose. It was quiet for a while aside from the soft shuffling noise Marco is creating in the box before Luffy finally surrendered and coughed out blood, glad that the dress caught the blood so that she can burn it. The female Rear Admiral covered her mouth with her hand again and tried to stop the blood pouring out even more, but she lost as she suddenly fell sideways to the floor. Marco knew something was wrong when the Marine eats her meal. Hearing the utensils fell to the plate made him nervous, seeing her silhouette slamming a hand to her face and the table added more. He was so tense that he felt leaping over towards the Marine when she continued eating. "Why are you acting like that?" Marco thought, seeing the silhouette drinking from the teacup which was then slammed down. "What is the F is wrong, you are?" he screamed, his wings rising, suddenly feeling threatened, but it's not his life that he wanted to protect. No, he wanted to protect the Marine. Whatever it is that's happening to Luffy, it's giving Marco a feeling of her being threatened, and he doesn't like it one bit. Not one bit. And then, he saw something spewed out from her mouth, followed by her coughing. Is she vomiting? Marco thought with horror and fear, literally sticking his face to the box and cursing that he can't burn the blanket away. He then felt his heart skip a beat. No, that. His heart nearly stopped beating when the Marine fell to the floor. The silhouette even showed him that she was trembling and jerking whenever she coughed. "What the F-YOI?" Marco screamed, nearly breaking his promise to never make any more noise. The air was tense. Marco waited for Luffy to get up, to stop jerking and coughing, to rip this DMN blanket from his box, and he knew, oh, how Marco knew, that this experience will be added to his mental list of the time where he hated waiting. The occupants of the room didn't know how many minutes had passed before Luffy had finally stopped making any noise or jerking movements. This calmed Marco, but not seeing if the Marine is awake or worse, dead, still made him tense. Luffy, however, was merely blinking tiredly, looking at the pool of blood that had surrounded her before glancing up at the covered box in her bed. She knew that Birdie-san is waiting for a sign of her being alive at most. She's not naive to think that he didn't do anything to the box, and as much as she liked to do something for him, Luffy's tired, so tired that she felt sleeping for the whole day and leave for her crew tomorrow, which is bad, super duper bad. 1. They might see her temporary companion as she couldn't use her abilities to protect him if she slept. 2. If they found out that he is freeing him, and if they saw whatever it was that the avian was hiding and knew what it was, they will probably punish her, favored Marine or not. 3. Her crew would worry as she told them that they will be heading for Fishman Island today. Though they will wait for her to arrive before leaving. The problem is, if she didn't call them now, but later today, which is probably by late afternoon, and then told them that they'll head out tomorrow, they'll freak out, forced her to give them an answer, and will probably take revenge. Tenryuubito's, world government and Marines be dead, no one is allowed to mess with one of them. 4. She promised to Birdie-san that she'll free him from their clutches. She already broke plenty of promises she made with her important people. She'd rather die than break this one. Thinking about the 4th reason why sleeping is bad, Luffy lifted her right arm slowly and waved once before letting it fell back to the floor. Luckily her arms fell above the pooling blood beneath her and making her sleeves safe from any bloodstain. Marco sagged in relief when he saw her silhouette moved a hand to wave at him, though he was worried when it fell back to the floor. At least Marco knew that she's fine and that's enough for his heart, for now. He sat down and then glanced at the table where his savior plate is, frowning in suspicion. He's starting to get an idea what was in her meal and he didn't like what his brain is conjuring. Should he be correct then, he'll kill whoever did this, whether they are Tenryuubito, Marine, or another pirate crew, he will kill them and he's sure his family will help him. If he's wrong, well, he'll just investigate what happened to her. With 45 minutes left to prepare to leave Mariehua, Luffy finally decided to stand up, grunting in pain, willing herself to fight against the things that are inside her, the things that made her weak and injured from the inside. Doing her best to avoid the pool of blood on the floor, Luffy swayed to the side as she forces her knees to stop trembling before slowly taking a step forward, followed by another. In each step she took, as she heads towards the bathroom, become easier and easier as her devil fruit finally acted up again. Luffy glanced at the clock in her room, as she put a hand on the wall and leaned against it. Meanwhile, Marco tried to keep the Marine within his sight as she walked away, frowning deeply at her slowness, and deep inside, worried for her. 15 minutes fighting against it, and another 5 minutes before my strength started to come back. Luffy thought as she continued towards the bathroom, using the wall to assist her body. New record but unsatisfactory for them. Soon Luffy was already inside and began to wash her hands and face, before deciding to wash her hair with the hand shower on the bathtub, scrubbing thoroughly and watched as pink-tinted water went down the drain. She then grabs a towel, which was laid down on the stool beside her, and immediately patted on her hair before wrapping it around the said hair. Standing up straight, she then ripped the bloodied dress by the middle and steps over it, kicking the dress away to the side, and looked at the mirror in front of her, sighing in relief when no blood is seen on her shirt and skirt. Luffy then grabs a pair of black leather gloves that was hanging on a bar beside the bathroom counter and immediately wore it, pulling the edges to make sure it fitted her hand in every corner. The youngest Rear Admiral then pick up the dress between her thumb and index fingers and walk out of the bathroom, her body fully recovered, and throw the dress over the bloodstain on the carpet. When Marco saw Luffy came out from the bathroom, walking easily as she had before eating that accursed meal, the worry he felt had dissipated. Though he did notice that she was dragging something behind her, he guessed it was for the floor, and seeing that she threw it at the location where she fell, Marco knew that he was correct. But then, he saw her raised one of her hand, palm up, followed by a white flash appearing above it. Said flash blinded him for a few moments, forcing him to move away from the hole. And while Marco shakes his head, trying to remove the white spots from his sight, the Marine had turned and walked towards his box, a trail of smoke on the spot where the dress is. Wrenching the blanket from the box, Luffy blinked and smiled gently when she saw him shaking his head. Sneaky bird. Luffy chided softly before lifting the said bird's head with both hands and made him look at him, shaking her head when she looked at the watery and dazed eyes. You shouldn't watch what a woman is doing when they don't want you to see it. She gently rubs the bird's eyes, who merely released a soft trill, followed by an annoyed one when he registered that he's being scolded by the Marine when he's simply worried for her, with her thumbs. Luffy giggled as white flames appeared whenever her thumbs rubbed the phoenix eyes and then disappearing once she lifted her thumb. After a few more rubs, she removes her hands, moving away from the bed, and waited for Birdie-san to open his eyes, which he did after a few moments. Said avian flaps his wings as a sign that he's happy and can see everything clearly now. He glances at around the room before settling to the Marine, who was leaning at the wall in front of him with her arms wrapped around her midsection, smirking, and before giving her a stinky eye. What? Luffy blinked, her smirking disappearing, before tilting her head to the side. After a while Marco finally looked away from her, unable to withstand her sincere confusion and innocent facial expression she's wearing. You seriously didn't know that you scared me? Marco thought, releasing a heavy sigh through his beak. It's like you thought that the people around you didn't care about you, you. He then grumbled, ruffling his feathers, before stretching one wing open and began to preen. Luffy blinked at his sudden desire to preen, though she did notice that her rescued bird is trying to glare at her from the corner of his eyes. She merely tilts her head, even more, wondering why. Based on my experience, preening is when stressed or worried, huh? Luffy smiled uncertainly, straightening her head. Guess, I'll never know. Shaking her head, Luffy moved away from the wall, taking Marco's eyes fully away from his feathers and followed her movements. He saw her going towards the window, and then opening it, letting the breeze in and sweep around her room. Marco paused from preening, lowering his wing, straightening his neck, before letting the wind brush against his unclean feathers and then feeling it slowly leaving the room carrying some dust? Ash. With it. Looking at the floor, Marco blinked in astonishment when he saw it clear from any signs of stain, not even a sign of wetness. But I was pretty sure she vomited earlier, Marco thought, glancing at the Marine once in a while. While Luffy leaned against the windowsill and let the wind do as it pleased, smiling. Marco released his breath heavily through his beak and decided to let things be, as he will find out what is wrong with this marine. And seeing that he'll be staying with her for a while, well, that's plenty of time. I'll just stalk, sneak, or spy on her if I didn't get the answers I wanted by the time I'll return to Oyaji, Yua. Marco added as he went back to preening his wings, not seeing that Luffy was spying on him from the corner of her eyes the moment he released his breath. She snickered quietly, moving away from the window and ripping the towel from her hair, dropping it on the chair, as she went to grab a comb from a single-column dresser, with a mirror attached to it, located near the bed. Luffy combed her hair, humming, while Marco kept on preening, going as far as relaxing when he heard her humming. He was so focused and relaxed that he didn't notice a transparent red mist surround the room before it was gone a second after it appeared. Luffy then sighed, straightening her clothes, wrapping the choker that was on top of the dress around her neck, then tying her hair into a half ponytail. When she was done tying her hair, it was at the same moment someone knocked on her door. Marco perked up from his preening, lowering his wing, and looked at the door, while Luffy looked at the mirror for a short while before heading towards the door. She then opened the door where they saw the servant and guard from earlier, which made Marco frown in displeasure while Luffy merely lowered her eyelids until they hooded her eyes before stepping back and let them in the room. The sudden movement made Marco blink and look at her, shocked. "You're letting them in when I'm in full display, Yua?" He thought, though, like earlier, the two subordinates didn't even acknowledge him. The servant merely went to grab the tray, while the guard was talking to Luffy, who was leaning at one of the pillars of the bed's canopy, writing something on his notes. His frown deepened upon seeing them talk so quietly that he can't hear even though they were a few feet away. He tried to heighten his hearing but he still can't hear them. It was as if the two of them were trained to speak very softly or to understand and read the lips of their companions. Seeing that he can't eavesdrop at them, he sighed, his shoulder slumped before he sat down and hung his neck and head over the flap where he created a hole, intending to merely watch the servant that was looking around the table. This made Marco raise an eyebrow when the servant had a disappointed look before grabbing the arranged tray and headed to where the Rear Admiral is. "Excuse me," he started only to be cut off by Luffy. "If you're going to ask on where the stains are, I already removed them. For evidence, you can check the towel by the chair and in the bathroom. That should be enough," she said, glaring at the servant, who had his eyes stared dreamily at her, while the guard snorted amusedly. Marco, however, raised his head slightly upon hearing stains and smirked. "So she did vomit, she just cleaned it up? How is that possible?" he thought. "To clean something in mere seconds? Is that her devil fruit?" "Of course, my lady." The servant bowed after a few moments and went to grab the said damp towel, which had a pinkish color on it, from the chair, and went towards the bathroom. "I'm glad that my interaction with Ayato amused you, Takumi," Luffy said dryly, narrowing her eyes at the guard, making Takumi blush and clear his throat and bowed waist deep. "I apologize, my lady," he said. "It's not every day that someone cuts off Ayato from speaking, other than the Elder and Saint Rokuto of course, and made him act like that," he said, straightening his body while Luffy scoffed. "Glad to be of service," she murmured, making the guard bow his head, pocketing his notes, and then waited for the Ayato to appear, which he did after a few more moments. The towel folded on top of the tray, the servant nods at the guard, who nodded back, and turned to the door, while Takumi looked at Luffy and bowed. "We'll be leaving then, my lady," he said breathlessly. Luffy hummed, her eyes closed. Takumi turned and left the room, closing the door as he does so. When they were out, Luffy could hear them bickering and even fighting over something. She shakes her head and turns to look at the other devil fruit user in the room, only to freeze in shock upon seeing him sitting and leaning beside her, specifically, besides the canopy she's leaning at, smirking. Marco was amused. He moved earlier after thinking about the devil fruit of this marine in front of him, but she didn't even realize that he moved, nor did the guard and the servant. He even flapped his wings slightly to alert them of his presence, but they didn't even budge. Their attention was only towards the Rear Admiral or each other, and while that benefited him, he felt something inside him tremble in fury at the thought of them focusing their attention at his savior. He can only think of two reasons why they focused on her. 1, it could be because of her devil fruit, or 2, it could be because her mere existence, aura, had demanded them to look at her. So while their attention is towards each other, he moved and then leaned against the canopy, looking at the guard, glaring. While it couldn't do much, he felt better that he knew his face. Maybe when the time comes, he will beat this guy and the servant up for having their weird expression whenever the marine is not looking at either of them. He puffed his chest when heard the guard talk to Luffy as he was running of breathed, and then saw how his hand twitched before turning to leave the room. The servant also had the same expression when looking at the Rear Admiral when they turned towards her as they left the room. He exhaled through his beak and looked at the marine, wondering when she will realize that he was there, smirking amusedly. Luffy didn't disappoint as she froze. It was a nice change for a while. Very funny, Luffy mumbled and turned to the dresser and pulled out one of the drawers, grabbing the clothes she wore when she arrived. Marco jumped lightly towards her, still on the bed, and watched as she flitted from the dresser, then to the table, before standing beside his box and headed back to the dresser. He watched as Luffy lifted the bowl of water he's using before throwing it to the floor, smashing it into pieces. He blinked at the sudden actions, even more, when she picked it up and wrapped it with multiple layers of paper. Looking over the bed, the 1st Division commander flinched back when the Marine stepped on it multiple times, barefooted. "What are you doing, Yua?" he squawked. After a while, Luffy stopped, panting. She then opens the papers and upon seeing the bowl's crushed appearance that is beyond saving, throws its remains to the garbage can, before crumpling the papers and throws it after the bowl. Marco ruffled and puffed his feathers, making Luffy look up and look at him. "What?" she asked, making him release an angry and worried trill, followed by him doing hopscotch on the bed. Shaking her head, Luffy turned and grabs her clothes, and put them inside the bag that was suddenly there, unless of course, you're not Luffy. Because for the young Rear Admiral she made the bag had appeared out of nowhere. Upon realizing that his audience was distracted, Marco sat down, wincing when he felt a slight twinge from his wound. "I forgot about that, Yua," he thought with a frown. Luffy turned and looked at the bird, who was looking at his wing with slight confusion. "Guess I was so focused on Luffy that I forgot this wound." "Birdie-san," Luffy called out, making said avian look at her. "Bear with the pain a little longer, we're leaving this place now." She finished and then grabs Marco from the bed and turned towards the bag. Luffy carefully puts Marco inside the bag and then put her marine cap, that she never used outside the Navy HQ, above him, before flipping its cover gently. Marco blinked in astonishment upon seeing that the inside is a lot bigger than it is on the outside. However, while it's big enough for him to be put into, he can't stand up. He can at least stretch his neck to look at the opening left on the side of the bag. Marco then turns to look on his back where the marine cap is laid at, frowning in distaste at the sight, before deciding to focus on the outside, seeing the marine had moved. Luffy lifted the slings of the bag and let it hang from her right shoulder, grabs her cape, and then swiftly put it over her shoulders. Turning at the mirror to check if the cape had covered the bag, she then moved away and left the room, putting her right hand at the end of the front sling as they were covered with a transparent orange mist. Luffy didn't even bother to close the door, seeing the guards are standing beside the said doors. The guards waited for her to pass them before they went and closed the door to her room and followed after her. Marco looked at around, trying to see where they are heading, or as much as he could see with how limited the opening is. It was quite between the group. Even Marco tried to breathe as quietly as he could, in fear of having them alerted that he's inside. It wasn't long before Luffy was out of the mansion and into the courtyard, where there is a line of guards creating a pathway for, saluting once she appeared. The Rear Admiral paused, looking around, while Marco tried to understand if his savior is merely just a Rear Admiral or if he's missing something important. Upon seeing less Tenryuubito roaming around, Luffy relaxed slightly and then continued to walk, with intentions to head directly to the terminal of the gondolas. The present Tenryuubito watched her walk away, desire in their eyes, even if she looked so cold and emotionless. The angel was about to sigh in relief when she saw the terminals. Glad that no one is trying to stop her. "Luffy-chan," she flinched inwardly. Spoke too soon. She thought before turning to look at Saint Rokudo, who was walking towards her between the path the guard had created, smiling. Marco frowned upon seeing the saint, especially when one of his guards is carrying something covered with a blanket. "Sheet," he cursed inwardly upon seeing the blue feathers between the edge of the blanket and the bottom of the cage. Immediately he knew that it's his former cage. "Where we found out?" he screamed. "Saint Rokudo," Luffy said, bowing her head before straightening up. The said saint grabs a lock of her hair again and began to breathe in her scent. His eyes taking in the appearance of the Rear Admiral, the tied hair, yellow collared shirt, her skirt, and the black knee-high boots she's wearing. Seeing that she only had her cape on her shoulder, not even a bag, the blonde saint thought she probably left some of her clothes behind, to which he swore to check it out. "Leaving already?" he asked. Luffy merely blinked at him. "You didn't even say goodbye," he mumbled. "I was told that you had business to attend to. Why should I wait for you to finish it?" Luffy asked, making the saint snort amusedly and laughed loudly. "Indeed." He grinned leery, before gesturing at the guard, who was holding the cage. "But I believe that this would let you stay for a while longer." At that, the guard took a step forward as they had Luffy's full attention. The Tenryuubito grinned as his fellow kin began to gather behind him, and once the guard was beside him, he grabs the blanket and ripped it away with a flourish, revealing the fake Marco the Rear Admiral had put inside last night. Luffy faked her eyes to widen in awe as she took a step forward towards the cage. Did St. Jason agreed on letting me have this? She whispered excitedly, while Rokudo tilts his head up, smirking, and arrogantly said. Of course. He could never deny a request of the grandson of the elder. At that Luffy looked up from the corner of her eyes. I thought he said, no, duh. Luffy received a chuckle from that statement. It seems he just needs time to think it through. Luffy giggled, making whoever heard her blushed, before her attention went to the bird. As she went to touch it, Luffy decided to finally end being happy about receiving this gift. She was inches away from touching Marco before she paused and looked at it intently. The nobles and guard around her watched with bated breath, though wondering why she isn't doing anything. They were answered when Luffy stood up and turned to look at him. You're giving me a dead bird? She asked harshly, making the blonde-haired saint blink multiple times, his smirk slowly fall from his face. What? He shouted, stepping closer to the cage and gestured for the guard to open the cage. Luffy stepped back and crossed her arms across her midsection while putting most of her weight on one of her legs, smirking inwardly as she watched them open the cage, flustered. When it was open, Rokudo had another guard grab the bird, which was obeyed, gritting his teeth as the animal is unresponsive when it was grabbed. The moment the bird was out, they all saw how it was very limp. The guard didn't even feel it breathing. Desperate and wanting for the angel to stay a little while longer, Rokudo shakes the arms of the guard rather harshly so that he can shake the bird awake without touching it. Luffy inwardly winces at the rough treatment Birdie-san is experiencing, before outwardly shaking her head in disappointment. It looks like we're too late then, Luffy stated, as the shaking stopped and the bird was still limp, no signs of being alive. I knew that it won't last long without any food or water, but I didn't realize it would be this soon. She then turned away from them, and continued to walk towards the gondolas. Saint Rokudo, with an ugly expression on his face, turned his head to look at her and immediately gave chase. Wait, Luffy-chan, he said and started to walk beside Luffy. Maybe it's not too late yet. We can probably bring the bird back to life. He chuckled. Luffy stopped and looked at him in the eyes. Once a life has been taken, Saint Rokudo, you can't get it back. If it could be returned, then those slaves that I've played with before should be here. She said. Rokudo gritted his teeth, looking away from her eyes, and instead he looked at the ground. Luffy then hummed in thought, before lifting his chin and make him look at her again, seeing the defeated look in his eyes, a look that she only saw once in a while. Luffy grinned. Thank you for doing this though. Rokudo was about to smile when Luffy struck where it hurts. Well, she's not sure if it hurt him so much, but it's worth a shot. At least by doing this. I never had to visit St. Jason to request for him to give me the bird, and I don't have to come back here just to get the bird should he agree. She ended her statement with a giggle and then left them all alone there. The nobles didn't bother to look at the saint as they favor watching Luffy leave than the depressed male. Luffy's guard bowed at the blonde-haired noble and then followed after the marine. She could have come back, Rokudo thought. If she went to St. Jason, who I will make sure to agree, she could have come back here to take the pest away. Sure, she would found it dead, but she could have come back and stayed here for days. He then growled and turned to look at the dead animal. Throw that thing away from here, he shouted, pointing at the guard who immediately nodded and left, fully intending to throw the dead body to the sea. He then looked at the rest of the guard and ordered. Gather St. Jason's things and put it in my storage room. From now on he is strip away from his title as a Tenryuubito. Gasps could be heard from the nobles around him. It was one thing to voluntarily decline the title of being a celestial dragon or even the noble title, it was another when being stripped by the grandson of the elder or by one of the elders. Have a den mushi ready? I will inform him of his new status. Whatever happens to him after this is none of our business. He could claim himself as noble, king or pirate. But he is no longer allowed to hold the title of Tenryuubito and is banned from stepping foot in Mariehua. Should he did so, then he and the people with him are to be shot on sight. With that, Rokudo whirled around, his cape whirling as well, with very intention to head back to his mansion to report to his grandfather, who will have his declaration approved immediately. Guards running around to do what he declared, the other nobles trembled slightly in fear before heading back to their homes to stay inside there for a couple of days. Luffy, along with her guards, was already inside one of the gondolas and looking at the sea through the window, smirking when she heard the shout of the saint. The guards behind her murmured at one another, which made her look at them with narrowed eyes, making them stop and stood up straight. She then hummed and took out the choker she's wearing and hid it on the inside pocket of her cape. Meanwhile, Marco blinked, unable to believe what just happened and what he just heard. He would never have thought that someone could do that. Who is he kidding? These BSTRDS are Tenryuubitos, so he could have probably done it without the rest of the world knowing. Additionally, the 1st Division commander tried to think of how the Rear Admiral is treating his presence. When they stepped out of the room and the mansion, the Marine acted like the bag was there, but when they were heading towards the terminal, Marco saw how she slowly removed her hand from the sling and then lets it hang limply at the side. That was when the Saint arrived and the start of the Marine ignoring him, not knowing why. The first mate of the Whitebeard pirates tried to think of a reason why, especially when that Rokudo didn't even question of her having a bag hanging on her shoulders. Marco was jostled from his thoughts when he felt the Luffy moved, looking through the opening that was given to him. He then froze, his eyes slowly widen upon seeing the sea again. He finally sees the SEA. After months of being caged, he finally saw the ocean. And soon, he'll be back with his family, with his brothers, with his pops. Tears started to appear in his eyes, before he lifted them, head tilted to look at the Marine, who rescued him. Never thought a day will come where I'll be indebted to a Marine, he thought, snorting. He then went to look around, trying to absorb what he is seeing. He saw some Marines loitering around, some guards and nobles. When his view was suddenly focused on the sea, Marco tried his very best to avoid making any unnecessary movements or even showing his excitement. Safe travels, Rear Admiral. He heard the guard shouting, which made him blink. Safe travels? There's no ship to travel with, Which is true, all Marco could see is the endless sea, no ship around the port. He waited for Luffy to make any noise, but she only muttered one word and they were. Wait, were they flying? Jeppo, Luffy muttered, before kicking the air and walked through the sky. When she was sure that they were far from the red port, the transparent orange mist surrounding them disappeared as she lifted her bag to her chest and opened the cover. It'll be nice to feel the wind between your feathers, right, Birdie-san? She giggled, watching the bird shake his head and look around. How is she? Trailing the question off, Marco looked behind them and smirked upon seeing her kicking the air. Ah, Jeppo, and here I thought her devil fruit can make her fly, he thought, then blinking in realization, before sighing in defeat. Devil fruit, she probably used devil fruit earlier in the Mariehua to avoid being asked about the bag, and she probably used devil fruit to create a fake me, He then released an annoyed croon, which made Luffy stop moving forward, remain in that spot while still using one of the Rokushiki. What's the matter, Birdie-san? She asked, blinking as she lifted the bag to eye level. Seeing the bird's partially lidded eyes, she knew that he was unimpressed with something, and then hearing him screeched, before gesturing himself using his beak and then her, made her flinched back. Luckily, she was able to keep using Jeppo despite the sudden movement. I have no idea what you just said. She started slowly. But seeing how you kept on gesturing to yourself and then me. I guess this has to do with the devil fruit. Specifically mine. At that, Marco stopped and looked at her, surprised that she manages to understand that when he was just doing random actions about her not letting him know that she will use her devil fruit. She must be very smart or he just didn't give her that much credit. Sorry, Birdie-san, Luffy said, sighing as she let her bag hang again. But no one is allowed to know about the kind or type of devil fruits that I have, other than my crew, the Fleet Admiral, Admirals, and the Gorosei. Sorry. With that said, Luffy continued on her way. Letting the bird do what he wanted, he could look at her or the endless sea. Right now, she needs to meet with her crew so that she can be as far as possible from the place she just left. Meanwhile, Marco blinked at her. Did she just indirectly told him that she's might be, perhaps, a secret weapon of the Marines? What? If the Fleet Admiral, the Gorosei, didn't want her to spread her devil fruit ability, then she might be a weapon, or very important to them that they want her to hide her ability, perhaps even her identity too. For all the times the first commander read a newspaper, he never once encountered a name Luffy or Rear Admiral Luffy. Suspicious, suspicious. Pops needs to know about this. He thought, sighing, before deciding to focus on being free again. It wasn't long before he slowly falls asleep, and when Luffy checked on him, she chuckled. Before focusing, putting more power to her kick to head directly towards Sabaody Archipelago. When the island was in her sight, she reached into one of the inner pockets of her cape and took a Viver card. She looked at it for a short while before following its direction. While Luffy knew where her crew and ship, she can't help but check the Viver card whenever she's heading to their meet-up point. She already experiences bad things due to the sudden changes of the rendezvous point, so having a Viver card always helps her, and she got used to using them. It wasn't long before she found the ship, and by then it was nearing tea time. She knew that the crew members, who are on lookout duty, had already seen her and had informed the crew as they had started to gather around the rails of the ship, making her smile. Rear Admiral. They all shouted, making her laugh as she finally landed, finally relaxed. Hey, guys. she said, looking at each one of the crews present on deck, before looking at her first mate, who was walking towards her. "Welcome back, Captain." Zoro greeted. Luffy merely nodded and looked around the ship. Seeing that it was coded, she turned to Robin, who was sitting near the stairs that leads to the navigator's room of the ship, reading, but when she felt her captain staring she closed her book and stood up, giving Luffy her full attention. "Are we good to go?" she asked. Robin nodded. "Yes, Captain, every crew who went with us to the Marineford is here in the ship. Supplies had been given to us in Redport and we also resupplied here," she reported. "How are things in the grooves?" Luffy asked, turning to look at Yu, who was leaning on the mast before straightening up when she looked at him. "There are no new SLV auction or human shop that had opened without our permission, Captain, though the old ones had mentioned to the spies that SLV traders have been giving them children to auction, children that are ranging to 9 years old and above. Due to your rules here, the auctioneers and sellers, denied them. The SLV traders who sold them were captured by them and the children were returned to their parents. The Marines, who saw the pirates acting up again, had captured those and hold them in imprisonment until Vice Admiral Garp arrives here in a few days," he reported. "Are you sure that the auctions and human shop didn't accept the children?" Luffy asked. Yu grinned darkly, making her do the same. "Of course, Captain. Those who did are immediately closed, permanently, after all." Chuckling, she then looked at her crew, who seems to have fun during their one-day stay in Sabaody. "Set sail!" Luffy shouted, making her crew to cheer and waking a certain bird, who flinched and looked up. Marco's eyes widened upon seeing Marines less than 30 around him scattering, following her orders, and had started to activate the bubble coating of the ship. He pecks Luffy's hand softly, making her look at him with a raised eyebrow, and then patted his head. "Everything is fine," she said. "No, it's not. Coating means going underneath the red line, and underneath the red line is the Fishman Island. Humans, especially Marines, are despised there, you are," Marco screeched, gaining the attention of Luffy crew. Seeing a blue feathered bird screeching inside the bag of their captain made them raise an eyebrow before they shrugged their shoulders and continued their pattern to head down to Fishman Island. Meanwhile, Luffy chuckled as Zoro, Robin, and Yu went towards her, observing the bird, who finally realized that he caught the attention of the Marines, making him sweat. "Sheet, they saw me, you are." Bending down to her waist, Robin tilts her head to the side, examining the bird, who backed away from her, before glancing up at her Rear Admiral. "Luffy?" she said, silently asking for an explanation just like the males behind her. Marco blinked when they didn't call her by her rank title, but focused on their conversation. Thinking can come later. Luffy kept quiet, her eyes closed, and when they were submerged under the sea, did she open them and answered the question. "A person who had experienced freedom but was taken from it," she said, making their eyes widen, before focusing back at the bird, who tried his best to regain his composure and be the first commander of the strongest man in the world he is before he was caged. "We also need to have Chopper check on him. Sea stones in a body is just asking for infections," she added, making her audience to look at her, before nodding with determination. "Head down faster," Zoro stated, walking towards the navigator room. "Our stay at Fishman Island will be short. We will stay there long enough to get additional supplies or get the request from our chefs, doctors, and fellow G6 Space Marines. We got a code yellow on our hands," Yu shouted as he headed to where the helm of the ship is. Luffy smiled before turning towards the door that leads to their quarters and the infirmary, Robin following behind her. "So, we will be paying a visit towards the royal family and then we'll be leaving immediately, is that right, Luffy?" Robin asked. Luffy hummed in agreement, while Marco was blinking multiple times. "What? A Marine visiting King Neptune and his family?" he thought. While Marco and his captain are always in contact with the royal families, they never knew that they were being visited by the Marines, but considering that it's been a while since they visited the Fishman Island, nearly 2 years, so a change might not be that surprising. No, this is surprising. A Marine is friends with the merfolks. He'll check this out and maybe have his Oyaji have them visit the island so that they could get the whole story. "How are they?" Luffy asked, snapping Marco from his thoughts. You are terrified. We haven't told them everything as we still haven't passed the red line, yet. But we put them in a temporary coma so that they can rest without any stress," Robin answered, making Luffy frown. "While I don't recommend that, we don't have a choice if that's the case," she mumbled before stopping. "I'll be talking to them once we leave Fishman Island, so make sure that they'll be awake by then and tell the twins to be there, and you," she ordered. Robin nodded. Luffy then turned to the door beside her, opening it, a sign that it was her room before pausing and looked at the older raven-haired woman. "Oh, and please tell Jin to have my tea and snacks ready," I'll be having the medicament course. This, of course, made Robin froze, looking at Luffy with wide eyes. Me medicament. Robin then trembled as she bit her lip tightly, which made Luffy smile sadly and touch the bitten lip. It's okay, Robin. Just tell Jin that, and I need plenty of it. I haven't eaten properly in Mariewa. Luffy told her. Robin inhaled deeply and nodded. Oh, and Birdie-san will be having the same. But make sure it's soft biscuits and fresh, cold water. With that said, Luffy turns and entered her room. Robin watched her for a while before taking a step forward and asked, Are you eating dinner with us? At that, Luffy, who was about to close the door, paused and looked at her sadly. I can't. She denied, closing her eyes. But I will tomorrow morning, so they better be prepared. She then gave the older woman a wide grin, lifting the heavyweight on Robin's chest. Okay, Captain. It's Luffy, Robin. Luffy giggled as she gently closed the door and locked it. She then headed towards the bed and put her bag there gently, before sitting on the floor to look at Marco, who was frowning at her. You got any idea what our meal will be? She asked. Marco merely pecked at her hand, which was laid on the bed, making her giggle. You like pecking my hand, don't you? She teased as the bird squawked. Of course, I got an idea. I have an idea of what was in your meal earlier, Marco screamed, just as Luffy shakes her head gently and pat his head. Snack time will arrive soon, so we better freshen up. Nearly half an hour later. When Luffy said freshen up, Marco knew that the Marine planned to help him with preening and maybe do something about his wound, but he never, ever, thought that she would bring him with her inside the bathroom, wrapped with only a towel to cover her body. And, oh, what a body it was! Birdie-san, your nose is bleeding again. Luffy screamed. Fortunately for the said bird, she was fully dressed, wearing only a white A-line, spaghetti strap, ankle-length dress. Said nose-bleeding bird was laying down on his stomach on the bed, his whole body spread out, cheeks flushed, and doing his best to avoid looking at the Marine, who was sitting at the bed and wiping the blood from his nose and beak with a wet towel. But not looking at the Marine made the Phoenix remember her being naked, teasing him, and submerged in a tub that's flowing around like a wave. Then there's him, Marco, laid down on a chair near the said tub being preened by the gentle and expert hands of a naked woman. Something that never happens before? Also, it's, totally, not Marco's fault he saw the Marine naked with droplets of water dripping down from her body when she stood under the shower. Nope, not his fault. Mao. I made sure you faced the wall and placed far away from the steam and heat when I stood up in the shower to avoid this. Maybe I should open the window next time. Luffy mumbled, making Marco blush even more. Okay, he may have peeked at the Marine when he has moved away, but it was not his fault she was CC. Sheet, Marco grumbled, closing his eyes in embarrassment. Luffy merely tilts her head to the side, frowning in confusion. It wasn't long before she heard a knocking on the door, which made her stop wiping the bird's nose and stood up. When she saw Jin behind the door with a cart of food in front of him, she smiled and moved away from the doorway, letting him pass through. Jin grinned at his captain, pushing the cart into the room, and blinking upon seeing a bird in his captain's bed, with marks of blood. Drops on his nose. He blinks multiple times before snickering when he saw a damp pinkish towel hanging on the edge of the bed and manages to connect the dots of why the bird is bleeding. Captain, did you took a bath with this devil fruit user? He asked as he stopped the cart beside the bed. Yup, said Captain chirped. Did you know he's a devil fruit user because of Robin, Jin? Your encrypted messages will always be understood by us, Luffy. Jin said, making her smile gratefully. Hearing him or the others say her name and not by the title that was acknowledged to her by the Marine, had made her heart warm, for it means that her crew cares for us. Luffy. I know. She said. Thanks, Jin. She bowed her head, making Jin do the same, before he left the room, closing the door while Luffy went to lock it. Marco, who was silent the whole time, slowly stood up and went to the cart, his curiosity growing the more he spent more time with the Rear Admiral. It wasn't long before he and Luffy were eating the meal Jin created, and just like she ordered, the 1st Division commander is eating soft biscuits and fresh cold water. While it was small, it was enough for Marco to feel full, but not sick. The Rear Admiral also had her biscuits for her meal, but what he mostly saw are stuffed bread and rolls. She also had tea for her meal. While it wasn't a small amount, like the one in Mariewa, it wasn't also huge like the ones his ship brothers, specifically, Ace and Sabo, ate. So seeing her, someone who admitted that she hasn't eaten properly in that accursed place, eating a medium amount of food is, well, slightly concerning. The 2nd Division commander would probably eat more than what she's eating, but why is he comparing her to those two anyway? Ugh, he misses his family. Luffy had just finished eating and was about to push the cart when they heard knocking on the door. Marco blinked, but the Rear Admiral continued on her way. When she opened the door, Marco saw the older raven-haired woman standing in front of it, carrying some pillows and blankets on her arms and her back. Looking closely at their guest, Marco found out that she looks familiar, even the name, he just didn't know where. "Hi, Robin." Luffy greeted, taking the pillows from Robin's arm, before putting them on the chair beside her and then the blankets on the older woman's back. The Phoenix blinked multiple times upon seeing a pair of arms attached on Robin's back, before inhaling deeply and tried to think rationally and not screeched or squawked like he's been doing the passing days. "Your devil fruit is surely handy, eh?" He heard Luffy giggled, which made lower his head in shame. Of course, it's a devil fruit, you are." He hummed inwardly and tried to tune out the chatting females. "Get a grip of yourself, Marco. You're the first mate of the strongest man in the world, so act like it, you are." It wasn't long before Luffy finished talking with Robin, closing and locking the door immediately. She then turned and put the blankets on top of the pillows before turning towards the direction of the window, which is beside the bed. Marco watched her slid the curtains close and then lifting an overlapping part of the wall and remained floating. Tilting his head down, Marco saw a slanted bar attached on it in each side. A folded table, attached on the wall? He thought, blinking. He never saw that kind of table design on any marine ships they boarded before. I wonder what other secrets this ship has, It was then he saw Luffy dropping the blankets and pillows she went to gather from the chair on the floor. "Can you help me choose?" she asked, before lifting 2 blankets and pushed it towards Marco's direction. Marco sniffed through the blankets, stretching his neck, smelling only lavender from both blankets before turning to look at Luffy, who smiled encouragingly. Sighing in defeat, Marco stood up and stepped closer to the blankets, nuzzling on one blanket that was merely plain soft yellow, before doing the same to the apricot orange blanket. The moment Marco touched the blanket, however, he froze and looked at it more before stepping a lot more closer, nuzzling it as he does so. Luffy had to let go of the blanket too so that Marco won't have to keep on standing as he tried to, basically, merge into the fabric. She chuckled at that before deciding to let him keep it. Seeing that, she, now, knew he likes the softer ones. Segregating the blankets and pillows into 2 groups, one for her and one for Marco, who had the softest blankets and fluffiest pillow that is free and available on the ship. She then laid out the blanket and pillows that belongs to Marco on the wall folding table like a nest, making sure that it'll be comfortable to Marco, who had finished in nuzzling on the blanket and had decided to watch the marine dazedly. Luffy, who was also watching him from the corner of her eyes, chuckled. He's so content with that blanket. She thought, finally finished in arranging the nest, before turning to the bird and lifted him away from his spot. Marco gave a protesting croon but was shushed by Luffy, who grabs the blanket and arranges it into a circle, before grabbing Marco again, cradling him like a cat. She then made sure to touch his face and neck, before laying him down in the middle of the nest she created, arranging his body so that his head laid above the circled blanket, stepping away and smiled at him. "You can sleep now," Luffy told him, before turning to fix her bed. Marco blinked, his body fully relaxed with him nearly being covered with the scent of lavenders, and before he knew it he was asleep. When Luffy was done with her bed, she looked at Marco, smiling when she found her asleep, before turning to look at the window and merely saw the darkness of the sea. She then heads out to the deck, smiling upon seeing her crew still looking around them with awe even though it was pretty much dark to see anything. It wasn't long before a yellow kraken came out, making her giggle in delight. "Surum!" Luffy greeted happily, while said kraken waved one of his tentacles. The other marines present on the deck cheered upon seeing their giant sea animal friend. Surum, delighted on seeing his human friends and savior, did a fast spin in front of them before he circled the ship and gently grabs its body with his tentacles and lead them down further the sea. "Thanks, Surum. We'll give you some meat when we arrive at Fishman Island," Luffy said, leaning at the railing to look at the kraken, who merely waved at her. The crew grinned at one another before following their captain position and watched as they passed through many sea kings, or just enjoying the view of the dark sea. Gray and Yu, who were leaning at the mast the whole time, smirked at their crew's antics. Because no matter how many times they saw it, the awe of seeing things that pirates usually see is still there, and they are lucky to have Luffy as a commanding officer. BZZT. BZZT. Hearing the sparking of noise electricity, all of the crew members turned to look where it comes from, blinking at what they saw before they smiled and returned to what they were doing. Gray and Yu, however, moved away from their spot and went towards where their Rear Admiral is. "Everything okay, Captain?" Yu asked, making her giggled, ears twitching when the male marines turned to look at it. "Yup. Just need to fix my hair and possibly sleep in the den," she said, as an orange-colored thing swished between her and Yu, while the electric noise keeps on going. Gray laughed at that his group leader's stupefaction expression when the thing hit his nose. The black-haired Marine sighed as he rubs his nose, glaring at Gray when he continued snickering. It wasn't long before you snickered as well, seeing the dark blue-haired Marine was smack in the nose as well. Sorry, Captain, Gray mumbled, rubbing his nose, while said Captain giggled. I'll be in my room then, see you tomorrow, Luffy said, before pausing on her way towards the door. And I thought to never call me Captain? She grinned at them, showing them her sharp fang teeth. Habit, you said. We'll try to lessen on calling you Captain, again, Luffy. Luffy merely gives them a sweet, sweet smile. Make sure you do, she then continued on her ways, soft bell ringing as she walks away and the electric noise slowly disappearing. The crew waited for the bell to no longer be heard before they sighed in relief and despair. Training? One of the lower-ranking Marine asked. Training. His friends confirm, making them groan. LT Commander. With Luffy. Hearing her crew screaming towards you, made Luffy laugh. She's not mad that her Vendetta Marina called her by her rank title that she had when they met, but it was fun messing with them and giving them training that she knew they could handle easily. And while she could let them off the hook, it's been months since she had training and sparring with her crew, so, sparring it is. Opening the door of her room, Luffy never bothered to open her lights as she can still clearly in the dark. She then grabs a brush and sat down on her bed before using it against her hair. Luffy ignored the electric buzzing noise that can be heard once in a while when she suddenly remembered her temporary roommate, thus her eyes flashed and turned into clear blue before turning back to their original color and the buzzing noise was gone. Unknown to the youngest Rear Admiral, however, Marco was already waking up, but when he opened his eyes, he was in a catatonic state, merely blinking at the shadowed form of the Rear Admiral. His mind registered the Marine brushing something in her lap in dark, thick and nearly pointed things swishing behind her, and she also had something in her head as well, something triangular. What, you are? Marco thought before deciding to sleep it off. His brain is still not processing the registered image, and before he knew it he was asleep, Luffy following after 2 hours. And the 2 occupants of the room were dead to the world. The next day. Marco blinked his eyes, as he slowly tried to register where he is and feeling refreshed, finally being to sleep with a full stomach. Seeing light coming through the curtains, he moved his neck, leaned his head through the window, and looked out. His eyes widen upon seeing the fishmen and merfolk standing near the ship and talking in groups with some of the Marines. He absorbs what he is seeing, glancing from left to right, before turning to look back around the room, but when he found out that there is no Rear Admiral around, and that he is alone in the room, he immediately looks back outside. That was when he saw near the gangplank the female Rear Admiral, talking to King Neptune? What? Sheet, this is giving me a headache, you are. Marco grumbled, realizing that all of the citizens in this island are in friendly terms with the Marine he's sailing with. Heck, he even saw one Marine and fishman wrapping arms around each other's shoulders. What is happening here? With Luffy. I'm glad you visited again, even if it's only for a short while, Jamon, Neptune said after Luffy told him that they were only staying for a short while. I know. I also apologize that we couldn't visit as much as we could, Luffy said, bowing her head. For some reason, the world government is trying to tighten their leash toward me, sometimes calling me to head towards Mariehua or visiting the nobles around the New World. At that, Neptune frowned and lifted her head with one of his fingers. No need to bow, my friend. He said. Do you have any idea why they are doing this? No. Luffy shakes her head. But I fear on my next visits everything will change. And the changes will be all directed to me. Is there something we can do? The king asked. Luffy looked at the ground before looking at his eyes directly. Secure the happiness of your people. And, let my crew stay here should something terrible happen to me. She said. The huge merman's eyes widened at the selfless declaration, before nodding solemnly. Of course. He agreed. Members of your crew have made quite a friend with my people, so that is no problem, Jamon. Luffy giggled at that. Of course, I've trained them well. She said, looking around the place with the king. It wasn't long before they heard the giggling of children, and then Luffy was suddenly on the seafloor with a soft thump. Luffy-sama! The children shouted as they covered her body with theirs. Luffy laughed before looking up and grinned widely. Shirahoshi! She yelled, making those who heard her looked up and wave upon seeing the princess riding her pet shark. In her room, Marco's eyes widened upon seeing the princess outside of her tower. Luffy-sama! Shirahoshi shouted, said. Marine grins widened more upon seeing her brothers clinging to her hair. Ah! Fukaboshi, Ruboshi, Manboshi. Luffy! The brother greeted as they all landed on the seafloor. The Rear Admiral giggled shyly, suddenly missing her own brothers. The princes and princess immediately went and talked to her, asking questions to which she delightfully answered. Neptune watched them like a father would, happy knowing that he, his family, and his people had this amazing relationship with this particular group of humans. Yes, it's a small group of humans, but big things come from small things, and his queen would have loved this. As they talked to one another, no one, excluding Luffy, but she mostly knew because of her haki, knew that Marco fell to the floor of the room with a soft thump. He landed with his wings spread, which made him wince in pain, before foregoing the pain and tried to gather his mind from the scene he just saw. They visited Fishman Island a few months after Ace and Sabo officially joined the crew. At that time the princess is still in the tower and there are still hostile auras with the other fishmen. They couldn't visit anymore after a week of staying there. Big Mom and Kaido were attacking a few of their protected islands, but they do remain in contact with the Neptune family and Jinbei. They never received any information with Marines coming on the island and are in friendly terms with them. Maybe they should have visited them during those 2 years? He really needs to have Pops visit this island so that they could get the answer he needed. I want to be with my family, Yua. Marco ummed. I'm used to my family's insanity or logic, but my mind can't comprehend the insanity nor the logic when it comes to this crew, Yua. Crocodile tears silently fall from Marco's eyes, and he laid there for a couple of hours before he heard a noise of a cart being pushed. He turned and stood up, jumping to the bed, which was a lot softer than it was yesterday, before jumping back to the nest Luffy made. It wasn't long before the door opened and Luffy, wearing the clothes she wore when they left Mariehua, entered soon after, pushing the cart towards him. You're finally awake. Luffy stated. This statement made Marco blink in confusion, and seeing that made Luffy giggle. She stopped the cart in front of him before walking towards him, bending to her waist and knees, resting her hands on the ladder. You missed breakfast and lunch. We're leaving Fishman Island already. She told him. Marco frowned at the sudden rush of wanting to leave the island as he was grabbed and transferred to the floor. If Luffy ever saw him frowning, he was ignored as she went to prepare his meal, which is just a light soup. Luffy dipped her pinky finger on the soup to make sure it wasn't too hot before turning to the other devil fruit user in the marine and laid down the bowl in front of him with a small wooden table. Luffy hummed as she fixed his nest, while Marco slowly drinks the soup. It was long before she was done when she turned to Marco, who was halfway down from finishing his soup. Birdie-san, Luffy called out, sitting on the floor sideways. Marco paused and looked at her, tilting his head upon seeing a sad and concerned look on her face. Can I see your wound? The first mate of the Whitebeard pirate looked at the place where the said wound is before looking back at the marine. Luffy waited patiently for his answer, smiling brightly when he lifted his wing, revealing the head of the seastone nail surrounded with an expanding round skin. When she touched it, the smile Luffy wore drops upon feeling its tenderness. That's bad, Luffy mumbled, glancing at Marco. Do you feel any pain? As an answer, the avian merely flapped them, wincing after the third flap. Thank you, Luffy smiled and then stood up, immediately walking towards the door. You can continue drinking your soup. She added, looking at the pirate over her shoulder, before leaving and letting the door shut itself. I want US full speed ahead to the surface. Marco heard her screamed. Our guest wounds is slowly escalating. This made him looked at the said wound, wincing when he saw how bad it was. The infected skin was nearing his wing, and if he was an ordinary bird then he might not be able to fly if they don't remove the nail on time. The more Marco thought about the wound and how they will remove it, did he remember one thing. My fire will work again if the moment they remove the seastone nail, Yua. And that is bad. Should his flared his fire with a group of marine doctors or vets, they would surely capture him. The Rear Admiral said that he'll help him, but should she found out that he's the first mate of the strongest man in the world, she would surely capture and surrender to the marine ford. Who wouldn't want to miss a chance of declaring a war against his pops? Surely not them. I need to stay awake when they remove the seastone, Yua. I need to force my phoenix to never use his flames until it's safe. He thought. He absently drinks his soup while thinking of ways of staying awake and bearing the pain of having the nails removed that he forgot to think about the shadowed image he saw last night when he was sleeping. Sheet, Yua. With Luffy. The Rear Admiral watched as they quickly moved towards the surface, frowning in concern with the wound Birdie-san had. And her experience of having an infected wound near the wings is a painful and awful thing. Hopefully, her doctors will be ready to receive them when they arrived. Though if that avian is the person she thinks he is, then, would his avian form help him despite having that nail lodge in his body for months? She never experienced having something lodge in her body for weeks, let alone months. She needs to keep him here until she's sure he is okay to fly safely back to his family, and maybe only have Chopper operate on him. Robin can help with her devil fruit and she won't say anything to anyone. Luffy, Robin's voice called out, making said marine to look at her, smiling. The ladies are awake. She nodded in response while Robin went towards the navigation room, before heading towards the infirmary, though she did pause in front of her room, thinking whether or not should she check on her guests, before shrugging and continued on her way. When she arrived at the door of the infirmary, Hana, Mina and you were already there waiting for her. Luffy gave them a soft smile before she opened the door and entered, followed by the 3 members of the Vendetta Marina. The 4 slaves that Luffy took from the Tenryuubito were sitting on their beds, gripping their respective blankets tightly, trembling as the Rear Admiral went closer to them and sat down at the chair in front of their beds. Observing the women in front of her, taking in their appearance. One woman laid down on the bed positioned at the left side of the room was a red-haired with green eyes and pale skin. On her right side was a brown-haired woman with onyx eyes and slightly tanned skin, then there was a black-haired lady with pale blue eyes and the last woman on the right was a blonde-haired woman with black eyes. Luffy was proud of her crew when she saw the bruises and wounds healing efficiently, that they managed to do it right without the doctors or nurses to help them. Though it seems medical training will be implemented again. She thought before inhaling deeply. Hello. Luffy greeted, giving them a warm smile. The women flinched in response, but this didn't deter the Marines from smiling at them. In fact, this encouraged them to continue, wanting to explain to them before they arrive at the island. You don't have to be afraid, Hana said, standing beside Luffy as she looked gently at the women. We're here to help but we would like for you to answer some of our questions. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Mina immediately added, seeing their fearful expression. We won't force you. They waited for the women to answer. When they receive a nod, Luffy's smile widens a bit more. All right. We'll start with something simple. She said. I'm Luffy, this are Hana, Mina, and you. 4 pairs of eyes followed her finger when the Rear Admiral introduced herself and members of her crew. May we know your name? Silence. Do you have any family searching for you? We have no one. The red-haired woman answered. Luffy smiled at her. No one? She asked. When she saw them nod their head, she sighed. I know we said that we won't force you on answering, but we don't appreciate you lying to us. The woman who spoke flinched, scared that the Rear Admiral found out that she was lying. They were all quiet for a while before the blonde-haired sighed and answered. I have a family. She said. The other slaves looked at her in shock, but the woman continued and even braced herself as if waiting for punishment. I have a mother and father waiting for me on an island in South Blue. Do you know the name of your island? Hana asked. While she and her crewmates knew that the reason she answered them was due to the fear of being punished for not answering, she's willing to use that fear to get the answers they needed. Healing and assuring them comes after. What will happen if we tell you? The black-haired woman asked. Luffy smiled and stood up, heading towards them. First, we will remove your SLV brand. She answered, shocking them. Next, we can either get your family or lead you back to your island, which will be placed under my protection or the protection of someone much stronger than me. Wah! And lastly, you will never be found or sold as a SLV again. By then Luffy was already sitting at the bed of the Slaw XSLV, who answered their question. That's not possible. The brunette XSLV told her, tears starting to drop down from her eyes. Slave's brand can't be hidden, nor can they be removed. And who's to say you're not lying? The red-haired suddenly asked. You were with the Tenryuubito and they worshipped you. We saw how they reacted when you there. So how can we know you're not lying to us? That you're not asking information from us because you want to give them more slaves? They were silent, and as the silence grew, the slaves were convinced that the Marines were lying before hearing the Rear Admiral hum. Well, you hate the Marines, so we can't tell you to trust us or have one of our crew tell you that we aren't lying. That would be like bias. Luffy pointed out. Her crew nodded in agreement and the former slaves agreed inwardly. So how about this? The raven-haired girl then stood up, headed back towards her crew that was standing in the center, and turned to look at them. Once you're fully healed and our doctors finally allowed it, you can ask the slaves we rescued whether we are honest or not. Slaw slaves you rescued? The black-haired SLV asked. You nodded towards his beloved Rear Admiral. Our Rear Admiral here rescue slaves from Tenryuubitos, abusive kings, or even from simple abusive nobles. Even the people who are a prisoner of pirates and SLV traders, she rescued them. They all looked at the Rear Admiral, who merely smiled. The base that the Marine gave us turned into civilization for the people who had their freedom taken and had no place to return to or didn't want to return to. We also have a sister base, unknown to the Marines, in the South Blue Sea. The SLV who wants to be far as possible from Mary's joys will be sent there. Hana added, making her twin answer the remaining explanation needed. The reason why the Rear Admiral is in Mariewa is to check if there are any slaves that can need to be saved, like you. She mostly focused on tortured women and children, sometimes men if they are used as a pleasure SLV. She pretends that she'll be training or dispose of those slaves when in reality she was rescuing them. The report of the slaves dying under her hand was merely her excuse. Because in truth, they were all residing in our base or the sister base. Why not rescue us all at once? The blonde asked. Mariehua is near Marineford. Should the celestial dragons know about the blasphemy our Rear Admiral is doing, we can't save you all at once, and when you reach the ship it'll be burning down to the ground, you answered. We can't do what Fisher Tiger had done nearly 20 years ago. The idiots learn from their mistake, so we have to do it quietly. There are nobles who helped the slaves, but they're not that obvious, Luffy stated, making her crew hummed in agreement. The slaves merely frowned in disbelief, which made her laugh. All right, we'll go and let you process this. Then, once we're in the base and rested, you can ask the slaves we rescued whether we are truthful or not. No one will lie there, nor will they harm anyone unless it's for training. And the slaves won't be biased about their own opinion, as I'm not the only person who rescued them after all. They all knew my name, but some hasn't met me. You can try asking them. They didn't wait for a response, they merely turned and left the room, leaving the slaves, who were looking at each other, in peace. When Luffy closed the door, she immediately looked at the 3 members of the Vendetta Marina. I want you 3 to serve their meals, tend to their wounds, and only the 3 of you. She ordered. I don't want to overwhelm with so many faces coming in and out. Yes, Captain. They bowed, though Luffy frowned in disappointment before realizing that the slaves can still hear them talking, thus the reason for them to call her by the title. This made her sigh. Also, Hannah and Mina, they are your responsibility the moment we arrive at the base. Lead them to the base's infirmary ward. Your duty as their warden will end when they decided to stay or head back home. After that, it will be the normal process, understood? Yes, ma'am. The twins saluted at making her nodded, before she and you went towards back to the deck, while the twins went to their room to call the nurses in their base about their newly acquired ward. I'm glad you didn't assign me to watch over them, you stated, making Luffy chuckled. I'm not cruel enough to let you worry about them when you have someone far important to worry off. She said, making the lieutenant commander smile and mumble a soft thanks. The moment they were out, Luffy exhaled heavily in relief upon seeing the sea brightening from the sun above. We're about to reach the surface, Luffy, Zoro stated, walking towards them with his arms crossed over his chest. We might reach the base 2 days max. Thanks, Zoro, Luffy said, looking around her ship and smile widely upon seeing her crew looking so happy of being in the new world again, their home. I would never think to see the day where Marines would think the second half of Grand Line as home, Gray mumbled, standing beside his leader, while Peter leaned against him, his arm around Gray's shoulder. You got to admit, if the Paradise Marines saw them like this they would think we're crazy. And we only started to live here for like, a year and a half. He said. His superiors nodded in agreement. That said, I hope you have prepared your training regiment for them. Luffy grinned at her commanders and leaders. I have mine planned already, she sang out and skipped towards the figurehead of the ship. Wha? Is she? Luffy. Shishishis. With Marco. Marco felt something familiar the moment they burst out from the sea, the feeling of being home. That is when his brain processed something that he should have processed when they descended towards Fishman Island. The base of this Rear Admiral is in the New World. He's in the same part of the sea where he was separated from his family. This made him wonder though, how did a Tenryuubito manage to acquire him? How come a Rear Admiral had a base in the New World? Did they pass this base before or, it was newly implemented? Before he could dwell in his thoughts once more, the door opened making him look at the person. Seeing that it was Luffy, Marco's brain snapped. Luffy flinched back, taking a step back as the avian screeched angrily at her. What? She asked confused, but Birdie-san continues to screech. Tilting her head in confusion, Luffy tried to hear what the voice is saying and when she did heard and understand, she chuckled and merely headed towards her bed, avoiding the flapping wings of a frustrated bird. Sorry. She giggled, grabbing her blanket and throw it over Marco's body, who squawked when she wrapped it around him. Are you treating me like a hatchling, Yua? He screamed in his mind when he was all bundled up and laid down on her lap as she sat on her bed. I'll have you know I'm the first mate of the strongest man in the sea. I'm a Whitebeard pirate, not a hatchling, Yua. Stop that. Marco then snapped his beak towards the hand that was petting his body, said hand immediately move away before returning to its spot but the beak decided to repeat its action. Luffy giggled happily, deciding that this was a game, snickering every time Marco missed her hand. It wasn't long before the bluebird lost his energy, when he did Luffy fell to her bed sideways and laid Marco down, leveled to her head. We'll be arriving at the base soon. She mumbled, patting his head down to his neck and body. We can finally remove it and a few days of healing you'll be free again. I can't wait, Yua. Marco thought, finally relaxed, eyes close and accepting this thing going on around the Rear Admiral. Besides, her petting is nice. I wonder. The raven-haired Marine dazedly said. What's it like? Opening one of his eyes, Marco saw the Marine looking at him in daze and deep in thought, while the petting never stopped. What's it like what? But Luffy never continues her question. She just kept on petting him until he fell asleep and her following soon after. 2 days later, Jeet 6 base. Luffy smiled finally seeing her beloved base, even if it was given against her will. Marco was wrapped with a blanket, covering him from the view of the others but not his sight. Robin was standing beside Luffy, while the twins had their ward standing behind them, fully soft-clothed and not the infirmary scrub nor the ones they were as a SLV. The women seemed to like their clothes, as they kept on touching it in awe. As per usual, Marines were saluting on the docks and ports, their civilians waiting behind the Marines wanting to know if they brought some people they rescued or just to merely see their loved ones. The boys were already commanding their men, leaving the girls to rest as they already have their assignments given to them. When they were finally docked, Zoro looked at Luffy nodding, making her do the same. Let's go, Robin. She said. Zoro will handle them and will meet us in my office with the others. Of course, Luffy. The older raven-haired woman giggled and followed after her captain with the twins doing the same. Take care boys, they said at once, said boys merely laugh and waved at them. Luffy. A childish voice called out catching the attention of the Marine. Looking to the side, Luffy smiled in delight upon seeing a familiar reindeer running towards them. Chopper. She greeted. Said Zo and jumped at her but was caught by Robin, which made him look at them in confusion as he wanted Luffy to catch him. He observed the Rear Admiral intensely, blinking upon seeing something bundled with the blankets wrapped in her arm. Chopper's eyes widened immediately in realization. Is that my patient? He asked, receiving a nod in response from the 2 raven-haired gals. He nods back and squirmed against the arms of the Hana no Mi user. Getting the message, Robin let him go and they watched as Chopper leaned down to peek through the blanket, stepping back upon seeing blue eyes glaring at him. His eyes slowly teared up, before snapping out of it and looked at his captain. Let's bring him to my office. He said, before turning to look at the twins. You 2 lead. Then to the infirmary ward, the others have already prepared beds for them. Yes, doctor. The twins saluted, smirking teasingly at Chopper, who frowned at them. Calling me doctor isn't making me happy, BSTRDS. Laughters followed after the declaration. Chopper's office. Luffy was humming as she put Marco on the bed that's available in Chopper's office, then slowly removing the blanket from him. What's with the blanket, Luffy? Chopper asked as he prepared the things he needed to remove the cursed seastone nail from his patient. He turned to look at his captain, who was petting their fellow devil fruit user, said user seems to be enjoying having his captain's attention based on the bliss expression he had on his face. Can't blame him, Luffy gives plenty of love towards them and she had nice hands enough to them fell asleep. I just thought Birdie-san doesn't like it being seen by a lot of people, Luffy answered as Robin stepped out from the bathroom carrying a basin filled with water. He already suffered under the hand of Saint Jason for who knows how long, I rather not have him be seen as if he's something to be displayed or gawked at. Saint Jason. Chopper mumbled as he began to grind some leaves while Robin leaned on the wall in front of Luffy, who was sitting on the bed while Marco was lying down on her lap. Saint Jason. At the sudden exclamation Chopper made, all of the attention went to him. Chopper? Robin asked, as the doctor jumps down from his chair and went towards a table stand beside the bed, grabbing some papers and gave it to Luffy. We received these letters from the Navy HQ the other day, the news coup arrived right after you told us that you surfaced here in the New World. Chopper said as Luffy grabs the newspaper with one hand as the other continued to pet Marco before allowing him to nuzzle against it. Saint Rokudo has exiled and terminated Saint Jason's status as a Tenryuubito, approved by the 5 Elder Stars. So now, that person is a simple noble here in New World. Do you know which island? Robin asked as she bent down to her waist to read the paper beside Luffy. At that question, Marco, who realized that he was still touch-starved during his stay on the ship, perked up and paused on nuzzling Luffy's hand, which was then moved to rest down on top of his body. Pretty sure he's on his private island, the one near ours. Wait, does he even know our base? The reindeer mumbled. There are plenty of islands near us and I don't think so. Robin pointed out before grabbing the paper's Luffy hand towards her. We'll just scout the islands. His status as a Tenryuubito may have been revoked but he could still be noble. And we still need to obey them according to the law of the Marines. The Rear Admiral stated as she looked at the window. But what made Saint Rokudo revoke Jason's status? Chopper asked out loud as he went back to grinding some medicine. Luffy merely smirked, while Robin laughs. Pretty sure it has to do with our guest. The Hana no Mi user pointed out, but Luffy merely made a shushing gesture. So, we will know at the meeting? Chopper asked as he went towards them, finishing the medicine and ready to be used. Pretty much, Shishishi. Luffy giggled, before looking at Birdie-san, who was leaning down on her palm, eyeing her head doctor with distrust. Don't worry, Birdie-san. This is Chopper, he's our head doctor and veterinarian. Chopper, this is Birdie-san, your patient. Luffy introduced, making said bird to look at her. He's very much neutral. Chopper is willing to heal civilians, marines, pirates, and slaves as long as they don't hurt him or us, she added. He'll remove the nails with Robin's help. I'll be here during the whole procedure and will be there until you woke up. Okay? It took a while before Marco finally nodded and turned to look back at the doctor. You can tell me if you're in pain. I'm a reindeer but I ate the Hito no Mi, allowing me to talk to animals and understand them. Chopper told him, making the pirate tilt his head to the side before nodding. Luffy stood up and laid Marco down on his back in the middle of the bed, and his wings spread. Hands immediately appeared on both sides of his wings and a pair near his feet, shocking him, but he didn't react other than releasing a squawk and jerking. He then felt Luffy's hand on his head. Looking up, the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates saw the Rear Admiral sitting above his head. It'll be fine, she said and watches Chopper ready to syringe. Robin, who was standing at the foot of the bed with her hands crossed in front of her chest, frowns upon seeing a purple mark on his chest. Luffy, is that? Robin whispered so softly that only her beloved Rear Admiral can hear, but she was cut off. Robin. Luffy called out softly, trying her best to not distract Chopper, who either didn't saw the mark or ignored it, from giving Birdie-san the sedative. Said bird had his head laid down the side, eyes on Chopper. Robin looked at her Rear Admiral and saw her shake her head as one hand laid down on the Phoenix neck and the other fixing the feathers on his chest when Chopper moved away. When Marco had his eyes closed, Luffy stood up and gestured for Robin to follow her near the windows and let Chopper do his miracle. Luffy, is that? Robin asked again. Luffy merely shakes his head. I had an idea about who he is. But I told him that I will pretend that I didn't see it and that I will help him hide it from the others. But, if he is who we thought he is, we'll let him go. I am not risking the life of my crew for a war where we had no chance of winning. Luffy said, making Robin smile. Her concern is not about whether disobeying the orders of the higher-ups. Her concern is about the life of her precious crew who will surely be in danger should their leaders will try to prove themselves to the world again. Robin's captain already sacrifices plenty of things for her crew and loved ones. She doesn't want the rest of her chosen family to suffer as well. Of course, Captain. Robin bowed her head, making Luffy smile before they went back to the bed. The young raven-haired marine smile grew when Chopper is slowly pulling the nail out, though the pus was dripping out. One of Robin's hand had brought Chopper a steel tray to put the nail on it, while Luffy went back to calming down Marco, which is pointless seeing he was asleep, but it was better than her merely standing and doing nothing. It wasn't long before Chopper had finished in removing the abscess. Cleans and removes the dead skins, and stitching the wound. He then went on bandaging the wound and then the leg that had the SLV brand of the Tenryuubito. Thank you, Chopper, Luffy said once he was finished. Said Doctor merely smiled. You're welcome. Though if he's staying with you, you need to give him a proper bed. He said, making Luffy and Robin giggled. Bed only? Not going to lecture me on how to do it right? Luffy asked. The reindeer to shake his head. You're the doctor of this crew before me, so I know you knew what to do. He pointed out, making Luffy laughs before turning to Robin. Then, Robin. Bring the biggest and fluffiest dog bed there is for our guest, got it Luffy. Robin cut off smiling gently at her captain, who winked at her before she went to their guest and gently wrapped him up with the blanket again. We'll have our meeting once Birdie-san is awake. I'll use the white denden mushi to call you, Luffy informed them as she heads out of the room. Have our chefs prepare some meal too, Chopper. Okay. I'll give them a list of food to cook for our guests too. Chopper shouted back. Smiling when he heard the shouted thanks from his Rear Admiral from the hallway. It was quite between the remaining Marines before Chopper turned to look at the older Raven. Did something happen to Luffy in Mariehua? He asked. Robin merely looked at him with sad eyes, making him sigh. Is there anything we can do for her, Robin? Being with her is already helping Chopper, Robin said, crouching down to his level. And I'm hoping that Birdie-san will also help her once he's free. She deserves more, Robin. Chopper sobbed, making the former to grab him. I know, Chopper, I know. Robin mumbled, hugging him tightly. I hope you can help us, if not us, then our Rear Admiral. I hope you can help Luffy from this cage the world government had created just for her, Birdie-san, or as you are known, Marco the Phoenix. TBC chapter text. 4 days ago, Mariehua. Saint Rokudo angrily slammed the door of his room close as he immediately went to the denden mushi placed near the window. Gritting his teeth, he immediately dialed the number of Saint Jason and waited for him to answer it. He had finally finished speaking to his grandfather, and he had agreed, as well as the other elders, who were with him, to remove Saint Jason from his status as a Tenryuubito. Whatever happens to him afterward will be none of their concern. Though it did take a while for Rokudo to convince the elders to side him with exiling the saint, hours in fact, before they finally agreed. After all, they did want for the Rear Admiral to come back, and the reason is not for the desire of having her body beneath them. Deep inside, however, they knew they wanted her like that, like the rest of their people wanted, but because of the report Luffy gave to the guard, Takumi, that was reported to them was very satisfactory and they want more. Fighting the vile P78971X, the strongest vial they created and have, inside her for 15 minutes and surviving without the help of her devil fruit was a record. Especially when the others, who are both devil fruit users and non-users, had the vial took an hour or more to fight against it, some didn't even survive. She was extremely marvelous, more so when it took her 5 minutes for her strength to return when the others took a day to come back. They might blame it for her devil fruit, but she was trained to learn how to deactivate the fruit, something she had to learn so that they will know the vials they gave her worked. Also, outwardly she was taught to gain resistance against the sea stones, but inwardly is a different story. So finishing it within 20 minutes is very, very satisfactory, but they want more results, they want more tests, and for that to happen, they need her here. And once they are satisfied, then everything will be fine. Though the Rear Admiral not coming back sooner was not the fault of Saint Jason, as it was Saint Rokudo who went and presented the dead bird to Luffy, the elders has decided to strip Jason of being a Tenryuubito and to be exiled from Mariehua, just to satisfy the man, who the Rear Admiral is destined, in their eyes, for their plans, of course, to be with. While it may seem unreasonable to some, for the elders and Rokudo the reasons they have are rational. Besides, who wouldn't want the angel visiting the Mariehua? No one, that the answer. Puru. Stupid. 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 He growled, eyes closed, as he recalled how the angel rejected his gift because it was dead, how the angel, his angel, told him that she could have visited a bit early than her regular schedule without order her to. DMN it. Hello? Rokudo snapped his eyes open and glared at the denden mushi, who was showing the smug expression of Tenryuubito he's calling. Saint Jason. He snarled softly, his green eyes darkening in anger. At the snarled name, the said saint blinked in surprise. Sai Saint Rokudo. He stuttered. To what do I owe? It is my greatest pleasure to let you know, Rokudo cut him off, sneering. That as of this day, you are stripped off from your status as a saint and exiled from Mariehua. Wah! Your things and mansion in this place will belong to me from now on. Should you and anyone with you try to step foot on this very place, you are to be shot on sight. Saint Rokudo. Why? The Navy HQ will be receiving the order from the elders of your new status anytime within this day or tomorrow, and they will spread the words to their bases. Wait. May I know? So starting now, you can be a simple noble, commoner, or pirate for all we care, but you can no longer step foot on this place. That is all. Please let me know why. It was a pleasure hearing you scream, goodbye. Gotcha. Rokudo grinned before laughing maniacally, finding it very satisfying whenever he cuts off the saint, former saint from speaking. He was so smug earlier, and just before the call ended he was so desperate for an answer. Oh, how that brings joy to the blonde-haired saint. His celebration was interrupted however when the denden mushi begins to ring again. Rokudo glared at it before smirking and grabs the receiver. Saint Rokudo. Gotcha. He. Ah. He hysterically laughs after hanging up on the former saint again. The man was so confused and desperate that the snail projected the face of a crying man with a desperate expression. That was a wonderful expression. He declared, ignoring the denden mushi that began to ring again. We just need to block your number to make sure your call won't get through to us. He hummed before looking at the window. Ah, angel that was given to me by the heavens, how I wished you would come and visit me soon. He hummed out, looking at the descending sun, while imagining the image of Luffy smiling at him, overlapping the view of the sun. Jason is no longer between us, my sweet. He then reached a hand out towards the image, while one hand on his chest. So come back to me soon. Then the images faded away. This made Rokudo lower his hands as he suddenly sneered. Too bad he is still alive. Should he decided to be a noble, then you would still be serving him. Releasing a sigh of disappointment, the grandson of the third elder sat down on his chair, place in front of the round table which is located at a corner of the room. He looked at the picture framed in front of him with dazed and lustful eyes, licking his lips soon after. But don't worry my sweet, you won't be serving below him soon after. He then giggled, reaching a hand out to gently caress the glass. Soon, he sang out and removed his hand to look at the picture. Said picture was an image of a 14, nearing 15, years old Luffy, who was looking and smiling genuinely at the cat that was placed in her lap, a straw hat hanging on her neck while wearing a marine uniform with a pleated blue skirt. Her hair was floating to the side, a sign that the wind was blowing gently from the opposite direction. From the looks of it, the photo was stolen. While it was seen with Luffy facing the camera, the angle shows that it was taken behind a wall, with the hint of the image being tilted slightly, and the wall the photographer was hiding is seen slightly. I'm so glad that I saw you when you were still a marine in training, so glad. Then humming filled the room as the saint continued to look at the image of his obsession. Present time, inside G6 base. Marco slowly opened his eyes, hours after having the seastone nails removed from his body. He blinked slowly, trying to adjust to the brightness of the room. Looking around and lifting his head just as slow, he then turned to look below and behind him. That was when Marco noticed that he was placed on top of a table located right in front of a couple of window walls. Its curtains were moved and tied to the very side of the windows, giving him the perfect view of the island, or at least the part of the island where the window is placed, and the blue sea. He then looked around the room he was placed in and blinked upon seeing a long meeting table and chairs directly in front of him. Beyond the table was a white double door. He then assumed that the double door was the entrance and exit for this room. Then he saw on his left was a wall with 2 doors. Looking at his right, the Phoenix blinked upon seeing a single door placed there, only this door was painted with black and a hit of red while the other 2 had a lighter color. One door was light orange and the other was light blue. The room also had some paintings and images displayed on the wall, some huge and some are regular sized, though, above the double door was the largest painting in the room. It consists of Luffy and a group of people. The avian tilts his head to the side, blinking multiple times trying to see if what he is seeing is true. Luffy was smiling genuinely and her marine outfit was changed to a long-sleeved red cardigan, with the second button close, a black bikini underneath it, and short denim shorts with white fur stitched on its ends. She's also wearing a pair of sandals. Seeing Luffy's endowed BRST that the cardigan couldn't cover, Marco blushed slightly before shaking his head and focus on the people with her. Next to Luffy, on her right, he saw a grinning man with green hair, 3 katanas tucked into his waist by a red sash, one hand hanging limply at the hilt, and that was placed on his waist. Said man was wearing a dark green coat closed on his waist and is held by a red sash that was also holding the swords, a black bandana tied around his left forearms, and underneath the open coat was a green haramaki, black boots to finish his appearance. On the right side of the swordsman was an orange-haired beauty, wearing a green and white bikini halter top, tight lowrider jeans, orange high-heeled sandals, and a pair of pearl-like earrings. Her orange hair seems to reach her lower back, with bangs hanging over her forehead and a long hair strand hanging on its left side. She also had a tattoo on her forearm, but he can't see it clearly with the angle Marco's currently at. And while her outfit had made her curves and hourglass figure more pronounced, it did not elicit the same response Marco had when he saw Luffy's body. And that's something seeing as this girl showed more skin than Luffy did in the painting. Just then Marco remembered what happened in the ship during bath time, making blood drip down from his nose and shakes his head immediately to remove that memory from his brain at the moment, gently lifting a wing to wipe the blood from his nose. He then went back on focusing on the painting. Next to the bikini-wearing girl was a man with a curly, afro, hair. He was a bit muscular, wearing only a pair of rolled-up yellow pants with red suspenders and a pair of boots. He also had a pair of goggles around his neck, and on his ears were orange ear protectors. He also had a little goatee on his face, a white sun cap on his head, and a blue-white striped wristband on his left arm. The 1st Division commander tilts his head to the side, frowning slightly. Why does he look so familiar, Yua? He thought before his sight went to the left side of the painting. There he saw a man with slightly long blonde hair and curly eyebrows standing beside Luffy. He had his hair brushed over the right side, covering his right eye. Sporting a dark anchor-style facial hair and a stubble on the upper lip, wearing a black double-breasted suit with golden buttons and yellow dress shirt together with a brown tie, black shoes to end his appearance. Robin was standing beside the man with curly eyebrows, wearing a long salmon sari-like skirt with a partially zipped navy blue leather vest with a V-neck line and an image of a chrysanthemum morifolium printed on the left BRST of her vest, nearing the shoulder. The vest exposed her stomach, sunglasses were perched on her head, and a pair of pink high-heeled pumps on her feet. Next to Robin was a man with short, scruffy hair and beard, slightly dark circles under his eyes, wearing a white jacket. with an orange fox design on each side of the jacket, a black shirt underneath the white jacket, and a pair of dirty white pants. He also had a white and blue stripes headband, but there was a small bird design in the middle of the headband and a pair of black boots. But for some reason, Marco found him familiar too. Beside him was a black-haired male, wearing a navy blue kimono, a white sash tied around his waist, with a katana tucked on it. The kimono was slightly open, revealing the muscled chest. One of his arms was tucked inside the clothing, hanging limply, and a wooden geta sandals to finish his appearance. Slightly behind the man wearing a kimono, is another man with brown hair, styled into an army cut. He was wearing a white, long, button-up shirt and a pair of black pants and shoes. His shirt had a rising white and yellow bird printed near his chest, on the left side. His pants also had orange flames-like designs at the bottom. From the looks of it, the flames go round it. Then in slightly front of the flame pants wearer, few steps on the left from the black-haired male, were two females. One had black shoulder-length hair and highlights at the tips, while the other had brown shoulder-length hair, no highlights. Both girls were wearing a tight, sleeveless, crop top, exposing their belly button and short denim short, ending their outfit with a pair of crisscross sandals. The only difference in their outfit was the colors and design. The black-haired girl's top was white with yellow and red feathers printed around its bottom and black shorts, while the brown-haired girl's top was black with white and blue flames at the bottom and gray shorts. Behind them was a tall, dark blue-haired male, wearing only black combat pants and leather gloves. He was completely topless, showing his muscled chest and pale skin. Unlike the previous images Marco saw, this man had a small image of a red dragon tattooed on his left chest, directly above the heart. The Phoenix's eyes went back to Luffy, and that was when he noticed wait, is that a robot standing behind her? Said cyborg had a buzz-cut hair, 2 stitch-mark scars on his torso. His shoulders, torso, and arms were bigger than the other males in the picture. The hands were studded, giving it a more robotic appearance. He had metal-rigged suspenders, and large, light blue hinges elbows. The shoulders were a large red ball and socket joint with BF-37 written on them. The forearms were large and light blue cubes, with a star tattoo being split by an edge. He's also wearing a red coconut tree-motivated Hawaiian shirt. Marco can't believe his eyes on seeing a cyborg standing behind the Rear Admiral. Oh, and it's getting better, because standing on the right side of the cyborg was a skeleton. A freaking skeleton. The skeleton has its arm raised with a hat on its hand, a heart-shaped sunglasses perched on the skull, afro hair, a yellow feather boa around his shoulders, a top hat with a giant crown on the brim, a black coat with yellow-orange inner linings, and a white cravat tied between his coat and neck. It also had orange-red trousers with a floral design. Their doctor, Chopper, was standing at the left shoulder of the robot. He was holding a cotton candy, wearing a blue cap with a ring of dots around the circle, while the cap has buckles hanging from it. He also wears a white and yellow vertical strip tank tip and an orange pair of shorts. Moving Marcos further to the left, he double-take upon seeing someone very, very familiar standing beside Chopper and the cyborg. It was Jimbei, a fishman and one of the Shichibukai. And he was smiling widely and genuinely. That is it. I will make Pops immediately go to Fishman Island for answers, Yua. He grumbled, looking away from the grinning or smiling images of Luffy and her crew, because that is definitely her crew, though he is not sure what's Jimbei's status with them. He'll just ask him or King Neptune when he meets either of them, nor was he sure about the robot and skeleton behind Luffy. For all he knew, they could be just, well, statues. It's probably something the Rear Admiral likes to have in the background. He looks back at Luffy. That was when he notices 2 nearly unnoticeable silhouettes crouching side by side in front of her. Marco had to narrow his eyes, try to get a clearer image of the silhouette, but saw nothing. Like they were just shadows crouching in front of her, and for some reason, each of her hands seems to touch the shadow's shoulder, as if they were there, and the painter merely lessens the dark color of their shadows to bring more color to the people behind the shadows. Suddenly, Marco heard something cluttered behind one of the doors, making his head snap toward its direction. That was also the time he realized that he no longer felt the pain on his injured side, as the wing he used to wipe the blood away was not the one above his wound, and then finally remembering the nails were removed hours before. He looks down at his body, to make sure that his feathers weren't flaming, and sighing in relief when there were none. He looks exactly like he was before the sea stone was removed, and thus the chances of being locked up by Luffy for being a son and first mate of Whitebeard is nearly 0. I can't let my guard down, Yua. He thought. I need to stay like this to avoid detection. He then mentally thanked his phoenix for not bursting into flames when the nails were removed. Luffy might promise she'll free him, but that doesn't mean it won't change when they found out who he is. Though it pains him, Marco inhaled deeply and locked the part of his phoenix that allows him to flame up, with promises to release that side of him when they're with family. The door on his left, the one closest to him, suddenly opened. Blue eyes blink upon seeing the Rear Admiral wearing a t-shirt with a white and yellow flame orb printed on the left side of her chest, red knee-high cargo shorts. The Rear Admiral was fixing her hair into a high ponytail, her tie between her teeth. When she looked up, their eyes meet and Luffy gave him a relieved smile. "You're finally awake." Luffy started when she removes the tie from her teeth and tied it on her hair. Marco released a soft trill, making her smile widen. "That's great. I was worried you won't wake up soon." Marco smiled at the female marine, finding her smile contagious, and watched as she went towards him and patted his head before lifting his wing, nodding in satisfaction when there were no bleedings, and then was lifted from his spot. Luffy cradling him like a cat. She was humming as she caressed his body with one hand, while the other kept him in place. The caress Marco is receiving made him droopy, his head was laying at the corner of the marine's neck and collarbone. This kind of treatment made him want to burst into flame, which he had restrained. He can't, however, restrain the soft croon he keeps on releasing. Luffy giggled as the bird in her arms relaxed and looked around the room, smiling when she saw the painting before going to the meeting table where there's a white den mushi stationed. She paused on caressing so that she can pull out the chair at the head of the table, and sat down. Of course, she receives a disappointed noise and glare for stopping, which made her laugh and settled down before putting the bird in her lap. "If it looks like I'm treating you like a pet?" Luffy started as she reaches for the den mushi with one hand, while the other made sure that the bird stays in place, then dialed some numbers. "I am not. I know that your touch starves and that you didn't realize it. So I'm making things simple for you, and so that you won't ask if you are ever embarrassed about asking, shishishishi." She giggled, laughing delightedly when he squawked and pecked her hand. "Oh? Is Birdie-san awake, Luffy?" Marco paused at that and looked at the den mushi, who had an amused expression. "Yup, he is Robin." Luffy chirped as she caressed the bird again, who began to purr. Luffy blinks and looked down before shrugging and then looks back at the den mushi. "Where are you right now?" "We're in the kitchen, Captain." Another female voice answered. "Ah, Nami." The Rear Admiral giggled, before saying, "Then please have the Vendetta Marina and the operation team leader to proceed here in my meeting room." "Roger." Two female voices answered through. Marco thought he heard male voices answered as well. "Sanji." The raven-haired marine called before they could cut off the call. "Hi, Luffy, Chuan?" The snail suddenly had a heart for eyes, making Marco blink and frown. "Bring lots of food. Meat and vegetables. Plenty of them. Hi, my beloved Captain Chuan. Oh, don't forget the food for Chopper's patient," Luffy ordered. "I already prepared it, Captain Chuan." Luffy giggled at the response before ending the call, and leaned at the back of the chair, smiling happily and before looking down when Marco moved and tried to lay his head on her collarbone again. Okay, she mumbled and adjusted her hold again, making sure that he was comfortable on her chest, before touching the side of the chair's arm. Marco blinked when suddenly he felt Luffy rocking back and forth, releasing a confused coo. He looked at the chair and his eyes bulged when the chair, a simple, metal, armchair, suddenly turned into a rocking chair. He looked at the marine, who had her eyes closed before resigning to his fate. Marco inwardly groans when he realized that he keeps on accepting whatever it is that's happening to this marine and her crew. Closing his eyes, Marco listened to the humming Luffy created, before snapping his eyes open. "What was that?" he thought, looking around dazedly. "Come in," Luffy stated as she watches the bird looked around, startled. He probably took a short nap and woke up when he heard them knocking, she thought, before looking up when she heard the door open, smiling widely. Marco turned his head to the double door when he heard it open and watched as people began to trickle into the room. He first saw the green-haired male he saw in the painting, yawning as he walks inside, and headed towards their direction. He was soon followed by Robin and Chopper, who was being carried by the Hana no Mi user, before hearing Luffy giggled. "Making sure Zoro doesn't get lost, Robin?" her voice said teasingly, while they all look at the flustered marine captain. "Of course," Robin confirmed. Chopper snickered while the green-haired captain glared at her. "I don't get lost," he protested. Hi, you told us that plenty of times, but we know you got lost, Zoro." Hearing a new voice speaking, Marco moves his eyes from the marines that were sitting on Luffy's right side and looked at the door where the orange-haired beauty from the painting entered the room, and behind her were the pair of women in the painting that were matching outfits. "You would think that with us staying in this place for months, nearly a year, the captain would know his way," the brown-haired woman stated as she sat down across Robin, who was a chair away from Zoro, who had sat on the chair next to Luffy. Chopper was content on sitting on Robin's lap. Indeed, the black-haired girl giggled as she took a seat next to the brown-haired woman and across Nami, who was sitting next to Robin. I do not get lost, Nami. Zoro growled, and do not call me Captain Mina, Hana. Our real captain is her. He then pointed at Luffy, who blinked before giggling. While I am, as you say, the real Captain Zoro, you're the one who's been ranked by the Marine as Captain, Luffy stated, making a quoting mark when she mentioned the last word of her statement. Zoro frowned at her. Not you too? He growled. When he heard some snickering he glared at the women around the table and sat down. So you finally admitted on getting lost, Nami said, looking at him, leaning her face on her hand as the elbow of said leaned on the table. I didn't admit on getting lost, witch, Zoro told her. Marimo. How dare you call Nami-san a witch? The owner of the voice was the blonde hair with curly eyebrows, entering the room while pushing a cart with covered trays. Next to enter after him was the man with scruffy hair and beard. That was when Marco remembered him. He was the guy who gave Luffy their meal when they first arrived at the ship, Jin. Oh, it's the arrow cook. Marco heard Zoro grumbled and everyone in the room heard too as they either laughed, snickered, or giggled. The blonde male, who was putting some plates on one side of the table starting from the very end, paused and glared at the Marine captain. What was that, you shitty bstrd? He snarled. Jin, who was putting the trays, sighed in defeat. Please don't start, Sanji. You can fight with Zoro after the meeting. Pretty sure Luffy is tired, he told Sanji, who immediately did a noodle dance as he directly went towards the Rear Admiral. Luffy-chuan 3. You should have rest and decided to let us have the meeting tomorrow, he said as he reached a hand out towards the young raven-haired beauty, who merely giggled. It's fine Sanji, she said. Marco looked at the man with narrowed eyes. We arrived here early, and our guest had woken up from his 4 hours of sleep. At that, all eyes went to the blue-feathered bird that was being cradled by their Rear Admiral. Said bird ignored them as his eyes focused on Sanji. We still have plenty of time before the day ends, so why not use it for the meeting? Luffy gave her chef a sweet smile, immediately turning him into a puddle. And as usual, he left the preparation to us. The 1st Division commander looked away at the puddle man and turning his sight to the other end of the table, where he saw the afro-haired man continuing the work Sanji left, and then right at the door, holding them open, was the brown-haired and dark blue-haired men. He blinked multiple times wondering when had they arrived. You could have held this door open, Usopp. The brown-haired stated, rubbing his reddened face. The afro guy paused and looked at him, before flinching. Eck. You were behind me, Peter? Usopp asked, before laughing nervously when all he received was a glare. Well, kind of your fault for daydreaming, again. The dark blue-haired male said, making Peter transfer his glare to him. Shut it, Gray. He snarled, before blinking when their lieutenant commander suddenly entered, saying, Don't fight. The 2 males at the door merely looked at him, then at the Rear Admiral, who decided to put their guest on the table, touching the side of her chair again, turning it into its original form, and grabbing the plate that Usopp had held out for her as he laid a plate in front of Marco. Jin sighed as he finished putting the covered trays down and moved to sit down beside Nami. The guest looks down at the table and notice while there are multiple trays already laid down, there are still a few more spaces left, a sign that there will be more food arriving. You is right, Luffy stated and looked at them. Don't fight, you'll be needing that energy at the sparring match either today or tomorrow. You're serious about the sparring match? There's a sparring match? Of course, Luffy-chuan. All of the voices shouted at once as they all looked at Luffy, who merely gave them an angelic smile. They looked at each other with dread, except for Sanji, who finally regained control of his body and was doing his noodle dance again behind her chair, making Marco look at him. For some reason, whenever the blonde acted like a lovesick person towards Luffy, he felt furious and made him want to kill the guy. The dark thoughts, however, vanished when Luffy patted his head again, which have stopped a few seconds ago so when he was put down at the table. Why are you acting like this? Luffy pouted when her crew eyed her warily. Zoro said he will train the lower ranks, so why can't I? Besides, I told the boys on the ship about that, multiple times. At that, they all looked at Zoro, you, Gray, and Peter, who sweat drops. They didn't bother looking at Jin, seeing he had a resigned expression, meaning he wasn't there when she made the announcement. The former ones, however, had guilty looks. You knew there's a sparring match? And you didn't tell us? Nami shouted, as she went to Zoro and began to shake him back and forth. You made sure to step behind his Rear Admiral, instead of sitting down as he intended, to be safe from the twins who was giving him a death glare. Marco glanced around, and noticed that the people who had accepted their fate with the sparring their Rear Admiral said was a smiling Robin, a sighing Chopper, a noodle-dancing Sanji, and Usopp, who was already following Jin's example of staring at the ceiling. Peter and Gray were still by the door and glance around as if looking for a way to escape, except their feet were grabbed by hands. "All right, Robin. Don't worry. Our sparring this time will be simple," Luffy chirped, clapping her hands. "Your sparring will kill us all." The ones who hadn't accepted their fate shouted. "Suapip-pirer. Did someone say sparring?" A voice shouted as they heard another cart being trolled towards their direction. This made Marco focus on the door, and when the owner of the said voice appeared followed by another person, seeing them, however, made his eyes slowly bulged out. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. Sparring with Luffy-san is something we can't miss. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Holy sheet. Holy sheet. Holy F-sheet." Marco screeched both inwardly and outwardly. This screech made everyone in the room snap their heads towards him in shock. It was then that Marco realized that the cyborg and skeleton in the painting were real and not life-size statues or decoration. He continued to screech as his brain tried to process the images in front of him. The cyborg was pushing a huge cart, while the skeleton, a freaking walking, talking, breathing, and very much alive, not a statue, not a decoration. Not a freaking decoration. Skeleton was holding a cane and they were staring at him. Holy sheet. Holy sheet. Merciful Oda. Help him. They're staring at him. He released small squeaks before jumping down from the table and onto Luffy's lap, who blinks in shock and confusion. They all looked at the bird, who was trying his best to hide his face on their captain's body, shivering. Robin and Luffy, who both had a slight idea of who the bird is, looked at each other in shock, asking each other if this was true. Pfft. The two raven-haired ladies then laughed, which made the rest laugh as well, while the cyborg and the skeleton merely shrugged and continued inside the room. "Looks like our guest is not used with unique people." Robin giggled as Luffy gently touches the quivering head of the said guest. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. That screech nearly give me a heart attack." The skeleton told them as he sat down right across Usopp, while Peter sat at the chair between him and Hannah. Gray immediately sat at the chair on the vacant seat from Mina's right. "Though I don't have a heart." Skull joke. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Luffy giggled at the joke, making Brooke's heart feel lighter. Frankie then sat down at the seat across her, having finished putting the trays down, while you took the seat on Luffy's left and Sanji sat between Zoro and Robin. "Bird guy screeches sup here," Frankie yelled. The youngest Rear Admiral merely shakes her head. "Well, do understand that Birdie-san has been trapped in Mariehua for who knows how long. So seeing you guys might have been new and unusual for him." Luffy explained. This made her crew gain a dark expression as they looked at Marco in understanding. Said. Bird, however, has finally calmed his racing heart and gained enough courage to look up from his spot. "Paradise and New World doesn't have this kind of weirdness, you are." He grumbled and merely sat down on Luffy's lap and laid his head on the table, feeling content in his spot, though he sometimes eyed the skeleton and cyborg warily. Luffy smiled before looking at Sanji from the corner of her eyes, snickering at the view, as did the rest of her crew when they followed the direction she was looking at. Said blonde male was biting, griping, and pulling his handkerchief in frustration and jealousy. "Lucky bird bstrd," he thought as his eyes turned into fire. You sighed before clearing his throat, making them look at him. He merely tilts his head in the direction of their Rear Admiral. They looked at her before frowning when they saw her looking at the bird gently and sleepily, though deep inside they saw her looking at the bird with longing. This made them remember her situation, that she's also, in some sense, a caged bird with no way out, not unless they did something about it, of course. "Luffy?" Nami called out softly, which made the former to look at them. She then smiled gently upon seeing their worried expressions. "I'm not fine," she admitted as she made a promise to never lie to her crew again due to a certain incident. "But I'm heading there, I guess." She added. This made her crew nods in determination. But before they could proceed to anything else, Luffy then remembered to introduce their temporary guest to her crew. "Ah, right, I forgot to introduce our guest." She giggled and lifted Marco's head from the table. Said bird gave her an annoyed expression before looking back at the table, making her giggle again. "This one here is Birdie-san. I found him locked in a cage, alone, inside the mansion of the former Tenryuubito, St. Jason." They all looked at the bird, blinking. Those who were present in the base when the letter arrived had blinked, having an idea why the saint was exiled from Mariehua. Those who were with Luffy merely glanced at each other, then grinned. "Birdie-san." Marco heard Luffy called out, which made him internally sigh in defeat and looked at her, blinking when she beams upon doing so. "This is my crew and you will probably be with them when I'm not around." She then started to point at her crew members, mentioning their names as she did so. Marco glancing at every introduction she made. The green-haired was Zoro, Luffy's right-hand man, a swordsman, and her marine captain. Sanji, the blonde with curly eyebrows, the head chef, and sometimes Luffy's left-hand man when her first left hand is busy, and combatant, the orange-haired beauty was Nami, the navigator. He then found out that Robin's the archaeologist, is that needed in a marine crew, Yua? And Jin was the sous chef and sometimes head chef of their crew whenever Sanji is nowhere present, he is also a combatant. He already knew Chopper was the head doctor and sometimes veterinary. Then there's Usopp, the guy with an afro hair, their sniper. Frankie, the cyborg, is the shipwright of the crew. Brook, the skeleton, was the musician, and Marco had to refrain from slamming his head on the table when he was told that he ate a devil fruit, and, due to some situation, it resulted in him being like that. Because of course, things like this happen with the help of the devil fruit. The male with brown hair is Peter, an ensign. The women with black and brown hair were Hannah and Mina, fraternal twins, Hannah being the oldest by a few minutes, both are ranked ensign as well. The three of you could be lieutenant junior grade if you stopped pranking the headquarters during every visit, you told them, but they merely stuck their tongue out in response, making him snarl. Marco then found out that the one before Mina was called Gray, a lieutenant, and a vice leader, though Luffy didn't mention what he's a vice leader for. Then last but not least was the black-haired male, Yu, lieutenant commander, Luffy's first left-hand man, a swordsman, and leader of Gray, Peter and the twins. When the introduction was done, Marco tried to remember their names and faces, though he found it weird that they're not wearing the clothes they wore on the painting, as some people would always wear the same outfit, but rather they were wearing some t-shirt, button-up shirts, pants, or shorts like the Rear Admiral. He then looked at Luffy, who was watching her crew. They're trustworthy. She merely stated upon seeing his eyes on her. This made Marco nod and then jumps on to the table before sitting down, feeling slightly safe with them. He's still freaked out with the skeleton, but not that much. Before everything else, Chopper said, still in Robin's lap. Normally, he would be with his Rear Admiral, but she's entertaining a traumatized guest, so he'll sacrifice his place for the guest comforts before his own. Besides, he had more time when the guest leaves. His statement made everyone looked at him. I know we ate during our meeting, but I wish for us to eat before we start the meeting if it's okay, Luffy. The reindeer requested this, made Luffy blinked before humming. Why not? She then asked, smiling at him. Her crew then cheered as arms sprouted around the table and began to serve foods on their plates. Marco nearly jumps, startled, at the appearance of an arm near his plate. Said arm was then receiving a small bowl of soup from another hand that was immediately put on his plate. The arm then disappeared into petals before a small loaf of bread was put on his plate. He looked up and saw Luffy giving him a small smile. The crew looked at each other with relief when they saw Luffy smile. Her smiling multiple times in less than an hour was a new record, and it's all because of their guest. Marco drinks his soup when he saw Luffy doing the same with hers. It didn't escape from the Phoenix notice how his and the Rear Admiral's meals differ from the others. They both had soups, loaves of bread, and fruit juice, though there's a salad in the middle front of them and a plate of thin sliced meat. While the others had rice, all kinds of meats, vegetables, and different drinks for each one of them, Marco's pretty sure there's dessert. Chopper was also seated on the table to eat his meal, just like him, and when he noticed him glancing around, he waved at him. Seeing the wave, Marco looked at the doctor, who gave him a small smile and gestured for his wings. Ah, right, heavy meals are bad after a heavy medical operation, you are. He nodded in understanding and went back to his soup when he suddenly paused. But Luffy didn't have a medical operation, right? He looked at Luffy and tried to see if she had some bandages around her body. Luffy saw the bird eyeing her from the corner of her eyes, and she also knew that Yu and Zoro saw him looking. Deciding that their late lunch is too peaceful for her, she decided to cause some mischief. Usopp, who was about to take a bite from his meat, paused and frowned when he felt something touch his leg. He waited for a while to see if it will happen again, but shrugged when nothing followed. His spoon was nearing his mouth when suddenly he felt it again. This time he put his spoon down, and looked down at the table, lifting the tablecloth, before paling. Slowly, he straightens up again and turned his head towards Jin, who was drinking his drink, and tugged his sleeves. What is it, Usopp? Jin asked as he turned to see the pale expression of his crewmate. His question made everyone looked at him. They raised an eyebrow when he, shakily, pointed down at the table, his teeth clattering as one hand went towards his mouth. They looked at each other before their attention went back to their sniper when his breath hitched. Okay, what's wrong? Nami asked as she leaned over the side to look at the afro-haired male. Squealing in fright when she felt something liking her feet. Nami? Robin asked as they all looked at her. I think there's so something under the table. The orange-haired lass stuttered, bringing her legs up to her chest when that something liked her again. Everyone paused at her statement and grabbed the knives on the table as they all went to look down at the table when they heard a growl. They froze and held their breaths, including Marco, who was looking down at the table with wide eyes. The table suddenly began to shake and then, "Wayrf! Aha! Wah! Help me!" Everyone screamed, excluding you, Zoro, and Luffy, while Marco screeched when a black blur thing passed through the tablecloth and latched on Usopp's head, who immediately screamed and jumps from his seat to run around the table. "What is that?" Hannah shouted as she turned from her seat to look clearly at the thing that was biting. Usopp's head. Said thing was huge as Chopper's original guard point. "Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" Usopp shouted. "Stop running! We can't identify it if you keep on doing so." Gray shouted when it suddenly jumped towards and landed on Brook's head when Usopp was about to pass by the skeleton. Everyone froze, Brook more so when the thing lifted its head, no heads, up from the skeleton's afro while the hat was knocked over to the floor. Is that AAC Cerberus?" Usopp screamed pointing at the three-headed dog, which was liking the drool that slowly fells down from its mouth. Barks. Chomp. Crack. Ah. Save me. I'm being chewed to death. Even though I'm already dead, yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed as he then runs around the table like Usopp did when the dog bit his skull and created a crack, his arms in the air. Ah. Brook. They all shouted as Peter, Hannah, and Mina runs after him. The rest of them watched with a gaping mouth, still not registering that there's a Cerberus on the base, and they didn't even notice it before. Their guest, however, was turning pale at the sight of the dog. No, Marco's not afraid of dogs. His pops had a fierce battlehound and won't ever let anyone touch him, other than Oyaji and sometimes himself. So why should he be afraid of dogs? He ignored the annoying voice in his mind that said he's afraid of Stefan because he is not afraid, especially of Stefan. Maybe, the reason he paled was due to the fact, the dog looks starving. He was drooling all over Brook's hair and it seems he's eyeing his next victim, prey. There's also the fact that Cerberus shouldn't exist. So unless it's a part of their crew and has eaten a devil fruit of Cerberus form, which he doubted based on their reactions, that dog shouldn't be here. "Save me!" Brook shouted as the dog then eyes another victim, Chopper. Said victim shivered and moved closer to Robin, who was watching the whole thing with wide eyes, knowing that he will be next, and he can't fight against that. Zoro and you gritted their teeth as they look for a way to help their crew when they realized that Luffy wasn't making any noises. Fearing that their Rear Admiral was frozen in shock over the appearance of the top predator there is in the room, they turned their heads before pausing and blinked in confusion. Luffy, their beloved captain, was hunched over the arm of her chair, trembling with one hand over her mouth. She doesn't seem to be puking or something, nor did she seem afraid. In fact, she seems to be laughing. Why would she laugh? "Luffy!" You and Zoro shouted, annoyed, once they realized the truth. Gaining everyone's attention as they all looked at Luffy. Boahahaha. Luffy, no longer be able to keep her mouth shut, not when she's already been busted by her swordsman. Everyone looked at her as if she was crazy, then they glanced at Zoro, and you, who both had sat down, exasperated, then at the Cerberus, who was no longer biting Brook and instead he looked at them rather smugly, then back at Luffy before they remember one thing. Their Rear Admiral is a devil fruit user, which means, Luffy! They all ummed out, excluding you and Zoro, who had simply accepted this with a sigh, and Marco, who was confused. Sorry, said Rear Admiral said, waving her hand at them. You are not even sincere with your sorry. They screamed. Yo-ho-ho-ho. So it was Luffy-san who did this, and here I thought I'll be eaten by this dog. Yo-ho-ho-ho. The musician stated as said dog jumps from his head, slowly dissipating as it does so. When they saw it happen, they all glared at the Marine sitting at the head table, who was giggling nonstop. It was too quiet. Luffy blurted out. A little fun won't hurt, shishishishi. They then sighed as they saw the crack on the skull of their crew member disappeared before they looked at each other and laughs. Hannah, Mina, and Peter immediately crowd around their Rear Admiral for ideas of a prank while Brook sat down. Sanji was dancing behind the chair of Nami and Robin with heart in his eyes, mumbling about how pretty his beloved Luffy-chuan is. Frankie and Chopper were patting Usopp's back, who was depressed at being pranked of. Jin and Robin merely snickered as they talk about what would have happened if it's a real Cerberus that attacked Brook and Usopp, which scared the sniper more than he wants. Nami and Gray sighed in relief once they finish laughing and decide to let things be. As they continue to eat their lunch, the orange-haired beauty is doing her best to ignore the dark humor that's being spoken by her shipmates that she sat in between of. Brook went back to eating and sometimes joining Jin and Robin's conversation by mentioning a few possible scenarios on what would have happened. You and Zoro then decided that enough was enough, so after glaring at the people crowding Luffy to sit, Luckily they complied, but not without pouting at Luffy, and drinking their beer, then slamming their mug down at the table. They turned to look at Luffy with determination, ready to fire some questions or at least start the meeting when they found out her attention was on Marco. Said pirate was currently doing his best to snuggle, aka hiding, into Luffy's clothes. When Marco saw the Cerberus looked at Chopper, he had turned his head towards Luffy and saw the same thing the captain and lieutenant commander did, which confuses him. What could be amusing with your crew member being chased by the guard of the dead? He was so focused and confused with Luffy's reaction that he jumped in fright when the two males shouted her name, followed by her laughing out loud. He looked at them, then at the skeleton. Wait. Skeleton are bones. No wonder the Cerberus went after him, where he saw the said mythical being looking smug at them. Blinking at the sight of the smug three-headed dog, the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates nearly jumped in fright again when they all ummed out her name, though, his eyes immediately narrowed at Sanji, when the way he ummed out Luffy's name was, well, a bit lovesick. When Luffy apologized, followed by them saying it's not sincere, and then the Cerberus dissipating into thin air, he decided to eat his meal and ignore the marine crew around him. F this. Their craziness is beyond the craziness of the entire Grand Line, He despaired, crocodile tears falling from his eyes as he ignored his surrounding. When he decided to accept his fate or whatever this thing going on with this crew, he didn't expect this. Oyaji. I miss you. Oh Oda, please let me keep my sanity until I leave this place and return home. When he was done with his soup and bread, he then drinks his water before turning and jumps down on Luffy's lap, wanting her touch to ground him in reality and away from the craziness of her crew, even if she's the craziest of them all. Sheet, did he just heard Robin, Jin, and Brook talking about the scenarios if the Cerberus is in their crew? Nope, he is not stepping in that territory. But what if? No. Luffy giggled, as the bird tried its best to block out her chattering crew by pushing his head in the middle of her BRST, though it doesn't seem like he noticed, and patted a hand on his body. From an outsider's point of view, the avian no longer seems touched-starved, but Luffy, who had experience being alone, knew what it felt like. This devil fruit user is still touch-starved and is using the emotion he's feeling at the moment as an excuse to have someone touch him, which is, in this case, her. She chuckled when the bird flinched overhearing the talk of Robin, Jin, and Brook about the Cerberus playing with evil beings in the world and eat it. I wonder how my brothers would react if they overheard them. Luffy thought, humming, as she thought about her older brothers, Ace and Sabo. They could be excited and perhaps would join the dark humor trio, aka Brook, Jin, and Robin, in their conversation, mostly Sabo. Though, if they saw the three-headed dog, Luffy had a feeling that her older brother, Ace, would try to fight it. Luffy? Hearing Zoro called her out, she looked up from the bird and found out that her crew had to stop their activities earlier, even finished their meal, and were currently looking at her with amused, and slightly concerned, eyes. I'm fine. She told them honestly and nodded for Robin. She saw all of them glance at her plate, which was empty as she had finished her meal when the prankster trio had crowded around her, and then they sighed in relief before hands began to appear once more, gathering the used plates. Sanji and Jin stood up and grabbed the plates handed to them, putting them on the empty carts, before Sanji distributed some parfaits to his ladies. This made Jin sigh as he distributed some apple pie slices to his male crewmates. Though, Brook had cookies and milk, while Frankie had a cola cake. Luffy watched her crew as Sanji laid down 3 desserts in front of her, a soft fruit yogurt, which Luffy knew is for the bird hiding in her chest, 1 strawberry parfait, and her favorite, a huge, whole, medium-rare meat pie. Luffy nearly salivated at the sight of pie, but managed to control herself and swallowed. Thank you, Sanji, Luffy said, while Sanji bowed at her before straightening up and looked at the bird before turning away depressingly. Luffy Chuanza Pei. He ummed out as he leaned on the cart rather depressedly, with crocodile tears flowing down from his eyes. I want to be between them too. Sniffs. Unknown to Sanji, Luffy and Marco had heard him. While Luffy merely giggled, Marco grew mad and pressed further between her chest. Only then did he register what was said and his current location. Yuwa! Marco internally screamed as his face suddenly blushed. Fortunately, it was hidden from the view of the other Marines. Unfortunately, Luffy saw the blush, which made her giggle more. Stupid, beautiful Rear Admiral. Marco slaps his wings on Luffy's arms, though gently. You and Zoro glance at them before shrugging and drank their beer that was refilled by Jin, before the chef sat down. Seeing them ready and relaxed, Luffy cleared her throat and started the meeting, or rather her experience in Mariewa for this visit. She told them how she had to talk to a Tenryuubito to rescue 4 beaten-up SLV women, to which the crew knew and had a glimpse on them, how there is suddenly about the notice no touching rule, how she listened and found where Birdie-san was trapped, though Marco was confused on this part, who did she listen to, how she and Rokudo had tea before she decided to try and check on Marco. Luffy, like always, also mentioned the action of the Saint towards her and used it to gain entrance on the mansion Marco was in, the mansion of Saint Jason. Luffy's crew listened intensely, not once butting in her explanation, their faces only expressing what they are feeling or thoughts. As an example, they only raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name of the exiled saint. Even Marco was listening intensely. Luffy also told them the condition of their guest when she found him, how he has forcefully pulled her away from the vicinity. Growls and hisses were heard during this statement. She then told them the whole event when she visited Birdie-san in the middle of the night. Sanji was suddenly depressed on this part and unknowingly gave Marco a gleeful feeling upon seeing the condition of the chef. Followed by the events the next day, the meeting of the third elder, the talk with Rokudo and Sengoku before calling Robin, then during the dinner with the saint. She then told her crew about how she used her devil fruit and create a fake Birdie-san when she rescued him that night. However, when Luffy was about to tell them the event the following morning, she hesitated, which was noticed by her crew. "Luffy?" "You hesitantly said." They then watched as she went to cover their guest's ears by pulling him away from her chest and covered the side of his face. Marco frowned at her action and watched as she looked up and spoke to her crew, angry that she's making sure he didn't hear what had happened during that morning, even if he had an idea and was with her during that time, and that she was still hiding it from him. Her hand was removed just in time for him to hear something slamming on the table, which made him turn and blink when they saw the dark glare her crew have, and her vices had a fisted hand on the table, veins showing in their arm. Chopper, however, was nearly panicking and began to list something on the paper he was holding. Luffy waited for a few minutes for them to calm down before telling them the event of her leaving the mansion, then the event of how she meets the saint on her way to the terminal. He probably had heard me leaving the mansion and was on my way to the terminal, as it seems he didn't bother to check whether the fake Birdie-san is alive or not. She told them, after telling her crew that she embarrassed him in front of the other celestial dragon by bluntly speaking that the bird he's giving her is dead. That's also the reason why Saint Jason is exiled and terminated from his status. She grinned, while her crew smirked. "Evil Captain," Robin mumbled, making Luffy shrugs her shoulder, while the rest sighed. "Shall we proceed with the happenings in Sabaody?" Luffy asked. You and Zoro nodded and each took a turn on what happened during their absences. They told the whole crew of the new auction and human shop that had tried to open, with and without their permission. Those without permissions were immediately thwarted by the group, by the group of Marines they left behind. Luffy snickered when they mentioned the Marines that were staying in Sabaody, because, her grandpa will kill her if he found out who those Marines really are. While those with permission? "We didn't give any permission to new auctions and shop to open," you said, seeing the narrow and confused eyes of his Rear Admiral. They knew that, so those fake documents are useless and they were immediately disposed of. When Luffy nodded, Zoro then told them how some SLV traders carry children to be sold and or auctioned. How they then tried to buy the Marines stationed there to let them sell the children. It was during the next story did half of the crew gain a dark grin, as Luffy's first mate told him that it angered the Marines and him, how they destroyed the traders rather painfully and even left some for the crew to have fun with before letting be eaten by sea kings. Luffy smiled reluctantly and tilted her head to the side. "I rather not have blood spill when sailing," she mumbled, making them lower their head slightly, thinking she was disappointed at them. "But since we're sailing for justice, I think it's fine," she added, smiling more brightly. "If you're a pirate, Luffy, what would have you done?" Robin asked. This, of course, made the crew listen intensely while Marco was confused as he looked at the crew, who seemed excited about seeing what Luffy's answer might be. Why would they ask their Rear Admiral about being a pirate? Luffy hummed, thinking about the stories Shanks told him and not even surprised at the question as they sometimes asked her about this. This, of course, made Marco squawk, surprised that the Rear Admiral gave a hard thought about it. "Well, if I'm pirate then I'll focus on adventures. Just beat people up when they'll try to hurt my nakama, I won't kill though. Adventures are no fun if you leave a trail of blood behind." The crew all smiled, impressed, their loyalty and love towards their Rear Admiral strengthened more. While they all would like to talk with her about her dream, they have a guest that shouldn't be even present in this meeting, and they don't want to bring any more pain in their Rear Admiral's heart for letting her remember of the promise she had to break. Marco was shocked at how kind the Rear Admiral would be as a pirate. He thought she would be like that rookie, ex-Drake, a Rear Admiral like her, who defected to become a captain of pirates. The rookie was known to have a ruthless and bloodthirsty streak, though not as much as that other rookie captain, Eustace Kid. Those two were known for their violence, and yet, if this woman he's sitting on became a pirate, then, would the sea be different? Would her kind heart and soul give light to people that not all pirates are bad? What would Oyaji think of her? How would she be, in his family? What about you guys? Luffy asked back, but her crew merely smiled in agreement as Peter said. Wherever you go, we'll follow. Marco's eyes widen at the declaration and loyalty they are showing. Our dreams are something we will achieve. But, we have you and achieving them without you are pointless, Captain. You're worth a lot more than anything. Luffy blushed at Nami's declaration and giggled while gesturing to continue with the meeting. It didn't take long for you and Zoro's report with the matter on Sabaody finished, as in the end the SLV traders were stopped and there are fewer newly acquired species being sold. Though they are working on what to do with the slaves that were already caught, sold, and resold. They need to come up with a bigger plan to free those people without the Navy HQ knowing. They also need to look for any new island being used as a new shopping area for slaves and pets. So, what about here? In the base? Luffy asked, looking at Nami, who merely shakes her head, making the raven-haired lass smile. Alright then, let it all out. Luffy then had one of her hands laid out on the table. Marco then decided to turn and lay his head on the table beside her hand and enjoy the patting his neck and body is receiving from her while watching the crew. Said crew wanted to talk at once or even have their question, about the event in Mariehua or Luffy, answered, but seeing their captain's pointed look and that their guest is looking at them, they decided to merely ask things related to Mariehua. So, it was your fault that this Saint Jason was terminated? Gray asked, grinning. Luffy giggled. Maybe, shishishishi. Well, that's one Tenryuubito out. Again. Jin mumbled as he went and listed something on the pad he took out from his pocket. True, though by marine law if he's still a noble we still need to protect him, Hannah stated, her younger twin nodded in agreement. Nami, Luffy called, the orange-haired woman looked at the Rear Admiral and smirked smugly. Let me guess, you want to see the map of our base and the islands that surround us? Nami guessed, giggling when Luffy merely looked at her with wide, impressed eyes. Already ahead of you, Captain. Bam! Marco and Chopper, who both had direct contact on the table, Chopper sitting on it, and Marco laying his head down, jumped when Nami slammed down a map at the center of the table. They, of course, glared at her for that but what was ignored. Luffy chuckled and was about to lean over the table when you spoke. Luffy, I'm getting concerned about the actions of the Tenryuubito and the elders. Luffy looked at her first left-hand man seriously, while said male looked at the table, frowning deeply before he looked at her. They look like they have plans for you, to cage you even more. Do you have any idea what could they want from you? Why they were doing this? Everyone was silent at the question as they all looked at Luffy, who merely looked at you with a blank expression. Minutes passed before she opened her mouth and said, I've been in the Marineford since I was 14, and you saw what I've been through there as you joined the troop earlier than I did. Reminded at what he saw and sometimes heard, the dark-haired male looked down at the table with a shameful expression. Luffy showed them a sad smile. While I know they did those things to train me, that's just it, that's as far as I know. The Marines want me to be trained, but what the Gorosei and Tenryuubito wanted from me is something I don't know. Maybe we could ask the slaves you rescued? Gray suggested. This made all of them look at him. Not now, of course. When they're comfortable and gain the confidence to speak to us without looking down at the floor, we can ask them. Would you look at that, you do have brains. You dryly commented, making a vein to pop from Gray's forehead. What was that? He snarled, as Luffy sighed before giggling. All right, we'll ask the former slaves. Gray then sat down upon hearing that statement from their Rear Admiral. Before said Rear Admiral looked at Robin. Though, do you know where the Fleet Admiral is hiding those things? Yes, Luffy. Robin nodded. He is really not hiding them, it was on plain sight. Plain sight? Luffy eyebrows furrowed. How? He just covers up the name and changes the folder. They all sighed in frustration at that. Why didn't we notice that before? Nami murmured. We need to do something about those. Robin, you and Usopp talk about it. Zoro ordered. This made them look at him. Just like you, I don't like how this is going with the Gorosei and Tenryuubito. In case things went sour then we are prepared for it. Got it. Thanks, Zoro, Luffy said, as she put her cheek on her hand, her elbow leaning at the table. If there are orders that you can't give for some unknown reasons, but we can? Then you and I will gladly take over, Captain. Luffy nodded in understanding, thinking of the things that she requests for Robin to find. It wasn't much, she just asks her to search for the eternal log pose of their base and some files, that's all. Robin, my next visit? I want you to stay with me on Mariehua for a day and search for those things there too. Okay. Robin nodded. I'll have Usopp make a lot of surprises. Yeah, do that. You nodded as he looked at the people sitting on his side. Be alert, Vendetta Marina. Listen and record that's been going on around the HQ and the world government. Yes, sir. AOW. Let's not forget to tell the island under our protection," Frankie added, making them all nod. Fishman Island had been notified. King Neptune knew what to do when things went sour. Luffy told her crew, they sighed in relief at that. "All right, let's search for the possible island that Jason might currently be at," Nami said as she leaned over the table. The crew then listened to Robin, who was also their informer, about what she knew about the former saint. Luffy knew that Jason had a private island at one of the islands that's near her base, and by near she meant thousands of miles away. After all, the nearest inhabited island is 1,500 miles away if you're not including those sandbar of islands, though if it's included then the nearest ones are at least 1,000 miles away and those islands are uninhabited too. It seems that the Gorosei are very determined to keep her and the base's location a secret with how far the islands are. "Nami," Luffy said slowly, gathering the attention of her crew, while Marco decided on eyeing the map with interest. "Have you heard of islands that have been doing extravagant parties and had multiples luxurious ships docking in and out for the past 3 weeks? You think that the island who fit the qualification is where the noble is?" Nami guessed, making Luffy nod. She then hummed as she began to think deeply. Glancing at her left, Nami noticed Chopper looking outside, which made her follow his sight and smiled. "Chopper, can you ask the birds about Luffy's question?" she asked. Chopper looked at her with wide eyes before nodding. "Yeah, I can." With that, he jumped down, and walked towards the window followed by Nami. The crew watched them as Nami opened the window and let their doctor talk with the birds with hushed voices. Luffy looked away from the duo and leaned against the back of her chair and closed her eyes. Robin, seeing her eyes closed, used her devil fruit, sprouting a pair of arms above Luffy's shoulder and massaged them. The Rear Admiral snapped her eyes open, tense, but when she saw the hands merely massaging her, she relaxed and smiled at Robin, who gave her a small, apologetic smile. Marco, who felt Luffy tense, turned his head to look at her, tilting his head when he saw her getting a massage with the help of Robin's devil fruit and relaxing after a while. He glances to the side and saw the present crew members looking more alert than they were when she was awake, as if they were expecting an attack, which is weird because this is their base. Why would they expect being attacked? Remembering the Cerberus incident, Marco had a feeling that's not why they were alert, because as far as he can see, all their eyes sometimes went to the doors, windows, and ceilings in the room. A sign that they are waiting for someone. No people to barge in the room using the areas they're looking at and fight them. This isn't good. Marco frowned, tensing himself, as he slowly lifted and spread his wings. Responding to the atmosphere the crew had. Luffy inhaled slowly when she felt something heating in her lap, and since it's only birdie sand there, he might be getting affected by the atmosphere her crew is slowly creating. Marco was about to burst into blue flames, ultimately busting his cover, when he suddenly felt Luffy vibrating. He turned his head to look at the Rear Admiral, who was looking at him through partial-lidded eyes. No, she was looking at his feet. Snapping his eyes at the place the Marine is looking, he froze when he saw some sparks of blue flames appearing. Inhaling deeply and forcing himself to relax, the flames dissipated. From the looks of it, only Luffy saw the change. Fortunately, she did nothing and just went back to fully closing her eyes, though the vibrating continues. Lucky him, he grumbled internally. Marco leaned his head on Luffy's chest again, relaxed, and closed his eyes. "Purring, Captain?" Robin asked, smiling at Luffy, who merely purred more, not bothering to answer. This made everyone in the room relax slightly, as a purring Luffy is a good sign and meaning they are safe. Not that their base isn't safe, because it is. Their base is the safest place from the Marineford and world government, it's just that old habits die hard. It wasn't long before Nami and Chopper went back to their seats and the navigator immediately worked on the details they managed to gather from the birds, slamming down 2 more maps on the table. Marco tilts his head to the side, blinking upon seeing a bag hanging on Nami's chair filled with rolled-up papers. "How did I miss that, Yua?" he thought, thinking that those papers are maps the navigator have. "Okay, I think I have an idea on what island St. Jason is," Nami mumbled as she began to write something on the maps. Luffy opened her eyes, as the hands disappeared, and yawned, stretching her own arms above her head, before looking at the table. Though unknown to her, her action was almost copied by Marco. When the youngest Rear Admiral had opened her eyes and yawned, Marco did the same, shaking his head after yawning before stretching his neck and spreading his wings, before smacking his beak, followed by ruffling his feathers, making them puff up and then deflated. While Luffy may not notice this, the whole crew did, and they have to cover up the snickers or giggles that escapes from their mouth, especially Nami, who found it adorable, and knowing what devil fruits Luffy has, she can't help but concur with an image of it happening, this time with Luffy using her devil fruit. Luffy looked at her crew, tilting her head to the side when she saw how they tried to stop laughing. Marco, who had no idea that he copied Luffy's action, also confused before deciding that this is just another weirdness of the Rear Admiral's crew. Nami cleared her throat before pointing at one of the islands drawn in TH maps. According to the birds Chopper talked with, this is the only one they passed by that fits the specification you asked Luffy. She said. And considering that we've been treating these birds well and they are our eyes in the sky, they have no reason to lie. Are you sure that's the one? Peter asked, looking at the said island. Yo-ho-ho-ho. If that is true then this Jason is smart than the other Tenryuubitos, yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughs, as he also looked at the maps. Luffy stood up from her chair, putting Marco at the table, and looked at the maps closely as her crewmates talked, putting her hands down and lean against it. Or he sees so highly of himself that he deemed his protection to be doubled, Frankie spoke, rubbing his chin. I think it's merely a coincidence that he chose that island. Jin said, taking a sip from his tea. The only people who knew our exact location, other than us, are the Fleet Admiral, the Gorosei, and the spoiled brat. He added before pausing and looked at the avian devil fruit user. I am not sure whether to include our guest on that part. The only reason those guys knew our exact location is because of the eternal log pose they hold, otherwise they would be in the dark too. Usopp pointed, hinting that unless their guest had that eternal log pose then he is the same as the rest of the world, ignorant of their existence. Still it doesn't change the fact that the island is right there. Hannah glared, while her twin murmured darkly. Luffy then sighed and looked at her crew. That said, I will call Fleet Admiral Sengoku to talk with him about this. Glancing at the maps, the Rear Admiral frowned. If a Tenryuubito chooses an island between two bases, then it just means he or she knew the location of the base. Does that mean that Jason knew our base location? Gray asked, eating a piece of his pie. Perhaps. Luffy mumbled, biting the nail of her thumb, as she began to think deeply. I'll also ask Saint Rokudo about this, no one should know our base. How about you investigate first before calling the Fleet Admiral and that celestial dragon? If it was a coincidence then no need to call them and gather more attention. You suggested, sneering when he spoke about Rokudo. Zoro seemed to agree as he looked at his captain, who was blinking, and smiled at you. Yeah. I might just do that. Luffy stated as she leaned back from the table. If it's not a coincidence, I'll probably call them tomorrow or the next day. For now, let's talk about sparring. She cheerfully stated, as her crew groaned in despair. Sanji, however, was twirling happily. Meanwhile, Marco was eyeing the maps, specifically, the island they were speaking of, in disdain. It seems that the island the Tenryuubito who caged him is 500 miles away, on the east side from an island that has a G5 written on it, and from the expression of his hosts, it's a marine base, while it's 4,000 miles away, north, from the Rear Admiral's base. Turning to look at his savior, the blue feather phoenix gently pecked her hand, which was still on the table, gaining her attention as her crew went back to argue against their lieutenant commander and captain of the base. Yes, Birdie-san? Luffy asked, tilting her head to the side in confusion. Said Bird flushed slightly at the cute gesture, before shaking his head and pointed his at the maps. Luffy blinked and looked at the spot he was pointing at, then back at him. What about them? Marco crooned, standing up and headed towards the map. As he walks, he didn't notice that he was covered with a transparent orange mist, nor did he notice the glances Luffy made around her crew, her warm brown eyes turning light blue. The pirate made another noise, thus Luffy's eyes went back to him, letting his wings touch the drawing of the G6 base and the island of the exiled Tenryuubito before doing the same to the G5 base. Once that was done, Marco looked back at Luffy, who keeps moving her head from side to side. Are you asking something about the island? She asked hesitantly, making Marco nod and walk back to her, hoping that it was enough to make the youngest female marine in the room to understand that he wanted answers. Fortunately for Marco, Luffy did. When he was back on his spot, the orange mist disappeared and Luffy closed her eyes and listened. Why? Why care for an island that far? A base is near, yet yours is far, why care? Luffy smiled when she finally got the correct question the bird is asking. Your voice and the voices have been noisy so lately, Birdie-san. Luffy said, opening her warm brown eyes. It's different, but nice to hear. She added as she sat down, and picking Marco up, placing him on her lap, petting his body. The phoenix, however, was frowning internally, confused about her statement. Because what did she meant by voices? His voice? He's not even speaking. Well, Luffy started, leaning back on her chair. The nearest island for my base is at least 1,500 miles away. And, how do I explain this? Luffy then began to murmur, while Marco snuggled against her, laying his head down on her left BRST once he was comfortable. You see, for a base, it only protects the islands that are within a certain distance. To get that, we multiply the distance between the base and the nearest island by 5. Once you have the answer, then the islands within that range will be under your protection and you are required to at least visit them and help them anytime. Luffy sighed in defeat. Since the one who locked you up is within my range, then I have to protect them, though mostly to those islands. I'm merely reinforcement since my base is more than 1,000 miles away. My crew and I can visit and assist the islands that are within 2,000 miles away. Islands beyond that range, only I and a few others can visit them since we will be using Jeppo, and it is not something all of my crew can use it. Marco nodded at her explanation, filing it inside his mind so that he can share it with his family, especially when he wants to avoid, to land, at the islands she's protecting. It wasn't long before Luffy had enough of her crew bickering and stood up, her dessert finished while putting Marco back at the table, who suddenly remembered his dessert, which was placed by Luffy in front of him, and began enjoying it. The meals prepared here almost rivals Thatch's, almost. His brother is better. The avian tried to ignore the voice in his mind telling that he's being biased. That was when he remembered the 4th commander's condition before he got separated from his family. The first mate of Whitebeard slowed down on eating his dessert, frowning slightly as he thought whether or not his brother had fully recovered and if his family are okay. Marco lowered the spoon that one of his talons was clutching, feeling depressed, and suddenly had the feeling of no longer finishing the dessert even though it'll be gone after a couple more scoops. Laying down on the table, no longer had the energy to do anything, Marco watched the marine crew, who had abandoned the table and was talking and standing at his right side of the room. Nami, Hana and Mina seems to be talking with Zoro, Yu, and Gray. The green-haired captain seemed to try his very best to ignore the nagging females, while the latter too was merely looking at them blankly. Peter was comforting Usopp, who seems to fear the sparring Luffy had planned, more so than anyone in the room. Robin was talking with Jin, both of them excited with what sparring their Rear Admiral had in mind, as they don't usually fight with other marines, friendly sparring, nor pirates, the ones they aren't assigned to capture at least. Thus, this sparring is something they want to do. Brook and Frankie were merely watching their crewmates as if this was a normal occurrence of them fighting whenever they were sparring with Luffy, and from the looks of it, Marco knew that this was normal for them and was merely putting an act. Chopper was checking his first aid kit and listing down the things that are missing from them, as he knew Luffy could be very brutal when it comes to training or sparring them. Chopper blames Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Vice Admiral Garp for that, while Sanji was putting the plates left on the table on the cart, though he keeps on shouting towards this person he called Marimo to listen to his beloved Nami Swan. Marco doesn't really like that guy, especially when he acts like that towards Luffy. Speaking of, the Rear Admiral just head out of her room, relaxed, and sat down on her chair again. Not going to finish, Birdie-san? Luffy asked, gesturing towards the unfinished yogurt. Said Bird merely shakes his head, making her hummed and eat it instead. Marco blinked at that, not knowing what to think whenever she seemed to finish his meal or drink. It wasn't long before she was done and hand over the empty bowl to Sanji, who bowed at her and put it back on the cart. Then the two of them watched their whole crew bicker, and it seems Yu and Gray finally decided to speak against the girls, followed by Zoro. When the green-haired captain spoke, Sanji then joined them, defending his ladies. Marco watched Luffy slowly smirk as she stood up and began to reach around her back, making the mythological devil fruit user lift his head from the table and watch the raven-haired marine intently as she suddenly flicks her wrist and revealed a metal bow staff which she swings towards Zoro, who was the only crew that's a bit near to her. Zoro reacted immediately, feeling the intended attack, swiftly unsheathing his sword and blocked the staff. Clank! Hearing that, everyone's attention went towards the Marine Captain and Rear Admiral, the latter gaining a dark yet cheerful grin. "I'm all set for the sparring," Luffy said slowly. "Are you?" Hearing that, they looked closer at the Rear Admiral, who was no longer wearing the clothes she wore during their whole lunch and meeting. Instead, she was wearing a light blue with white stripe yoga pants, a slightly fitting light blue sleeveless t-shirt. Over the sleeveless shirt was a white loose crop top shirt. There's also a weapon belt like wrapped around Luffy's waist, with two 20-inch bar-like medals hanging on both sides of her back. The area between the bars was empty, and Marco assumed that it's where Luffy put the bow staff before she took it out. Seeing her outfit, the crew cursed softly as they slowly started to back away from Luffy, who straightened up and let Zoro do the same. The blue-feathered avian watched as they seemed to back away from a strong predator with how slowly they went towards the door. When Usopp, who was the very first person to reach their exit, opened the door, they immediately scattered and went towards their room. "You have 5 minutes to change and head to the training ground. If you're not there within 5, then I'm hunting you," Luffy shouted as she let her bow staff separate into 3 parts and fasten them on her belt, giggling when they shouted. "DMN it, Luffy." "Roger, Luffy Chuan." I Captain Luffy." "Roger." "Yo-ho-ho-ho. Sup here." 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. "Shut up, Usopp." Marco blinked at the different shouts that answered Luffy, before looking at the Rear Admiral with wide eyes and then gave her outfit another look over. He wondered why he didn't notice her change of clothes before deciding to leave it be and enjoyed the sight. "Sheet. Thatch will surely tease me if he found out about this, Yua." With that in mind, Marco swears to never, ever tell his shipmates about this marine. Well, his captain deserved to know, but not his foster siblings. He rather not be teased by them too much, and he still hadn't made them stop that bird and pineapple jokes no matter the punishment he released to them. He rather not add more. "Let's go then, Birdie-san," Luffy stated as she lifted Marco from the table and cradled him in her arms. Marco flapped for a while, as they headed towards the room, looking up at Luffy in confusion. Seeing his head slightly tilted to the side made Luffy chuckled. "Don't look at me like that," she stated. "I can't let you get bored and alone in a room, especially not after months of captivity." Marco released a soft croon as he let his wings hang from her hands, eyes focusing on their surrounding, when he saw a group of Marines gathered at a window talking, stopping when Luffy was in their sight. "Hello, Luffy." One female Marine greeted, making said Rear Admiral chuckled, while her package blinked in confusion and shock. They can call her by her name, Yua? He thought. "Hi, Ashley." Sparring with the operation team leaders? They were running around like headless chickens when they passed by. A male Marine joked as Luffy passed by them. "And the Vendetta Marina." Luffy paused and turned to look at the snickering group. "And then you guys?" At that the group chokes in unison, looking at their superior in fear, not that Luffy saw it as she continues walking straight after mention that they were included in the sparring, except for Marco, who was looking over Luffy's shoulder. The avian noticed how pale they suddenly went, then at each other before they turned and run away from their spot and from Luffy, who with her keen hearing, heard them and giggled. "Make sure to tell the others you leaders and I will train you tomorrow." Ga-awa. Marco released a small sneeze with a small shake of his head. This made Luffy glance at him and wonder what it means, before shrugging while the first mate of Whitebeard wonder why they were so afraid of the Rear Admiral's training, or in this case, sparring. "She can't be that brutal, right?" Marco thought as he also glances at the Rear Admiral, but then Luffy turned to a huge open window that leads to a balcony that is 50 or more meters away from the ground. The youngest Rear Admiral stopped at the balcony's railing and looked down where they both saw a huge training ground. The grounds were covered with grass and were 25 meters long and 20 meters wide, a line of trees surrounding it with benches underneath them. Some huge trees had set of tables and chairs under them as well. Marco could imagine having a group training here with at least half of his crewmates, and possibly a training between him, his fellow commanders and their pops can also happen in this area, if his Oyaji doesn't use any devil fruit abilities. Thinking that this is where Luffy will make him stay as they train, he began to look around to see if there is someone to watch him only to freeze when his savior jumped on the railings, with him still in her arms. With realizing horror, the blue fire phoenix robotically turned his head to look at Luffy, who was grinning at him and excitedly. "No way, no way, no way. No way, yay." And like earlier in the room when Marco found out about Brook and Frankie, he screeched. This made the Marines, who heard his loud screech to look out from the window. Some poked their heads out, eyes following the white, blue, and black blur that was rapidly descending to the ground, smiling before paling when they thought, no, felt Luffy's eyes on them and slammed the window shut as if for protection. They even locked it. The civilians, who heard the screech, merely snickered when they realized it was on the training ground and wondered what kind of training Luffy had planned for her crew for them to react like that. Marco, well, yeah, he can fly, yes, he's a phoenix, and yes, he may or may not have done a skydive hundreds of feet above their ship before, so it would be correct to assume that he shouldn't react like this, right? Wrong. That assumption is so wrong. Yes, he can do a skydive higher than this and not screeched, but that was because he knew how to stop and used his wings to break down his fall. But with him being cradled by this adrenaline junkie of a Rear Admiral, and yes, he is thinking that this girl is an adrenaline junkie, what's with her jumping down from a 50 or more meters buildings and using Jeppo to reach her ship? Sheet, and then he has no way of escaping from said Rear Admiral, not with his wings bandaged and risking showing his true identity because flying means bursting into flames for a while? Double sheet. Luffy landed on the grass with a soft thump, her knees slightly bent to catch her fall, and stood up, giggling upon remembering the reactions of her Marines. She then glances at her passenger, who was looking a bit pale while glaring at her. Marco swore to himself to make sure she will pay dearly for making him lost at least a decade of his life. When he was put down at one of the benches, followed by her sitting, Marco decided to disturb her short peace, wanting to know why she didn't just leave him alone on top of the balcony. Thus, he pokes her gently with his beak and then pointing at the balcony when she watched him through partial-lidded eyes. Luffy hummed as she then stretched and leaned her elbow on her thigh, her cheek resting on her hand, and looked at him. "You're very curious, Birdie-san," she muttered and poked his forehead gently, making him squawk indignantly. "If you're wondering why I didn't leave you alone at the balcony, heck, why didn't I just leave you alone at my room, other than the reason of you being bored and alone, is because I don't want you at a place where you can see the whole area around my island." Marco looked at her with wide eyes when her tone suddenly turned cold, even her eyes went from warm brown ones into icy blue. "While all you can see around here for at least 1,000 miles is nothing but the big blue seas. I'd rather not take my chances of you seeing something to use as a landmark. This base is a hidden one, and for the sake of the people living here, I would rather keep it that way." Marco gulped, blinks, before slowly nodding his head. Luffy then smiled upon seeing that. "Besides, I don't know whether you're an enemy or not, so I rather not have you stay alone in a room where important files are found," she added, looking away from him and to her crew, who were walking around the corner with mixed emotions, distress, and excitement. They were also panting and sweating now that Luffy looked at them clearly. "And while it means of letting you know my crew's fighting style, we can always improve or add more the moment you left. So it's fine for you to stay here." She then stood up, meeting her crew midway, while Marco shakes his head at the mood swings the Marine had. "So, who's up first?" Luffy gave them a grin. Her operation team leaders and Vendetta Marina looks at each other before the latter group step forward to the training ground. Luffy giggled happily as followed after them, skipping as she did so, while the operation team leaders went to the bench where Marco is and sat down either beside him or the forest floor with a hopeless atmosphere. Except for Jin, Robin, and Zoro, who was standing up and can't seem to wait to fight against their captain. "Ah, nearly forgot," Luffy exclaimed before turning to look at them. "Who's next after this?" "That would be us, Captain," Nami answered, pointing at the standing Marines. "Brook, Chopper, Usopp, and I will be next. Zoro, Jin, Sanji, Robin, and Frankie will be the last team." Luffy nodded and turned to look at the group in front of her. The males were only wearing shirts and knee-high shorts, barefooted, while the females were nearly wearing the same, but with different colors, clothes Luffy wore, with the exception of the over-top shirts, wearing only pump shoes. Glancing at the operation team leaders from the corner of her eyes, Luffy saw them wearing the clothes they were on the painting Marco saw, except for Robin and Nami, who followed Hana and Mina's example, though both women are barefooted. "Why didn't you wear those shirts?" Luffy asked the group in front of her, as her eyes went back to them. You, who saw where her eyes went, answered. "Nope. We preferred shirts and shorts, not revealing clothing." He shrugs, making her giggled. "Okay," she sang, rolling her shoulders as she removes her sandals and wiggles her toes when they touched the grass. The Rear Admiral's eyes went towards her current enemies, eyeing their weapons and stances. You and Hannah had their bokkens out and were already on their stance, eyeing her in return. Gray had his brass knuckles on his hands, prepared and ready for any attack Luffy will do. Mina and Peter were few steps behind the trio, guns ready. While Mina and Peter are great in hand-to-hand combat, average on swords, they are better in guns. Their marksmanships were their greatest and best skills, nearly rivaling Usopp's, though the liar would come out on top if he stops being trembling whenever he tried to shot someone. Luffy stopped walking when she was a meter away, standing still. Everyone in the training ground was quiet. The Marines inside the building were peeking through the window, feeling excited. Meanwhile, Marco was holding his breaths, feeling two emotions, concern, and excitement. He's concerned that something will happen to his savior, but he's also excited if his savior is fighting training them alone by group. Then, how strong is she when fighting enemies or pirates? The Phoenix licks his beak, swearing to have his pops meet this particular crew so that they can at least test their skills and level. The Rear Admiral slowly took out her own bow staff from her back and with a flick of her wrist, the staff was assembled. The sword wielders in the Vendetta Marina spreads their leg a bit more, watching Luffy, who with a raised eyebrow, twirls her staff. Then, a beat later, Yu and Hana attacked, jumping from their spot and headed towards Luffy with their bokken arched. Just when the swords were swinging down, Luffy disappeared in front of them and then appearing behind them, right in the middle. "You forgot that I can use Saru." She grinned, swinging her bow staff on Yu's side and kicking Hana right after. Both of them grunted, rolling at the ground. The 17-years-old raven-haired Marine immediately glanced behind her, where Gray was already aiming for punch. Smirking, the Rear Admiral spins her body and then hits the dark blue-haired Marine on his cheek with her staff. When Luffy landed on the ground on her feet, she moved her head slightly to the right and then to the left as pellets went past her. Looking up and in front of her, there was Peter and Mina already firing their guns, the former on one knee, while the latter is laying belly flat on the ground. Seeing their position, Luffy immediately reaches behind her and grabs one of the bars like metals attached to her belt. Once in her hand, Luffy brought it in front of her and spreads it open. Marco blinked at that. Turns out the bars on Luffy's waist were steel fans. He watched as the Marine smirked and spins her body once before letting the fan go, and he watched as it flew towards the direction of the gun-wielding Marines, who cursed and rolled out of their spot, just in time as the fan dug into the place they were at before it went up. Luffy, however, didn't even bother to look at her fan because Yu was suddenly attacking her, which she blocked with her staff. There was a bit of struggle before the bow staff wielder pushes the Bakken away and kicks Yu's gut. Luffy then turns, catching her fan mid-air when it returns to her like a boomerang, and put it back to her belt with one hand, while the spins her staff, protecting its user from the pellets that Peter and Mina fired once they regain their form, on her left side. Luffy glanced at them, then at her right where Gray and Hana are coming to attack. Slamming her staff to the ground, the Rear Admiral jumped over her weapon, smirking at the annoyed expression her attacker had. Mid-landing, she swings her staff at them, hitting them in the face before doing a backflip towards the gunners' direction. Said gunners gritted their teeth and fired calmly in Luffy's direction, tisk ing when none of it hit her. Luffy then crosses her arms over her chest, 2 backflips away from them and spins around, arching over them. She landed half a meter away from them, facing their backs with one knee bent to her chest, the other stretched away. With a twirl to her staff, Luffy then hits their faces before they could even register she was already there. When the gunners were sent to the trees, Luffy slides her body and lied down, raising her staff across her face just in time to stop Yu's Bakken from hitting her. The granddaughter of the Marine hero grinned, while the lieutenant commander gritted his teeth. That was when Luffy brought her both of her feet up over Yu's neck, showing her flexibility, and with a twist of her body to the side, the leader of the Vendetta Marinas was flipped over her, just in time to as Gray was already attacking Luffy, who was crouching after flipping the lieutenant commander's body. The Rear Admiral rolled back and did a handstand, spreading her legs wide before spinning, hitting the lieutenant in the face, disorienting him. She then jumps from pusher her hands against from the ground and jumps over the disoriented male's head, her bow staff left on the ground, and sits on the back of Gray's shoulder, crossing her feet and squeezing her thigh around his neck. The Vice of Vendetta Marina tried to grab her shoulders or loosen her grip when Luffy arched her body again, hands stretching for the ground, and flips him on his front. The Rear Admiral immediately lets go, twirling as she does so and stop up before grabbing her fan and then blocks Hana's Bakken that was swinging towards her when she began to twirl around. The ensign flinches as focus and serious brown eyes went towards her. Luffy then grabs the wooden sword and kicks Hana away and towards Yu, who was already running towards them, sending them near the tree lines. Spreading her fans, Luffy uses its edges to slices through the pellets that were fired at her. She let the Bakken go and with her other hand free, Luffy grabs her remaining fan and spreads it. She then swings both fans in front of her, as if she was doing a fan dance, slicing and destroying the fired pellets. The gunners immediately run out of ammo, which they then tried to reload but was distracted when Luffy threw her fans towards them. With a curse, Peter and Mina jump to either side and runs away from their spots just as Luffy's fan went back to her. When she has them in her hands, Luffy then jumps up, followed by using Gray's head as a jumping board to jump higher. The reason for that is probably due to the lieutenant jumping and arching an arm over Luffy's head, which made him tisked and causes him to create a crater when she pushed him forward to the ground. Said captain, who had put her fans back to her belt during the jump, landed on the place where she left her bow staff, which she grabs by doing 2 front flips and then straightening up, watching as the Vendetta Marina gathered together and took their stances in front of her. Luffy grins and twirls her bow staff at her side, before doing it above her head, the spinning going faster and faster until it was blurry. She then lowered her staff back to the side, her spinning not once slowing. That was when Yu, Hana, and Gray jumps to attack, while Mina and Peter fired. Luffy glanced at her staff for 1 second, her smirk widening when she saw indigo highlights on it. Using Jeppo, Luffy passed through the trio, heading immediately to the gunners who blinked in shock, followed by Saru, which made her appear at Peter's side. With a wink, Luffy smacks her staff on their chest, making them spit out some saliva and the staff slightly splitting the ground the two were on. This made the two of them float slightly on air before Luffy smacks their back, sending them towards the bench where the other teams are resting. Gray, Hana, and Yu watched with wide eyes as their fellow member was sent away before their eyes went back to the Rear Admiral, who was already above and in front of them, her staff arch over her head. And with a swing she brought it down, creating a crater. The impact sent the trio flying before Luffy went after Gray and hit him on his side, followed by kicking Hana to the gut, and Yu was kicked in the face, sending them in the direction where their gunners were sent. While Luffy landed on the ground softly. Phew! That went well, and fun. She laughs as the defeated team groans in pain and disappointment. Is that all you've got? She taunted, snickering when they merely glared. And Luffy won again. Robin giggled, snapping the others from the trance of watching the fight. Were the craters and split ground necessary? Nami ummed as she puts her hand on her forehead. Blame Gray, he started it. Luffy pointed at the lieutenant who merely glares at her. Hana-chan. Mina-chan. Let me treat your injuries. Sanji exclaimed as he went towards them with hearts flying in the background, holding a first aid kit. Thanks, Sanji, Mina said, making the cook head on her way, while her older twin was being treated by Chopper. DMN it? I thought we nearly had you. Peter mumbled as Luffy walked towards them, swinging her staff. Yeah well, you get easily distracted, Luffy stated. This made the Vendetta Marina groan in disappointment but decided to stay quiet and not demand how they were distracted, as Luffy will mention it to them, once everyone was finished. Luffy sat down beside Marco, who was looking at her with wide eyes. Here, Cap, Zoro stated, holding out a bottle of water to Luffy, who smiled, grabs it, and drinks. You know. She started slowly, taking small sips in between. I've been noting in my head how many times you've all called me Captain or even Rear Admiral during our journey from the time we left Sabaody. Everyone froze at that and looks at Luffy from the corner of their eyes. Said female Marine had her eyes were on them despite the direction of her head was directed to their guest. I have my playtime with the Vendetta Marina? I'll start to get serious as I went through on sparring you, Operation Team Leaders. She then finished her sentence with a dark grin, while pouring some water on the bottle cap and laid the said cap down in front of Marco, who was frozen solid at the dark aura that surrounds her and at her statement. That was playtime for her, Yua? He thought, incredulously, glancing at the state of the training ground. But then Marco grew excited, his feathers trembling in excitement. Let's see how strong you are, Yua. We'll start with the next team after Chopper treats your injuries, Luffy mumbled, as stretched her legs in front of her and leaned back at the bench. Marco chooses that time to drink the offered water, while the crew, robotically, helped the defeated group. That was playtime? Usopp whispered harshly. You do remember that Luffy is a lot stronger than us, Usopp, even stronger than her grandfather. Do well to remember the previous training and sparring session. Nami muttered, wrapping a bandage around Gray's arms, who had his head down. Imagine the punishment we'll have for losing within 10 minutes in the training ground. He mumbled. This then made everyone pause and glance at Luffy, who was relaxing on her spot. They were tense, waiting for her response at that, before relaxing when nothing followed and continued on their task. It wasn't long before the Vendetta's wound got treated and the next team was finally ready. Luffy opened her eyes and stretched. She then headed back towards the training ground, with her bow staff ready. Nami followed after her, her training weapon, a bow staff like Luffy, was out and assembled. Brook and Chopper were walking behind her, the former had his cane, while the latter had his backpack. Their sniper was behind them, trembling, as he holds his slingshots. When they were in the middle, the team were shocked when they saw Luffy blindfolding herself. Blindfolded? Are you serious? The cowardly trio screeched while Brook and Luffy laughed. The first group sighed in relief, glad that Luffy wasn't wearing a BLNDFLD when fighting training them, because a BLNDFLD Luffy means that she's will get serious, playful at first but then she'll be serious and it'll be worse than the one they received. The last group was trembling in excitement, knowing that when it'll be their time, the Rear Admiral is very much serious. Marco was feeling the same as the last group and swore to himself to never let his eyes stray away from the raven-haired beauty. I did say I will get serious as the sparring continues, Luffy said. Besides, blindfolding will enhance my sense, and Brook is using a sword, not Bakken. Sensei sometimes said BLNDFLD is better when fighting against swords, Shishishi. Nami and Usopp groans before sighing and went to their stances. Brook hummed as he unsheathes his sword an inch, while Chopper had his rumble ball out. Luffy in the meantime tapping her staff on the ground, humming and waiting. Tap, 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 tap. Hiya! Nami screamed as she went to attack Luffy, holding her staff on the side before swinging it to Luffy, who did a side step. This was followed by Nami, who swings the staff towards her side. Luffy merely smirks as she went and dodged all of Nami's attacks. She was just landing after doing a jump to avoid Nami's staff when Luffy tilted her head to the side for a while before swinging her staff in the direction her head was tilted, destroying a huge round pellet that Usopp released. This made the sniper shriek and run, while Brook went and attacked Luffy with his sword that was then blocked. Oya! Luffy-san is expecting me it seems. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed as Luffy giggled. Ah. After this will you allow me to see your panties? You DMN skeleton. How dare you asks Luffy-chuan that in the middle of a fight? Sanji roared, while the rest laughs or sweat drops. Like she would let you. Nami, Hana, and Mina shouted. Marco's eyes, though, went half-lidded, gaining some dark glints on them, a sign that only his Oyaji knew, a sign that he was planning something bad and no one can survive without getting hurt, badly. You he internally grumbled, darkly at that. Shishishishi. Luffy laughs before kicking Brook in the head and towards Nami's direction. No way, sorry. She added and snickered when she heard a flesh hitting a bone. Don't apologize. Hana and Mina shouted while Nami was stomping on Brook's back. Whoa! I'm still here. Chopper shouted, already on his kung fu point as he runs towards his captain, who immediately used Saru, appearing behind him and kicking him towards the still running Usopp, both grunting at the impact. Luffy then landed and turned her head in the direction where she knew Nami and Brook are at, flicking her wrist and disabled her bow staff before putting them on her belt. Nami stopped stomping Brook when she notices that her Rear Admiral was facing their direction. Brook, who was laughing at the harsh punishment he was receiving, stood up when he realizes where their navigator was looking at. Nami and Brook glance at each other, before nodding. They both went to their stances, the orange-haired woman widening her stance for a bit. Luffy tilts her head, when Nami runs to the side, Brooking doing the same but headed in the opposite direction. This made the Rear Admiral inhale deeply, listening to the footsteps of her current enemies, and heighten her senses. Nami is running on my left side, while Brook is on the right, Usopp is hiding behind a tree, and while Chopper is in his walk point, in front of the tree Usopp is hiding. Luffy thought before she sensed Nami and Brook runs towards her direction with their weapons ready to strike. She smirked, immediately using Saru when they swung at her. The young raven-haired girl was in the sky when she heard Nami and Usopp scream, following by a large hand heading in her direction. Now Chopper. Monster point. And so soon. Ha! Luffy hummed before muttering Jeppo, which made her avoid the attack just in time, though it did create a huge handprint crater. She gave a small tisked. I hope you and plan to fix that, Chopper. Eek. She giggled at that and then landed softly on the ground before doing a side flip when she felt something heading in her direction. Marco, who was watching the Rear Admiral, admired how fast she moved and how she mastered 2 of the Rokushiki, using it to avoid her incoming crewmates. Though he was a bit shocked when the reindeer ate something and suddenly turned into a huge monster with a hoof-like hand, it didn't last long considering what he had experienced earlier. He then watches as Luffy landed and how she did some flips to avoid the pellets her sniper fired at her, and then when she dodges her navigator's bow staff heading towards her, followed by avoiding her musician sword. How can a skeleton fight, Yua? Oh right, he's a devil fruit user. Luffy was having fun at the annoyance her crewmate felt, which grew every time she dodges them as they knew she was playing with them, though she's pretty sure Nami's annoyance is because of the crater that Chopper's monster point created when he tried to capture her. Luckily for the reindeer, he only lasts 3 minutes in that form before changing to another type of transformation, otherwise, Nami might put a huge amount of debt on him for destroying the training grounds. It's not like she's paying them. Luffy thought amusedly, and as much as she's enjoying this, she also wanted to end this, and thus, Brook went to attack her. After a few minutes of dodging, she immediately brought out and assembled her bow staff, just in time to block the sword from injuring her. Brook paused, as well his teammates, when Luffy didn't dodge. My turn. Luffy grinned, before twisting her staff and doing a mid-air spin, kicking Brook's skull, which made him flew few feet away from the left side of the bench where Marco is sitting at. Luffy then turned to the rest of his team, grin turning dark. Nami gulped before rushing towards Luffy with her bow staff raised, while Chopper was following behind her in his horn point. When Nami swings her staff to Luffy, the latter jump over her and use Chopper as a springing board, making the reindeer sprawl on the ground, before heading to the direction where Usopp was stationed. Said sniper nearly panicked before reaching for his satchel and grabbed some pellets to the fire. Luffy smirked before grabbing her fan, spreading it at her side before throwing it in his direction, and then she turned to face Chopper, who had stood up immediately from being sprawled on the ground and followed her, blocking his horn with her staff horizontally. Usopp, who was about to aim at Luffy, noticed the fan flying in his direction, and got distracted as he watched it went through the trunk and up to the sky as the tree he was on soon fell. Timbeer! He screamed, jumping down and began rolling on the ground. Luffy merely grins at his shout while the rest groans and slaps their forehead. All the while, Chopper tried to push his captain back when she took off her feet from the ground, using the staff like a bar and kick his face, removing the staff when she hit him. The impact made Chopper flew back with a grunt, while Nami replaced him, spinning her weapon above her head and swings it down, only for Luffy to grab it and pulls it towards her, bringing the orange-haired navigator close to her, which resulted in her to be kicked in the gut and flew away with her staff. Nami-chuan. Sanji called out worriedly, which made Hana and Mina glare at him since he didn't shout for them when they got hit. Not like they want him to shout for them, it's just that. Wait, oh yeah. Sanji was not allowed to root on any women during training. He seemed to realize this as he suddenly went pale while Zoro snickered. Luffy merely gave a huge dark grin while her head was tilted to Sanji's direction, catching the fan that was returning to her before throwing it again towards Brook, who was running towards her. Said skeleton deflected the weapon as he continues to his Rear Admiral, who was merely standing and then disappearing. Brook then moved his sword to the side, blocking the staff that went for his skull but unable to dodge the kick heading towards his waist. Luffy threw her musician away and then disassembled her staff, putting it to her belt, and grabs the remaining fan on her belt while catching the other as it comes back. She then spreads both weapons and stops Chopper, who is already using his kung fu point, hooved fist with one fan, while the other fan had its edges caught with Nami's staff. The two attackers struggled to push against the fan when Luffy jumps and spins her body mid-air, avoiding the pellets. Usopp, who was standing few meters away in front of Luffy's previous position, fired. This movement made Nami and Chopper stumble to the spot Luffy was, which the Rear Admiral immediately took leverage by using Nami's and Chopper's head to break her spin, doing a handstand on the mentioned parts. They both grunted when the Rear Admiral didn't hesitate to push them to the ground as she once again jumps, arching her body above the space between them and Usopp, and landed behind the latter, who gulp and sweats. You really need to learn hand-to-hand combat, Usopp, Luffy mumbled before turning and then kicking the sniper's side, followed by a kick to the back. Luffy went to follow after her victim and kick his face before he could hit a tree, sending him to the watching team. They all winced at the rough treatment, more so when Usopp's face became unrecognizable. Nami breathed hitched and turned to look in front of her where Luffy was already standing. She started to stutter but immediately raised her hands, one holding her staff, in front of her face when she saw a foot heading her. She grunted when Luffy's feet meets her hand and was thrown back, landing with a roll and stopping on her front. She tried to stand up when Luffy was suddenly above her vulnerable back with a foot lifted up. This made her roll to the side and watch as a small crater appeared at the place the foot landed. She's getting serious. Everyone, excluding Marco, thought. Nami stood up, holding her staff in front of her, turning to face Luffy when she felt someone tapping her shoulder. With a nervous and pale expression, she turned to face that person only to be kicked at the side by Luffy, sending her to the direction where Usopp is still lying down, and unintentionally catching Nami. Ugh. The sniper grunted while Nami sighed in pain and disappointment, before her attention went to Luffy, who was facing away from them, though her face was tilted in their direction. That was when Chopper charged in his horn point, but Luffy wasn't bothered by it as she even went as far as putting her fans back to her belt. Chopper was feet away from stabbing Luffy when she grabs his horns and throwing him over her shoulder. The doctor grunted while the rest flinched or winced as if feeling his pain when his back met the ground. Luffy then lifted him and spins Chopper around before throwing him to the sky, jumping soon after, and kicked Chopper in the gut and to the direction where Sanji is standing, making the cook cushions his fall. Gah! Sanji grunted, his eyes bulging out. And everyone, excluding Marco, knew that it was his punishment for cheering when he wasn't supposed to. Luffy-chuan. Sanji stuttered, reaching for Luffy before fainting. Everyone was looking at Sanji before their eyes went back to the remaining people on the training ground. Everyone was quiet as Luffy waited for Brook to attack, while said skeleton was doing the same. The Marines of G6 knew that Luffy was serious, and if she is, then she knew how to defeat you within 10 seconds, the only way to last longer than 10 was to let her attack first. But, unfortunately, the Rear Admiral was known for being patient, which is something neither crew have, and thus Brook immediately went to attack, sword up and ready to be swung over Luffy. Said Marine was digging her toe on the ground and mumbling only she can hear. As he brought the sword down, Brook suddenly froze and spit out some saliva. Everyone watched with wide eyes as the skeleton slouched over the fisted hand of the Rear Admiral, where they all saw, including Marco, the hand covered with indigo like flames. Marco knew he saw an indigo mist covering Luffy's hand, but it was suddenly gone when he blinked and the skeleton was already thrown in their direction. Yu and Gray caught Brook, immediately giving him some milk before their eyes went to their Rear Admiral, who had to remove the BLNDFLD, and a hand reached out and made a bring it on gesture towards the remaining team. Come on now. Give me your best shot. Luffy gave them an excited yet dark grin, not even breaking a sweat. Zoro, Jin, Robin, Sanji, who stood up immediately when Brook was caught, and Frankie grinned in excitement before they all went towards Luffy, who was looking at Zoro's swords and then at her blndflds. Luffy, if I may so bold to request. Zoro started, seeing where Luffy's attention went. Luffy's eyes went sharp and glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. Can you fight against me without blndflds? Everyone, but Zoro's team, gasped at that. I know that you're already 20% serious and the real purpose of the blndfld, but I want to try our best against you. I am not thinking of any lesser of the other team. I just want them to see, and we want to feel, what will happen when going against someone with the Fleet Admiral's level. He explained this made you sigh and said, I agree. While you're teaching us to become stronger in a way you know, it still doesn't change the fact that you're a lot stronger, and that we sometimes, no, we always rely on you to save. At that all of them began to nod as the other Marines watching in through the windows gave noises of agreement. We need to know how much we need to train to be near on the same level as you. Luffy sighed. While it's true that Admiral Akiji told her that being blindfolded works best against sword users, the real reason for the blndfld is to lessen, even if it's a little bit, her attacks on her crew. She got used to fighting against the Admiral and some Vice Admiral that during her first training with her crew, the aftermath and casualties were more than any ordinary training would have resulted. She receives punishment for that before she was ordered on using blndflds when training with her crew until she deemed her crew ready to take on her without the blndfld. Zoro knew Luffy wanted to fight without the blndfld, but she was hesitant on doing so, and he knew why, but seeing that there's an oncoming threat to Luffy, to his captain, he needs to fight against her. All of them. Alright. Luffy sighed as she let the blndfld go. I'll start with you guys today. Then starting next week you will train against me unblindfolded for 5 minutes. We will do this once every 2 weeks. Yes, Rear Admiral. Everyone shouted, Marco blinked wondering if he misses something. The remaining team then went towards Luffy, gulped in excitement and a little bit of fear when they noticed her eyes were slits. Slitted eyes for their Luffy just mean that she will probably end the fight with less than 50% of her strength. Zoro and his team waited for a bit before they jump and run in different directions. On Marco's side, he is seeing some patterns here. The crew always jumps and runs before attacking their enemy. This makes him wonder why the pattern is repeating. Luffy's eyes alternatively eyed her crew's progress before leaning to the side just in time to avoid a fireball that Frankie fired, followed by a jump just in time to avoid hands that appear at where her feet were before, though she had to use Jeppo when more hands appeared, growing in length. Luffy crossed her arms above her head without looking up, just in time for her to block Sanji's leg, who was attacking from above and behind her. Frankie, Robin, and Sanji were shocked, not expecting her to expect or even block the attack when her eyes were focused on the ground. Though they should have expected it, considering how Luffy managed to block every single attack the crew did when they were training with her. Are you going to continue, Sanji-kun? Luffy asked softly. This made Sanji's heart to skip a beat. I can't, milady. He wept with crocodile tears, everyone below them sweats drops, before Luffy grabs his leg and spins him before throwing him to the ground. Luffy chwan. Luffy landed softly, facepalming before her eyes snapped open and blocked the swords that were heading towards her with an arm covered with armament hockey. Zoro sked, before jumping away and watch his hands appeared on Luffy's back, grabbing her own arms tightly. She looked at the side and saw Robin, arms crossed over her chest, looking at her with a determined face. The Rear Admiral tested the grip on her, before smirking as another set of hands appeared on the ground and grabs her feet. Robin knew this won't hold her captain forever, but if this could buy them some time enough for her male teammates to even put a scratch on her, then it would be enough. Robin-chan, behind you! Sanji shouted, just as Robin froze and looked over her shoulder where a grinning Luffy was standing. Make sure it was me, Robin, Luffy stated, before turning upside down, hands on the ground, legs spread wide, and then spins. Her legs tried to hit Robin in the face when suddenly Jin was in front of their archaeologist, blocking their Rear Admiral's leg with his tonfa. Luffy smirked and flipped away from them when her sous-chef swings his weapon towards her, landing beside the trapped version of her, which disappeared in purple dust. You okay, Robin? Jin asked as he twirls one of his tonfas, while the other was held in front of him, the metal sphere blocking the left side of his face. Yeah, thanks, Robin said, shaking her head to remove the shock, while Jin went back to look at his Rear Admiral, who was fighting against Zoro. When she kicked the green-haired swordsman away, Jin immediately jumps to the fray, grinning. Luffy met his weapon with hers, smirking at the sight of how excited Jin is, before kicking the ground, pushing Jin back and twirled, her staff resting against her arm, hitting him in the gut. Jin gritted his teeth before receiving a kick at the same place and flew towards a tree. Luffy then disappeared before reappearing behind Robin, who immediately turn only be flown back beside Sanji when the young superior punched the ground, creating a crater and a small amount of shock wave. Robin-chan! Sanji shouted as he helps her sat up. Luffy-chan, please don't hurt Robin-chan too much. Also please don't hurt your goddess's hands and legs. Robin chuckled at that before standing up and watched as Luffy ignored Sanji's statement and fought with Frankie, who needed a hand-to-hand combat training. Oi! Frankie! You better not hurt our goddess. Sanji shouted, twitching whenever the said cyborg tried to hit Luffy. Did you say I'm a pervert? Frankie asks, turning to look at Sanji, only to be hit by the list with Luffy's fist. Tisk. Zoro tsk as the cyborg flew past him. I'll be fighting you one-on-one, Luffy, he declared, making the former raised an eyebrow. Not fighting as a team, she asked. This made the three-sword swordsman twitch before going into his stance. As long as they won't get serious against you, I'll go solo, Zoro mumbled through his sword. This made Luffy narrow her eyes before she could say anything. However, Jin is already attacking Luffy from behind, swing his sphere above her. Without looking in his direction, Luffy sidestepped and grabs his wrist before throwing him over her shoulder and into Zoro's direction. Fortunately for the former Don Krieg pirate, he manages to flip his body, doing a three-point landing beside Zoro. You do know that one purpose of this training is for teamwork. He started slowly, glancing at Zoro, who shrugged, as their eyes went to Luffy, who suddenly smirked. The two of you are the distraction. She pointed out, and at the same moment arms sprouted at the ground she's standing, a whirring noise of Frankie's arm readying to fire, and Sanji running toward her direction. Teamwork, Luffy, Zoro mumbled before striking together with Sanji, who was swinging his leg above Luffy. Unitedly they brought their weapon, or leg in Sanji's case, down on Luffy's head when she suddenly reached behind her. With a flick and a twist, her bow staff was blocking their attack. They'd sked, though Sanji released it with a soft and loving tone, before jumping away just as Frankie fired his beam. Luffy immediately covered her staff with armament haki and a purple mist before swings her staff upward, directing the beam up in the sky. Marco blinked. While he knew that Luffy is a high-ranking marine, he didn't know she could use armament haki on her weapons. Wait, this could also mean that she could use her observation haki. His eyes glinted as he trembled in excitement. How strong is her usage of haki? Is she on his level or more? This is getting exciting, Yua. Marco, though internally liking his lip, and watched as Luffy jumped away from her current spot. The hand that was holding her had let go when her staff hits Frankie's beam, just in time to avoid Jin's Tonfa, who had jumped towards her the moment she deflected Frankie's beam away, said weapon creating another crater, and this made Nami weep and Luffy smirk. Zoro followed after Luffy, who spins her staff, jumps over the fallen tree, and cuts through it. Luffy wonders how it was still there considering Frankie keeps firing his fireball and lasers beam in its direction sometimes. Additionally, it has fallen during her sparring with Nami's team, and that was minutes ago. She then kicked the tree towards Zoro and then runs towards the direction was Frankie and Robin are. Meanwhile Zoro immediately cuts through the tree, cursing when he realized that his Rear Admiral was heading to the brains of the team. Sanji landed in front of Luffy, making her stop in the progress of heading towards the Hana no Mi user and the cyborg, who were both alert and ready. Zoro and Jin stopping behind her. This is as far as I'll let you go, Luffy-chuan, Sanji stated, doing his noodle dance when he mentioned Luffy's name. This made the Rear Admiral shake her head fondly before her eyes turn into warm brown. Are you sure, Sanji-kun? She asked softly. Her face went soft, holding an innocent expression as one of her hand touched her cheek and head tilted to the side. The whole crew, who saw this, immediately diverted their eyes, even Zoro, who was cursing Luffy, loudly may I add, about not playing fair. The only person who can't look away was Sanji and Marco. The latter didn't even know why or notice that the crew looked away. The Phoenix's blue eyes were stuck at the Rear Admiral, who was looking at Sanji with wide brown eyes as he took longer to answer. Both Sanji and Marco blinked when they saw some light appearing behind Luffy, highlighting her beauty. San-ji-kun. Luffy mouthed slowly, inwardly snickering at her victim's expression. Doki. 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 Hi Luffy-chuan. Lo and behold, Sanji totally forgot the training and became the arrow cook they all know. Luffy giggled, while Marco unintentionally released a growl as his wing began to spread and his tail twitching. He was about to launch himself toward Sanji when suddenly Luffy kicked Sanji at the weakest area of the men, before kicking him in the face, making him land right in front of Marco. The men wince, even Marco, who stopped growling and immediately lowered his wings, coincidentally covering that part of his avian body. That was until, of course, Sanji landed in front of him. Marco then pecked the blonde's head. Not that the chef could notice the abuse his head is having. He's still heaven considering how hard Luffy hit him there. I told you to learn to fight against women, even for a short while, Sanji. Luffy roared, her teeth suddenly turning into sharks. And also learn how to avoid being fooled. She added with a hiss and focused back on the remaining members of the team, who keeps on glancing at her then at Sanji. Sighing, Luffy immediately used Saru and stopped in front of Robin, who blinks and breathed hitched when she realized that the daughter of Dragon was in front of her. She immediately crossed her hands in front of her, but Luffy immediately grabs them and letting them go when she kicked her in the stomach, making her flew back to Frankie, who was about to fire his missiles but stopped to catch Robin. Zoro gritted his teeth and jumps over Luffy, who merely glanced at him before disappearing again, and the next thing they knew Robin and Frankie was laying at a broken tree by the bench. The older raven-haired woman had a bruise on her cheek, while Frankie was holding his back, both groaning in pain. Jin merely frowned before running towards Luffy, while Zoro landed on the other side. He swings his tonfa above her, only to be stopped by Luffy's bow staff, which he tried to return with a kick to the side, but Luffy merely grabs his feet with her free and tightens her grip. Jin winces, gritting his teeth, before leaping up and spins. In return, the youngest Rear Admiral lets him go and jump away to avoid Zoro's sword. Jin then landed beside Zoro, both of them panting. They watched Luffy, who blinked emotionlessly before she grinned, both male frowns, and then their eyes widen when there was purple dust leaving the edges of her figure. Before they could do anything, Jin was thrown to the side, rolling on the floor before landing beside Frankie, who was leaning beside the bench, Chopper and Usopp taking care of his wounds. "DMN it," Jin cursed, wincing in pain that he felt on his side. "Well?" Luffy asked, standing behind Zoro, who sighed and looked at her. "You're the one who requested this, the others were following you. But they also wanted this, Luffy," Zoro stated. "Just how serious are you right now?" At the question, Luffy hummed in thought. "Considering what I used to defeat Sanji and how fast I went against Frankie and Robin, and tricking you and Jin. 30%, more or less." She shrugged, unconcerned. "Doesn't look like 30% to me," Zoro stated, before going to his stance, while Luffy grins widen. "You should get used to it," she told him, twirling her staff. It was silent between the two before Zoro went and attacked. All audiences watched as their marine captain, aka Zoro, tried to defeat or at least injure their true captain with anticipation. Luffy blocked the attack as she expected Zoro to do so. This lasted for a few minutes with Luffy on the defensive, blocking or parrying the hits. Then with an unexpected twist of the staff, she was suddenly on offensive, making Zoro sweat as he continues to be on the defensive one. Every hit he blocks always makes him back away from Luffy or digging his feet on the ground. Luffy then kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air, and swung his staff down at her first mate. Said staff was blocked by two crossed katanas. The three-sword swordman tried his best not to kneel from the pure force of the blow before he finally pushed the female teen away and jumped backward almost instantly as Luffy had twisted her weapon around and tried to move it at his stomach. Zoro tried to use his onigiri when Luffy ducked below and kicked his legs. This made him land on the ground with a groan before his eyes widened, and rolled to the side just in time to avoid the staff heading towards his way. This, of course, created another cater. Luffy glanced at the ground before looking at Zoro, who was standing up. They eyed each other for a while before the green-haired swordsman sheaths two of his sword, intending to use sure sway only. Luffy prepared herself upon seeing that he'll be using his most powerful sword. The atmosphere was tense before Zoro, for the first time since their sparring, used Saru and swung his sword towards Luffy, who blocked it, only to repeat when Zoro kept on swinging the swords towards her. It was on the 10th swing when something amazing, at least to Marco, happened. The moment Zoro hits Luffy's staff, there was a backlash, pushing Luffy from her spot at least a few feet away. When she stopped, Zoro gritted his teeth and pushed his sword more, creating a crater on Luffy's feet, crack appearing outside it. It was then something burst below the youngest Rear Admiral. Marco saw white and yellow flames surrounding her feet and then the ground below her. The flames were growing until they reached her knee. Seeing the flames, Zoro's eyes widened, while Luffy let out a dark smirk and bent her knees slightly before giving Zoro a hard push, making him flew near the tree line. Luffy also pushed her feet against the ground, and followed after Zoro, leaving scorched marks on the ground. Marco blinked before his eyes followed Luffy, who was already beside her enemy, and kicked him in their direction. Zoro landed, rolled, and stopped with a grunt beside Sanji, who somehow woke up after Marco stopped pecking him, which right before the battle between the Rear Admiral and the Marine Captain started. They all looked at the defeated captain before looking at Luffy, who was walking towards them rather calmly despite the flaming legs. The first mate of the Whitebeard pirates felt excitement and something else upon seeing the flames, but he doesn't know if it's him personally or his Phoenix side. Well, it's not like there's any difference as he and the Phoenix are always on the same side and agreed to most things. though Marco narrowed his eyes when he thought he saw some talons on Luffy's feet, but it could be his imagination as he only saw her feet when she was standing in front of them. I miss being a hybrid phoenix, you are. He internally ummed out, looking at Luffy, who didn't even break a sweat as something calming covered the crew. Luffy was looking at the eyes of her crew and then at Marco, who was looking at her legs, which made her look as well. When her eyes saw the flames, she merely raised an eyebrow before they slowly disappeared. Marco released a disappointed croon, drooping when the flames disappeared, which made her smile and pick the bird up and sat down, placing their guest on her lap as she grabs the bottle of water Chopper was reaching out for her and drank. That was fun, she said after drinking her water, grinning. Better luck next time, guys. Everyone groans at that, though they were smiling. Zoro sighed before grabbing his bottled water and looks at his captain. 40%? He asked, but Luffy merely giggled and petted their guest, who seemed happy with the attention. Marco watched through half-lidded eyes as the crew suddenly felt better and talking to each other excitedly despite being brutally defeated. Meanwhile, as Luffy petted the mythical devil fruit user, she glances at the window where the lower ranking of the base are still watching and gave them a dark smirk. The Marines, of course, saw this, so they immediately run away from their spot, with no intention to look back. The crew looked at the window, then at Luffy, who was smiling softly, relaxed. "Sue, where did we go wrong?" Peter asked, sitting in front of Luffy, crossed-legged. The others followed him, sitting at the ground, and looked at Luffy, who was humming. Well, Luffy looked at them, before sighing. "You've improved from the last sparring, but you all get annoyed and distracted easily. While it was amazing you guys care for each other, you can't be distracted with your own battle. If you were fighting with a different group and heard a member of the crew getting hurt, well, the second your attention went towards them you're dead. And being annoyed with the enemy isn't something to be done, keep a calm head. Additionally, you got overconfident. Every time you felt that you've cornered me, you were so confident that, that's it. It's over." She then gave them a soft smile. "Make sure you defeat your enemy first before getting distracted or helping the others. Confidence is good, but don't overdo it. It's sometimes better to think that you're weak but you will still defeat your enemy," she suggested before her eyes focused on Sanji, whose eyes immediately turn into hearts. "And, try not to get fooled easily." That statement made them look at Sanji, who snapped out of his condition, and glared at them, more specifically at his male crewmates. "What?" he asked harshly, which made them all sigh and agree with Luffy's hidden message. Train Sanji on avoiding to be fooled by women. If he can't fight them, then he should at least avoid being fooled. "Oh. And as punishment for losing within 10 minutes of our sparring." Everybody paled and gulped at Luffy's statement, who was having too much fun. "You'll be fixing the training ground, train the rest of the crew tomorrow, submit your paperworks a couple of days early, and island visitation." Everyone groans and cursed themselves, except for Brook and Frankie, the former laughing as this didn't bother him that much, while the latter was yelling SUUUUPPPPEERRR. It was rare for Skeleton and Cyborg to leave the base, and while they love it here, they still love to explore different islands, and island visitation is something that excites them. Luffy merely ignored them and stood up, cradling Marco to her chest, and walked towards the door of the base with the rest of the team following behind her, though still grumbling. Those who were wrapped with bandages earlier began to unwrap them as they were all, suspiciously, healed and throwing the used bandages on the trash cans near the door. Once they passed through the door, they separated, some heading to their offices, the chefs to the kitchen with plans to discuss today's dinner meal, the other went to tell the other Marines about the sparring they will have tomorrow. The only people left standing in front of the door were Luffy, Marco, Yu, and Zoro, as the latter two had promised to never leave the Rear Admiral outside her room alone, no matter what island they're in. With the exclusion of Marineford and Mariehua. Marco merely released a confused croon as Luffy didn't take the route towards the stairs when it was only the four of them. Instead, the Rear Admiral turned left, heading in the direction of the door that'll lead them outside the base. It wasn't long before they reached the doors, two Marine salutings when they arrived and immediately opens the door at Luffy's nod. The avian had to blink his eyes when the door was open as it immediately revealed small Victorian houses and small farms that are few meters away from the door. Marco looked around as they passed a high fenced wall. The roads weren't cobbled stones, they were just dirt, and houses were few meters away from each other. The spaces in between were plotted, some have plants on them, others were being fixed. A few houses also had some wooden fences surrounding them but not much. There were also children standing or playing behind the fences. He turned and looked over Luffy's shoulders, blinking when instead of seeing the face of the base, he was looking its back. Luffy, you, and Zoro noticed this and smirked or giggled at his shock, but didn't bother to say anything as they don't want to reveal why it seems like there's a different town behind the base than the one at the front. Luffy! Marco heard someone shouted and thus he turned his head to look at the front, blinking when he saw some townspeople running towards them. At the front was a 28-years-old, dark green-haired woman with a small scar on the cheek, black eyes, and wearing a yellow pale blouse and a long light pink skirt. Luffy merely smiled upon seeing them, and when the scarred woman arrives in front of them, she leaned down and nuzzled their foreheads together, careful not to squeeze Marco between them. The older woman released a relief sigh as the other gathered around them, and the following interaction made Marco watched in slight confusion.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.